The Killing Hour by Lisa Gardner, Part 2, Chapter 26. Quantico, Virginia, 8:05 p.m. Temperature 98 degrees. So what do we have? Quincy asked. It was after 8 o'clock now. He, Rainey, Special Agent Kaplan, and Supervisor Watson had taken over an unused classroom for their ad hoc meeting. No one looked particularly cheerful. For one thing, half of them were still wrung out from working the crime scene in this heat. For another, they had nothing to show for their 14-hour day. "I think we still have to look harder at McCormack," Kaplan insisted. "In this business, there is no such thing as coincidence, and him being here at the same time one of his old cases heats up. That's too much coincidence for me. It was not coincidental. It was planned." Rainey spoke up in exasperation. Her opinion on this matter was clear, and now she shook her head in disgust at Kaplan. "You spoke to his boss. What McCormack said was true. People cover for their own. So the entire GBI is in on the crime? We've simply gone from coincidence to conspiracy theory." Quincy held up his hand, attempting to cut off this argument before it got going again. "What about the ad?" he asked Kaplan. "According to the public affairs officer, the ad arrived yesterday with instructions to run in today's paper. The Quantico Sentry, however, is a weekly paper. Next edition doesn't come out until this Friday. Besides, the officer didn't like the look of the ad. Seemed like code to him, maybe something drug-related. So he passed it my way." Kaplan pushed a photocopy of the ad in question across the table. It was a small 2-by-2-inch box outlined with a black border and containing one block of text. The text read, "Dear Editor, clock ticking, planet dying animals, weeping, rivers screaming. Can't you hear it? Heat kills. Why an ad?" Watson spoke up.
Quantico Sentry doesn't do letters to the editor.
"What are the rules for ad submissions?" Quincy asked. Kaplan shrugged. "The newspaper is a civilian enterprise published in cooperation with the Public Affairs Office here on the base, so it covers anything topical to the area. Lots of local merchants advertise. Charities reach out, services for military personnel, etc. It's no different, really, from any other small regional paper ads. Must be submitted typeset and with a payment. Otherwise, you're pretty much good to go." So our guy took the time to learn the submission requirements for an ad, but still didn't realize the paper wouldn't print it today. Watson asked skeptically. "Doesn't seem too bright to me." "He got what he wanted," Quincy said. "It's the next day, and we're reading his message." "Pure chance," Watson said dismissively. "No, this man does everything with a purpose. Quantico Sentry is the Corps' oldest newspaper. It's part of their tradition and pride. Putting his message in this paper is the same as dumping a body on the base. He's bringing his crime close to home. He's demanding our attention." "It fits the pattern," Rainey said. "So far we have the same M.O. as with the eco-killer, and now we have the letter too. I'd say the next step is pretty obvious." "And what would that be?" Watson asked. "Call McCormack. Get him back in on this thing. He knows this guy better than we do. And since there's probably another girl out there, maybe we ought to get some experts looking once more at the body, let alone those little details like the rattlesnake leaf and rock. Come on, as the ad says, the clock is ticking, and we've already wasted the entire day." "I sent them to the lab," Kaplan said quietly. "You did what?" Rainey asked incredulously. "I sent the rock, the leaf, and, well, the various snake bits to the Norfolk Crime Lab." "And what the hell is a crime lab going to do with them? Dust them for prints? It's not a bad idea. It's a fucking horrible idea. Weren't you listening to McCormack before? We've got to find the girl? Hey!" Quincy's hand was up again, his voice loud and commanding across the table. Not that it did much good. Rainey was already half out of her chair, her hands fisted, and Kaplan appeared just as eager for a battle. It had been a long day, hot, tiring, wearing. The kind of conditions that led to an increase in bar brawls, let alone a deterioration of cooperation in multi-jurisdictional homicide cases. "We need to proceed along 2 tracks," Quincy continued firmly. "So shut up, sit down, and pay attention. Rainey's correct. We need to move quickly." Rainey slowly sank back down into her chair. Kaplan, too, grudgingly gave him his attention. 1. Let's assume that perhaps this man is the eco-killer Ep. Kaplan was already opening his mouth to protest. Quincy gave him the same withering look he'd once used on junior agents, and the NCIS agent shut right up. While we cannot be 100% certain of this, the fact remains that we have a homicide that fits a pattern previously seen in Georgia. Given the similarities, we need to consider that another woman has also been abducted. If so, according to what happened in Georgia, we need to start approaching the evidence we've found on the body as pieces of a geographic puzzle. He looked at Kaplan. I can arrange for some experts in botany, biology, and geology to look at what we have, the special agent said grudgingly. Quickly, Rainey spoke up. Kaplan gave her a look. Yes, ma'am, Rainey merely smiled at him. Quincy took a deep breath. 2, he said, we need to explore some broader avenues. While I've read summaries of the Georgia case notes, it seems clear to me that they've never come close to knowing much about the killer. They generated a profile and a list of suppositions, none of which has ever been proven either way. I think we should start clean slate, generating our own impressions based on this crime, for example. Why plant the body on Quantico grounds? That seems clearly like a man who is making a statement against authority. He feels so invincible. He can operate even within the heart of America's elite law enforcement agency. Then we have the UNSUB's various letters to the editor, as well as his phone calls to Special Agent McCormack. Again, this raises several questions. Is this an un-SUB seeking to reassert his feelings of power and control, or is this a conflicted man who is reaching out to law enforcement in the dim hope that he will be caught? Also, is the anonymous caller really our unsub, or someone else entirely? And there is a third motive we should also contemplate, that this killer's game is not targeted at either the Marines or the FBI, but rather at Special Agent McCormack specifically. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, Kaplan grumbled. Quincy gave the man his cool, hard stare. Assume for a moment that the anonymous caller is the unsub through his comments. He brought Special Agent McCormack to Virginia. It stands to reason, then, that the UNSUB already had a plan of attack in mind for this area. And furthermore, as part of this plan, he knew of Special Agent McCormack's whereabouts, and thus made sure to start the game here. The ad in the Quantico Sentry would fit this pattern. As of Friday, the paper would be distributed all over the base. Surely McCormack would get the hint. Rainey appeared troubled. That's getting out there, she said quietly. True. Killers rarely target a specific member of law enforcement, but stranger things have happened, and as the lead officer, McCormack was the most visible member of the Georgia task force. If the UNSUB were going to identify with a specific target, McCormack would be the logical one. So, we have 2 options, Rainey murmured, a garden variety psychopath trying to mess with McCormack's head, or a more troubled, guilt-stricken nut who's still murdering girls but showing signs of remorse. Why doesn't either one of these theories help me sleep better at night? Because either way, the man is deadly, Quincy turned toward Kaplan. I assume you sent out the ad to the Quantico Sentry to be analyzed. Tried, Kaplan said. Not much to work with. Stamp and envelope are both self-adhesive, so no saliva. Leighton found no prints on the paper, and the ad was typeset, so no handwriting. What about form of payment? Cash.
You're not supposed to send it through the mail, but apparently our killer is a trusting soul. Postmark? Stafford? The town next door? Yeah, sent yesterday. Local job all the way. Guys in the area to murder a woman might as well send his note too. Quincy raised a brow. He's smart, done his homework. Well, stationery is a good place to start. Dr. Annunzio said that Georgia had sent him one original letter to the editor. I'd like you to turn over this ad to him as well.
Perhaps that gives him 2 data points to consider. Kaplan had to think about it. He can have it for a week, he conceded at last. Then I want it back at my lab. Your cooperation is duly noted, Quincy assured him. There was a knock on the door. Quincy thinned his lips, frustrated by the intrusion when they were finally getting somewhere. But Kaplan was already climbing to his feet. Probably one of my agents, he said by way of explanation. I told him I'd be around here. He opened the classroom door, and sure enough, a younger, buzz-cut man entered the room. The agent was holding a piece of paper, and his body practically thrummed with excitement. I thought you'd want to see this right away, the younger officer said immediately. Kaplan took the paper, glanced at it, then looked up sharply. Are you sure about this? Yes, sir. Got it confirmed 15 minutes ago. What? Rainey was asking, even Watson strained in his chair. Kaplan turned back to them slowly. We got an ID on the girl, he said, and his gaze went to Quincy. It's not just like Georgia, after all. Sweet Jesus, this is much, much worse. Water break. Soon, Kimberly, water break. I want to see what's around the next corner. Honey, stop and drink some water or I will tackle you. Kimberly scowled at him. Mac's face remained resolute. He'd halted 10 feet back at a boulder jutting out from the stream they were following down the steep slope. After 3 hours of hard hiking, half of her body was covered in a bright red rash poison ivy stinging nettles. Take your pick. Her t-shirt was sweated through, her shorts were drenched, even her socks squished as she walked. Then there was the sodden skullcap that now passed as her hair. In contrast, Max stood with one knee bent comfortably on a large boulder. His damp gray nylon shirt molded his impressive chest. His short, dark hair was slicked back to better highlight his bronzed, chiseled face. He wasn't breathing hard. He didn't have a scratch on him. 3 hours of brutal trekking later, the man looked like a damn L.L. Bean cover model. Bite me, Kimberly said. But she finally stopped and grudgingly dug out her water bottle. The water was tepid and tasted of plastic. It still felt good going down her throat. She was hot. Her chest heaved. Her legs trembled. She'd had easier times on the Marine's obstacle course. At least the heat keeps the ticks down, Max said conversationally. What? The ticks. They don't like it when it's this hot now. If it were spring or fall, Kimberly gazed down frantically at her bare legs beneath the red rash. Were any of her freckles moving blood-sucking parasites? That ought to top off the day. Then she registered the underlying humor in Mac's voice and looked up suspiciously. You're living dangerously, she growled. He merely grinned. Are you thinking of going for your knife? I've been waiting all day. Not to put a damper on your male fantasies, but I'm sorry I wore the knife. It's rubbing off all the skin on my thigh and damn near killing me. Would you like to remove it? I could assist. Oh, for heaven's sake! She turned away from him, swiping a hand through her short-cropped hair. Her palm came back wet and salty, disgusting, even her. She must look like a wreck. And still, he flirted with her. The man was insane. Her gaze went to the sun from this vantage point. She could just see it sinking low in the sky, funny. It was easy to lose track of night around here. The trees already cast so much of the landscape into shadow, and it wasn't as if the temperature was magically cooling down. But the sun was definitely retreating, the hour growing late. Not much time, she murmured. No, he agreed, his voice now as somber as her own. We should get going. She bent to put her water bottle away. He stepped toward her and halted her hand with his own. You need to drink more. I just had water. You're not drinking enough. You've only gone through a quart. You heard Kathy Levine? In these conditions, you're probably sweating through at least that much an hour. Drink, Kimberly. It's important. His fingers were still on her arm. Not gripping, certainly not bruising. She felt his touch anyway, more than she should. His fingertips were calloused. His palm was damp, probably as sweaty as the rest of him, as the rest of her. She still didn't move away, and for the first time, she thought about moving closer. She thought about kissing him. He was the kind of man who would be very good at kissing. She imagined he would be slow and thorough. Kissing for him would be like flirting, a fun bit of foreplay he'd been practicing for most of his life. And for her, it would be desperate. She knew that without having to think why it would be. Need and hope and anger. It would be a vain attempt to leave behind her own body to break free of the relentless anxiety that shadowed every step she took, to forget for a moment that a young woman was lost out here, and she was trying so hard, but maybe she still wasn't good enough. She hadn't saved her sister. She hadn't saved her mother. Why did she think this time would be different? She needed too much. She wanted too deeply. This man could laugh his way through life, while Kimberly would one day simply die trying. Kimberly stepped away after another moment. She brought her water bottle back up and took a long, deep swallow. Times like these, she said after drinking, you should be able to push yourself harder. Her tone was goading, but Mac merely arched a brow. You think I'm soft? She shrugged. I think we're running out of daylight. I think we should be moving more and talking less. Kimberly, what time is it? A little after 8? And where are we? Somewhere in our 3-mile grid, I guess. Honey, we've been hiking down for 3 hours now. We're about to go down more because, like you, I also want to see what's around that next bend. Now, you want to tell me how we're going to complete our 3-hour hike down and magically make it back up to base camp in the 1 hour of daylight we have left? I don't know. It can't be done, he said flatly. Come dark, we'll still be in these woods, plain and simple. Good news. According to my map, we're close to a trail due west. I figure we finish off this section of the stream. Leave a marker, then find the trail before dark footing. There will be better, and we can use my flashlight to pick our way back up. That way, it'll only be hard and dangerous versus downright foolhardy. Don't think I don't know how to push the envelope, honey. I've just had a few more years to perfect the act than you. Kimberly studied him. Then, abruptly, she nodded. He was putting their lives at risk, and perversely, she liked him better for it. Good, she said, and hefted her pack. She turned down the stream bed, calling out casually over her shoulder, "Old fart." That got him crashing down behind her. It also put a smile on her face. It made her feel better all the way around the next bend where they finally got their first lucky break. Kimberly saw it first. Where are we? She asked wildly. We're in our section. There shouldn't be any overlap. Kimberly pointed to the tree with its freshly broken branch. And then she saw the crushed fern, followed by the flattened down grass. She started walking faster, following the unmistakable signs of human passage as the coarse trail began to zigzag through the woods. It was wide. It was clearly marked, a single person, crashing down nearly out of control. Or perhaps even a man doubled over from the weight of carrying a heavily drugged body. Mac, she said with barely contained excitement. He was looking at the sun. Kimberly, he said grimly, run. She went careening down the path with Mac hot on her heels. Chapter 27. Virginia, 8:43 p.m. Temperature 94 degrees. Tina hated the mud it oozed and popped and smelled. It rippled and writhed with things she couldn't see and didn't want to know. It undulated slowly like a living beast, just waiting for her to succumb. She didn't have a choice. She was dangerously exhausted and dehydrated. Her skin burned from too much sun and too many bug bites. On the one hand, she felt as if her entire body were on fire. On the other hand, she had started shivering, her overheated skin breaking out incongruously with wave after wave of goosebumps. She was dying. It was that simple. People were comprised of something like 70% water, which made her a pond now literally drying up from drought. Curled up against the hot surface of the rock, she thought of her mom. Maybe she should have told her about the pregnancy. Sure, her mother would have been upset, but only because she personally knew how hard the life of a young, single mother could be. Once the shock wore off, she would have helped Tina, offered some support, and it would have been something else, too. Bringing a little life into the world, seeing her baby's scrunched up, squalling face. She could picture her and her mom crying together in the delivery room, exhausted and proud. She could see them picking out cute little baby clothes and fussing over midnight feedings. Maybe she'd have a girl one more tough cookie to continue the family tradition, the 3 crayons ready to take over the world. Oh, the state of Minnesota had better look out. She would have tried so hard to be a good mother. Maybe she wouldn't have succeeded, but she would have tried. Tina finally turned her head, looking up at the sky. Through the slits of her swollen eyes, she could see the yawning blue canvas of her prison. The horizon seemed to be darkening now, the sun finally sinking from view and leaching away the white-hot glare. Funny, it didn't feel any cooler. The humidity was still a stifling wet blanket as oppressive as the cloud of mosquitoes and yellow flies that continued to swarm her face. Her head fell back down. She stared at her hand inches from her face. She had open sores from scratching the hundreds of mosquito bites. Now she watched a yellow fly land on her skin, dig into her open wounds, and lay a pile of tiny, shiny white eggs. She was going to be sick. No, she couldn't be sick. It was an inefficient use of the little water she had left. She was going to throw up anyway, not even dead yet, and already being used for maggot bait. How much longer could she possibly go on like this? Her poor baby, her poor mom. and then that calm, practical Minnesotan voice from the back of her head started speaking to her again. You know what, girl? It's time to get tough, 'cause you either do something now or you really do get to forever hold your peace. Tina's gaze went to the oozing black mud. Just do it, Tina. Be tough. Show the rat bastard what you're made of. Don't you dare go down without a fight. She sat up. The world spun. The bile rose immediately in her throat. With a gagging cough, she choked it back down. Then she pulled herself wearily to the edge of the boulder and gazed at the muck. Looks like pudding. Smells like... No, throwing up, all right, Tina whispered grimly. I'll do it. Ready or not, here I come. She stuck her right foot in the muck. Something promptly slithered against her ankle, then darted away. She bit her lower lip to keep from screaming and forced her foot deeper into the muck. It felt like sliding her body into rotted-out guts, warm, slimy, slightly chunky, no throwing up. She thrust her left foot into the ooze, saw the clear outline of a black snake slide away, and this time she did scream, long, hoarsely, and helplessly, because she was afraid, and she hated this, and oh God, why had this man done this to her? She'd never hurt anyone. She didn't deserve to be cast in a pit where she was baking alive while flies laid shiny white eggs into the deep sores of her skin, and she was sorry for having sex now, and she was sorry for not taking better precautions, and she was sorry she had messed up her young life, but surely she didn't deserve this kind of torture. Surely she and her baby at least deserved a shot at making a better life. The mosquitoes swarmed. She batted at them again and again, while standing mid-calf in the muck and gagging helplessly. Drop down, Tina. It's like plunging into a cold pool. Just grit your teeth and plunge into the muck. It's the only option you have left. And then, there, in the distance, she heard it again. A sound footsteps. No, no, voices. Someone was around. Tina jerked back her head to the mouth of the open pit. Hey! She tried to scream. Hey, hey! All that came out of her parched throat was the croak of a frog. The voices were fading. People were around, but walking away, she was sure of it. Tina grabbed her half-empty gallon of water. She took giant, greedy gulps, desperate for help and careless of rationing. Then, with her newly lubricated throat, she threw back her head and screamed in earnest. Hey, hey, I'm down here! Someone! Anyone! Oh, please come here! Kimberly was running. Her lungs were burning. A stitch had developed in her side. Still, she powered down the slippery slope, crashing through thick brush, jumping over rotting logs, careening around boulders. She could hear the hot, heavy breathing of Mac racing by her side. It was a suicidal pace. They could twist an ankle, plummet over a ledge, crash into a tree, or suffer things that would be much, much worse. But the sun was setting fast now, daylight slipping through their fingers to be replaced by a fiery dusk that shot the sky blood red, and the path, so distinguishable only 15 minutes ago, was already slipping into shadow, vanishing before their eyes. Mac surged ahead. Kimberly put her head down and forced her shorter legs to keep up. They came crashing down the heavily wooded slope into a sudden broad clearing. Thorny bushes and tightly packed trees gave way to knee-high grass. The ground flattened out and footing eased up. Kimberly didn't slow. She was still tearing forward at full throttle, trying to pick out the trail in the fading light, when she registered two things at once, the jagged tumble of hundreds of boulders off to her left, and then just 15 feet up the pile, a startling strip of red, a skirt, her mind registered, and then a human body. The girl. They had found the girl. Kimberly streaked toward the pile of rocks. Vaguely, she heard Mac yelling at her to stop. He grabbed at her wrist. She pulled away. It's her, she shouted back triumphantly, springing onto the pile. Hey, hey, you! Hello, hello, hello. 3 sharp whistles sounded behind her, the international call of distress. Kimberly didn't understand why they had found the girl. They had saved the day. She had been right to leave the academy. She had finally done it. Then the girl came fully into view, and any bit of triumph Kimberly had felt burst like a proverbial bubble and left her halted dead in her tracks. The streak of red was not a piece of brightly dyed cotton, but a pair of white shorts, now stained darkly with dried blood, the sprawling white limbs not a young girl lying peacefully down to rest, but a bruised and bloated body twisted beyond recognition. And then, as Kimberly watched in the dusky pall, she swore she saw one of the girl's limbs suddenly move. The sound hit her all at once, a constant building thrum, the deep vibration of dozens upon dozens of rattlesnakes. "Kimberly," Mac said quietly from the ground behind her, "for the love of God, please don't move." Kimberly couldn't even nod. She just stood there, perfectly frozen, while all around her the shadows of the rocks uncurled into the shapes of snakes.
"The girl's dead,"
Kimberly said finally. Her voice sounded hoarse and faint, the tone of a woman already in shock. Mac eased closer to the boulders by his third footstep. A fresh round of rattling shook the pile. He stopped instantly. The sound seemed to be coming from everywhere. 10, 20, 30 different vipers. They seemed to be everywhere. Sweet Jesus, Mac thought, and reached back slowly for his gun. She must have been tired and dazed, Kimberly murmured. Saw the rocks. Climbed up for a better view. I know. My God, I think they bit every inch of her body. I've never seen anything like it. Kimberly, I have my gun out. If something moves, I'm going to shoot it. Don't flinch. It won't work, Mac. There are too many of them. Shut up, Kimberly, he growled. She turned her head toward him and actually smiled. Now which one of us is being earnest? Snakes don't like us any more than we like them. If you just remain calm and don't move, most of them will disappear back into the rocks. I've sounded the whistle. Help will be here shortly. I almost died once. Did I ever tell you that? A man I thought I knew well. It turned out he was just using me to get to my father. He cornered Rainey and me in a hotel room. He held a gun to my head. There was nothing Rainey could do. I still remember just how the barrel felt, not cold, but warm, like living flesh. It's strange to feel so helpless. It's strange to be trapped in the arms of another human being and know he's going to take your life. You're not dead, Kimberly. No, my father surprised him, shot him in the chest. 30 seconds later, everything had changed, and I was the one still alive, wearing his blood in my hair, and my father was telling me everything would be all right. It was nice of him to lie. Mac didn't know what to say. Light was fading fast, the pile of boulders quickly becoming another world, filled with too much black. She never stood a chance, Kimberly murmured, her gaze returning to the girl's body. Look at her in her shorts and silk blouse. She was dressed to have fun in a bar, not fend her way in a wilderness. It's beyond cruel. We're going to find him, not until another girl is dead. Mac closed his eyes. Kimberly, the world's not as bad as you think. Of course not, Mac. It's worse. He swallowed. He was losing her. He could feel Kimberly slide deeper into fatalism, a woman who had escaped death once and didn't expect to get that lucky again. He wanted to yell at her to buck up, and then he wanted to take her into his arms and promise her everything would be all right. She was right when men tried to protect the people they cared about, they inevitably resorted to lies. "Do you see the snakes?" he asked shortly. "There's not enough light. They blend into the boulders. I don't hear them. No, they've fallen silent. Maybe they're tired. They've had a busy day." Mac edged closer. He wasn't sure how near the old landslide he could get. He didn't hear any fresh rounds of rattling. He crept to within 5 feet, then took out his flashlight, flaring it over the pile of boulders. It was difficult to tell. Some rocks seemed clear, others had bulging outlines that could very well be more rattlers. "Do you think you can jump to me?" he asked Kimberly. She was at least 20 feet away, at an awkward angle in the rock pile. Maybe if she bounded quickly from boulder to boulder. "I'm tired," Kimberly whispered. "I know, honey. I'm tired too, but we need to get you off those rocks. I've sort of grown attached to your sunny smile and gentle disposition. Surely you wouldn't want to disappoint me now." "No answer, Kimberly," he said more sharply. "I need you to pay attention. You're strong, you're bright. Now, focus on how we're going to get out of this." Her gaze went off in the distance. He saw her shoulders tremble. He didn't know what she thought about, but finally she turned back to him. "Fire," she told him quietly. "Fire, snakes do hate fire, right? Or have I watched too many Indiana Jones movies? If I make a torch, maybe I can use it to scare them away." Mac moved fast. He wasn't an expert on snakes, but it sounded like a plan to him. He used his flashlight and quickly found a decent-sized fallen limb. "Ready? Ready." He lofted the branch into the air with an easy underhand. A moment later, he heard the small thump as she caught it in her hands. They both held their breath. A slight buzzing rattle, low and to the right. "Stay still," Mac warned. Kimberly dutifully froze, and after several long minutes, the sound faded away. "You need to get into your pack for the other supplies," Mac instructed. "If you have an extra pair of wool socks, wrap one around the end of the branch. Then you'll notice a small film canister in your front pocket." I added that. "It contains 3 cotton balls dipped in Vaseline. They make an excellent fire starter. Just tuck them into the folds of the sock and hit 'em with a match." He held the flashlight, illuminating her in its beam of light as she went to work. Her movements were slow and subdued, trying not to call attention to herself. "I can't find my extra socks," she called back at last. "What about a t-shirt?" "That'll do." She had to set her pack down. Mac briefly lit up the ground beside her. It appeared free of snakes. She gingerly lowered her pack, another hiss as the snakes sensed the disturbance and voiced their disapproval. She stilled again, straightening at the waist, and now Mac could see the fresh sheen of sweat on her brow. "You're almost done," he told her. "Sure." Her hands were shaking. She fumbled the stick briefly, nearly dropped it, and a fresh rattle, close and loud, reverberated through the dark. Mac watched Kimberly squeeze her eyes shut. He wondered if she was now remembering another truth about that day in the hotel room, that when the man had held a gun to her head, her first thought had been that she didn't want to die. "Come on, Kimberly," he willed her. "Come back to me." She got the t-shirt wrapped around the end of the stick. Then she tucked in the cotton balls. Then she found the matches. Her trembling hand held aloft the first small wooden match. The raspy sound of the tip scratching against the box, the match flared to life. She touched it to the cotton balls, and a torch was born in the night. Immediately, the space around her blazed with fresh light, illuminating not 1 but 4 coiled rattlers. "Mac," Kimberly said clearly, "get ready to catch." She thrust the torch forward. The snakes hissed, then recoiled sharply from the flames, and Kimberly bolted off the first boulder. She bounded down 1, 2, 3, 4 as the crevices came alive with slippery shapes tumbling off the boulders as the snakes sought to escape the flame. The rocks were alive, hissing, curling, rattling. Kimberly plunged through the revving mess. "Mac!" she yelled. She came catapulting off the final rock and crashed against his hard frame. "Gotcha," he said, grabbing her shoulders and already removing the torch from her shaking hand. For one moment, she just stood there, shell-shocked and dazed. Then she collapsed against his chest, and he held her more gratefully and desperately than he should.
"Mandy?" Kimberly murmured. She began to cry.
Chapter 28. Shenandoah National Park, Virginia, 11:51 p.m. Temperature 91 degrees. Professionals arrived and took over the scene. Lanterns were brought in, along with battery-powered lights. Then volunteers armed with sticks served as emergency snake wranglers, while men wearing thick boots and heavy-duty pants waded onto the rock pile and removed the victim's body in a litter. Kathy Levine stood by as Mac officially reported their latest find to the powers that be. As a national park, Shenandoah fell under FBI jurisdiction. Watson would have his case after all, and Mac and Kimberly would once again be relegated to the role of outsiders. Kimberly didn't care. She sat alone on the sidewalk in front of Big Meadows Lodge, watching the emergency vehicles pile up in the parking lot, ambulances and EMTs with no one to save a fire department with no blaze to extinguish. Then finally, the ME's van, the only professional who would get to practice his trade tonight. It was hot. Kimberly felt moisture roll down her face like tears, or maybe she was still crying. It was hard to know. She felt empty in a way she'd never felt empty before. As if everything she had ever been had disappeared, been flushed down a drain. Without bones, her body would have no weight. Without skin, she would cease to have form. The wind would come, blow her away like a pile of burnt-out ash, and maybe it would be better that way. More cars came and went. Exhausted, search volunteers returned and headed for a makeshift canteen where they downed buckets of ice water, then sank their teeth into pulpy slices of orange. The EMTs treated them for minor cuts and slight sprains. Most people simply collapsed into the metal folding chairs, physically exhausted by the hike and emotionally drained by a search that had ended with bitter disappointment. Tomorrow, all of this would be gone. The search and rescue volunteers would disperse back to their everyday lives, returning to mundane rituals and routine concerns. They would rejoin their families, hiking parties, fire departments. And Kimberly? Would she go back to the academy? Fire shotgun rounds at blank targets and pretend it made her tough, or play dress-up in Hogan's Alley, dodging paint shells and matching wits with overpaid actors? She could pass the last round of tests, graduate to become a full-fledged agent, and go through the rest of her life pretending her career made her whole. Why not? It had worked for her father. She wanted to lay her head down on the hard sidewalk bordering the parking lot. She wanted to melt into the cement until the world ceased to exist. She wanted to go back to a time when she did not know so much about violent death or what dozens of rattlesnakes could do to the human body. She had told Mac the truth earlier. She was tired, 6 years' worth of sleepless, bone-weary nights. She wanted to close her eyes and never open them again. She wanted to disappear. Footsteps grew closer. A shadow fell between her and the ambulance headlights. She looked up, and there was her father striding across the parking lot in one of his impeccably tailored suits. His lean face was set, his dark eyes inscrutable. He bore down on her fiercely, a hard, dangerous man come to collect his own. She didn't have the strength anymore to care. "I'm fine," she started. "Shut up," Quincy said roughly. He grabbed his daughter's shoulder, then he shocked them both by pulling her roughly off the sidewalk and folding her into his embrace. He pressed his cheek against her hair. "My God, I have been so worried about you when I got the call from Mac. Kimberly, you are killing me." And then she shocked them both by bursting once more into tears. "We didn't make it. I thought for sure this time I would be right, but we were slow and she was dead. Oh God, Daddy, how can I always be too late?" "Shh." She pulled back until she could gaze into his hard-lined face. For so much of her childhood, he had been a cool, remote figure. She respected him. She admired him. She strove desperately for his praise. But he remained out of reach, a larger-than-life figure who was always rushing out the door to assist other families, and rarely around for his own. Now it was suddenly frantically important to her that he understand, if I'd just known how to move faster, I have no experience in the mountains. How could I grow up around here and not know anything about the woods? I kept tripping and falling, Dad, and then I stumbled into the stinging nettles, and God, why couldn't I have moved faster? I know, sweetheart, I know. Mac was right after all. I wanted to save Mandy and Mom, and since I can't help them, I honestly thought saving this girl would make a difference, but they're still dead, and she's still dead, and God, what is the point? Kimberly, what happened to your mother and Mandy wasn't your fault. She wrenched away from him, screaming now, her words carrying across the parking lot, but she was beyond noticing. "Stop saying that. You always say that. Of course it was my fault. I'm the one who trusted him. I'm the one who told him all about my family. Without me, he never would have known how to reach them. Without me, he never would have killed them. So stop lying to me, Dad. What happened to Mom and Mandy is exactly my fault. I just let you take the blame because I know it makes you feel better. Stop it. You were only 20. A young girl. You can't saddle yourself with this kind of guilt." "Why not you do? Then we're both idiots, all right. We're both idiots. What happened to your Mom and Mandy? I would have died for them, Kimberly. Had I known if I could have stopped it, I would have died for them." His breathing had grown harsh. She was shocked to see the glitter of tears in his eyes. "I would have died too," she whispered. "Then we did the best we could, all we could. He was the enemy, Kimberly. He took their lives. And God help both of us, but sometimes the enemy is simply that good. I want them back. I know. I miss them all the time, even Mandy. I know. Dad, I don't know why I'm still alive. Because God took pity on me, Kimberly. Because without you, I think I would have gone insane." He pulled her back into his arms. She sobbed against his chest, crying harder. And she could feel him crying, too, her father's tears falling onto her hair. Her stoic father, who didn't even cry at funerals. "I wanted to save her so badly," Kimberly whispered. "I know, it's not bad to care someday. That will be your strength. But it hurts, and now I have nothing left. The game is over, and the wrong person has won, and I don't know how to simply go home and wait for the next match. It's life and death. It shouldn't be this cavalier." It's not over, Kimberly. Of course it is. We didn't find the second girl. Now all we can do is wait. No, not this time. Her father took a deep breath, then gently pulled away. He looked at her in the dark, breathless night, and his face was as sad as she'd ever seen it. Kimberly, he said quietly, I'm so sorry, sweetheart, but this time there weren't just 2 girls. This time the man took 4. Rainey was huffing badly by the time she made it down to the crime scene. Lanterns marked the trail, so the footing wasn't bad, but geez Louise, it was a ways down the mountain, and for the record, while it was now after midnight and the moon ruled the sky, apparently no one had bothered to tell the heat. She'd soaked through both her t-shirt and hiking shorts, ruining her 3rd outfit of the day. She hated this weather. She hated this place. She wanted to go home, and not to the high-rise co-op she shared with Quincy in downtown Manhattan, but home to Bakersville, Oregon, where the fir trees grew to staggering heights and a fresh ocean breeze blew off the water, where people knew each other by first names, and even if it made it hard to escape the past, it also gave you an anchor in the present. Bakersville, where she'd had a town, a community, a place that felt like home. The pang of longing struck hard and deep. As it had been doing so often these days, a ghost pain for the past, and it filled her with a restlessness she was having a harder and harder time trying to hide. Quincy could sense it too. She caught him watching her sometimes with a question in his eyes. She wished she could give him an answer, but how could she, when she didn't have one herself? Sometimes she ached for things she couldn't name, and sometimes when she thought of how much she loved Quincy, it simply hurt her more. She found Max standing with a cluster of 3 people over by the body. The first guy appeared to be the medical examiner. Second guy had the look of an assistant. Third person was a woman with short red hair and lots of freckles. She was built like a firecracker with the muscled legs and broad shoulders of a serious hiker, not the ME's office, probably leader of the search and rescue operations. 30 seconds later, Mac made the introductions, and Rainey was pleased to find out she was right. Me turned out to be Howard Weiss, his assistant was Dan Lansing, and the redhead was Kathy Levine, who had indeed organized the search. Levine was still talking to the ME, so the 3 of them broke away, leaving Mac and Rainey standing over the partially wrapped body. "Where's Quincy?" Mac asked. He said he needed to have a fatherly chat with Kimberly. I took one look at his face and decided not to argue. "They fight a lot? Only because they're too much alike." She shrugged. "Someday they'll figure that out. What about Kaplan and Watson? Are they going to join the party, or are they not allowed off the base? Not known yet. Watson has a full-time job at the academy, so while the FBI is definitely assembling a team, it probably won't involve him personally. Kaplan, on the other hand, is lead investigator on the Quantico homicide. So he has plenty of time, but lacks jurisdiction. Given that he's a resourceful man, I figure in another hour or 2 he'll crack that nut and show up with full NCIS entourage. Oh, aren't we the luckiest duckies in the whole wide world?" She peered down into the black plastic body bag, the contents clearly lit by one of the generator-powered lights. "Whoa! Nearly 24 puncture wounds," Max said. "And countin'. Poor girl must have wandered right into the thick of things. After that, she never stood a chance. Her purse? The gallon of water? No sign yet. We don't know where she was abandoned, though. In daylight, we can find her trail and backtrack. Probably discover her things along the way. Seems strange she'd drop the water." He shrugged. "In this heat, a gallon of water is good for about 2 to 4 hours. She's been out here for at least 24, so even when the guy plays nice, he's still a total bastard." Rainey straightened.
"Well, do you want the good news or the bad news first?"
Mac was silent for a moment. She could see fresh lines on his forehead, a gaunt set to his jaw. He'd been pushing himself hard, and he looked it. Still, he didn't blink an eye. "If it's all the same, I think I'd like to start with the good news tonight. We might have a name." Rainey dug out her spiral notepad from her fanny pack and started flipping through. She glanced once more at the body. Brunette, 20 years old. Brown eyes distinguishable by a birthmark on her upper left breast. She bent down, then paused with a meaningful glance at Mac. He was already looking away. She approved. Some people handled bodies as if they were nothing more than dolls. Rainey had never liked that. This was a girl. She'd had a family, a life, people who deeply loved her. There was no need to disrespect her any more than necessary. Gently, she lifted the top of the girl's blouse. She had to move her head to let in the light. Then she could see it clearly, the top edge just peeking out from beneath the edge of the girl's black satin bra, a dark brown clover-shaped birthmark. "Yeah," Rainey said quietly. "It's Vivienne Benson." She was a student at Mary Washington College in Fredericksburg, spending the summer working for her uncle. He called her landlady yesterday when she didn't show up for work. Landlady went up to the apartment, found it empty, and the dog howling to be let out of its crate. She took pity on the poor beast, then called the police, according to her. It's not like Vivian or her roommate, Karen Clarence, to stay out all night, particularly because of their dog, whom apparently they love madly. Karen is a blonde. Actually, Karen's a brunette. Mac immediately frowned. The body we found at Quantico had blonde hair. Yeah. It's not Karen Clarence? No. Betsy Radisson, her brother, made the ID just a few hours ago. "Rainey, honey, I'm a little tired right now. Can you take pity on an exhausted GBI agent and start your story over in English? I'd be delighted. Turns out the landlady is a real font of information. She was sitting out 2 nights ago when Vivienne and Karen came downstairs to wait for their ride. According to her, Viv and Karen were picked up by 2 other friends from college, and the 4 of them were going to a bar in Stafford. The 4 of them enter Betsy Radisson and Tina Cron, also living in Fredericksburg and taking some summer courses. All 4 girls went out Tuesday night in Betsy's Saab convertible. None has been seen since. Fredericksburg PD went into Betsy and Tina's apartment late tonight. All they could find were a dozen messages from Tina Cron's mother on the answering machine. Apparently, she didn't like her last conversation with her daughter. She's been frantically trying to reach Tina ever since. "I gotta sit down," Mac said. He moved away from Vivienne Benson's body, found a tree stump, and collapsed on the rough shape, as if he'd abruptly lost all the strength in his legs. He ran a hand through his damp hair, then did it again and again. "He ambushed 4 girls at once," he said at last, trying out the words, feeling his way into the horrible concept. "Betsy Radisson, he dumped at Quantico. Vivienne Benson, he abandoned here, which leaves us with Karen Clarence and Tina Cron, who he may have taken. God damn the gray birch leaf. I thought that was too easy for him, but of course it wasn't an end. Just a strange beginning, like Quincy said. Serial killers have a tendency to escalate the violence of their crime." "Did you find a letter to the editor?" he asked sharply. "No letter. An ad in the Quantico Sentry, the Marines newspaper?" Mac frowned. "The one distributed all over the base?" "Yeah. We have the original of what was sent in, but it didn't give up much in the way of forensic evidence. Quincy had it turned over to a nuncio to analyze the text. You got to meet with the forensic linguist? Hell, you have been busy. We try," Rainey said modestly. "You're going to see him again soon, too. Quincy's requested that Annunzio join the case team. The 2 of them are working on a theory that your caller isn't an anonymous tipster, but the man himself. We're just not entirely sure why." He doesn't gloat. "If I'm getting calls from the eco-killer, don't you think he'd want to take the credit?" "Well, maybe and maybe not. One theory is that he feels guilty about what he's doing, so this is his roundabout way of getting you to stop him. Second theory, he's mentally incapacitated, hence his love of repeating the same message over and over again. Third, you're part of this game now, too, and he's luring you into the wild just like he does with the girls. Look at the body, Mac. Can you be 100% certain that wouldn't have been you?" "It wasn't almost me," Mac said quietly. "It was almost Kimberly." Rainey's expression became very gentle. "Yeah, and then he wins too, right, Mac? Either way, he wins. Son of a bitch." "Yeah. I'm getting too old for this shit, Rainey," he said, and then, almost on cue, his phone rang. Chapter 29, Shenandoah National Park, Virginia, 1:22 a.m., temperature 89 degrees, Special Agent McCormack. Heat kills. Shut the fuck up. "You really think this is a game? We found your latest victim dead from 24 rattlesnake bites. Does that make you feel good? Is feeding young girls to pit vipers how you get your jollies? You're nothing but a sick son of a bitch, and I'm not talking to you anymore. Mac flipped his phone shut. He was madder than he'd ever been in his life. His heart thundered. He could hear the roar of blood in his ears. He wanted to do more than yell into a tiny phone. He wanted to find the man and beat him into a bloody pulp. Rainey was staring at him in mild shock. While I'm impressed, was that really a good idea? Wait, his phone immediately rang again. He gave her a look. Contacting the authorities is about exercising control, right? He's not going to let it end on my terms, but that doesn't mean I can't make him work for it. He flipped his phone open. Now what? He said. Good cop was definitely gone for the night. I'm only trying to help. The distorted voice echoed peevishly. You're a liar and a killer, and guess what? We know for a fact that makes you a bedwetter, too, so stop wasting my time, you little prick. I'm not a killer. I got 2 bodies that say otherwise. He struck again, I thought. I thought you might have more time. Hey, buddy, stop the lies. I know you're him. You want to gloat? Is that what this is about? You drugged 2 young girls and then killed them. Yeah, you're just the biggest badass in town. Rainey's eyes went wide. She shook her head furiously. She was right, of course. If the guy did want to boost his ego, it wasn't a good idea to egg him on. I'm not the killer. The voice protested shrilly, and then in the next instant, the voice grew an edge of its own. I'm trying to help you can either listen and learn or continue this game on your own. Who are you? He's getting angrier. No shit, where are you calling from? He's going to strike again, soon, maybe already. Mac took a gamble. He's already struck again. This time he didn't take 2 girls. This time he took 4. So what about it? A pause, as if the caller was genuinely surprised. I didn't realize, I didn't think. Why is he now in Virginia? He grew up here. He's from Virginia. Mac's voice picked up. He swapped concerned glances with Rainey. His first 16 years, the caller replied. When did he move to Georgia? I don't know. It's been years. You have to understand. I don't think he really wants to hurt the victims. He wants them to figure it out. If they would just remain calm, be smart, show some strength. For Christ's sake, they're only kids. So was he once. Mac shook his head. The killer is a victim. He didn't want to hear this shit. Listen, I have 2 dead girls and 2 more at risk. Give me his name, buddy. End this thing. You have it in your power. You can be the hero. Just give me his damn name. I can't. Then send it in the mail. Did the first body lead you to the second? Give me his goddamn name. Then the second body will lead you to the third. Move quickly. I don't. I'm not even sure what he'll do next. The signal went dead. Max swore and hurled his phone into the brush. It spooked a scavenging raccoon and didn't do a thing to calm his temper. He wanted to run back up the mountainside. He wanted to plunge into an ice-cold stream. He wanted to throw back his head and howl at the moon. Then he wanted to swear every obscenity he'd ever learned as a child and collapse into a pile and weep. He'd been working too long on this case to keep seeing so much death. Damn, he said at last. Damn, 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 he didn't give you a name. He swears he's not the killer. He swears he's just trying to help. Rainey looked at the body. Could have fooled me. No kidding. Mac sighed, straightening his shoulders and moving resolutely toward the body. All 4 girls disappeared at once, from the same car. That's what we're assuming. Then we don't have much time. He hunkered down, already pulling the black plastic body bag away from the girl. What are you doing? Looking for clues? Because if the first girl led us to the second, then the second will lead us to the third. Ah, shit, Rainey said. Yeah, you know what? Go find Kathy Levine. We're gonna need some help here, and a boatload of coffee. No rest for the weary? Not tonight. Nora Ray was dreaming again. She was in the happy place, the land of fantasy where her parents smiled and her dead dog danced, and she floated in a pool of cool, silky water, feeling it lap peacefully against her skin. She loved this place, longed to come here often. She could listen to her parents laugh, watch the pure blue sky which never contained a red-hot sun, feel the crystalline cleanness of pure water against her limbs. She turned her head. She saw the door open. And without hesitation, she left the pool behind. Mary Lynn was riding her horse. She drove Snowfall through miles of green pasture, racing through fields of wild daisies and jumping fallen logs. She sat forward in the saddle, her body tight and compact like a jockey's, her hands light and steady on the reins. The horse soared. She soared with it. It was as if they were one. Nora Ray crossed to the fence. 2 other girls sat on the top rail, one blonde, one brunette.
Do you know where we are? The blonde asked Nora Ray. You're in my dream. Do we know you? The brunette asked. I think we knew the same man. Will we get to ride the horse? The brunette asked. I don't know. She's very good, said the blonde. There's never been anything my sister couldn't ride, Nora Ray replied proudly. I have a sister, said the brunette. Will she dream of me? Every night. That's very sad. I know. I wish there's something we could do.
You're dead, Nora Ray said. You can't do anything at all now. I think it's up to me. Then her sister was gone. The pasture had vanished and she was spiraling away from the pond long before she was ready. She woke up wide-eyed in her bed, her heart beating too fast, and her hands knotted around her comforter. Nora Ray sat up slowly. She poured herself a glass of water from the pitcher on her nightstand. She took a long drink and felt the cool liquid slide down her throat. Sometimes she could still feel the salt building like rime around her mouth, coating her chin, covering her lips. She could remember the deep, unquenchable thirst that ran cell-deep as the sun pounded and the salt built, and she went mad with thirst. Water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink. She finished her glass of water now, let the moisture linger on her lips like dew on a rose. Then she left her room. Her mother slept on the couch, her head crooked awkwardly to the side, while on the TV, Lucille Ball crawled into a vat of grapes and gamely stomped away. In the neighboring bedroom, Nora Ray glimpsed her father slumbering alone on the queen-sized bed. The house was silent. It filled Nora Ray with a loneliness that threatened to cut her heart in 2, 3 years later, and no one had healed. Nothing was better. She could still remember the harsh grit of salt, leaching the last moisture from her body. She could remember her rage and confusion as the crabs nibbled on her toes. She could remember her simple desire to survive this hell and return to her family if she could just see them again, slide into her parents' loving embrace. Except her family had never returned to her. She had survived, they had not. And now, 2 more girls in the pasture land of her dream. She knew what that meant. The heat had arrived on Sunday, and the shadowy man from her nightmares had resumed his lethal game. The clock glowed nearly 2 a.m. She decided she didn't care. She picked up the phone and dialed the number she knew by heart. A moment later, she said, I need to reach Special Agent McCormack. No, I don't want to leave a message. I need to see him, quick. Tina didn't dream. Her exhausted body had given out, and now she was collapsed in the mud in a sleep that bordered on unconsciousness. One arm still touched the boulder, a link to relative safety. The rest of her belonged to the muck. It oozed between her fingers, coated her hair, slithered up her throat. Things came and went in the sucking muck. Some had no interest in prey quite that large. Some had no interest in a meal that wasn't already dead. Then, up above, a dark shadow lumbered along the path, stopping at the edge of the pit. A giant head peered down, dark eyes gleaming in the night. It smelled warm-blooded flesh, a fine, delectable meal that was just its size. More sniffing. 2 giant paws raked one side of the hole. The depth was too great, the terrain not manageable. The bear grunted, lumbered on. If the creature ever came up, it'd try again. Until then, there were other fine things to eat in the dark. The man didn't sleep. 2 a.m., he packed his bags. He had to move quickly now. He could feel the darkness gathering at the edges of his mind. Time was becoming more fluid, moments slipping through his fingers and disappearing into the abyss. Pressure was growing in the back of his skull. He could feel it, a true physical presence at the top of his spine with another tendril starting to press against the inner canal of his left ear, a tumor, he was pretty sure. He'd had one before, years ago when he'd had his first episode of vanishing time, had it been only minutes he'd lost in the beginning. He couldn't even remember that anymore. Time grew fluid, Black holes took over his life. One tumor was removed, another came back to eat his brain. It was probably the size of a grapefruit by now, or maybe even a watermelon. Maybe his brain wasn't even his brain anymore, but a giant malignant mass of constantly dividing cells. He didn't doubt it. That would explain the bad dreams, the restless nights. It would explain why the fire came to him so often now, and made him do things he knew he shouldn't. He found himself thinking of his mother more, her pale face, her thin, hunched shoulders. He thought of his father, too, and the way he always strode through their tiny cabin in the woods. A man's gotta be tough, boys. A man's gotta be strong. Don't you listen to no government types. They just want to turn us into mealy-mouthed dependents who can't live without a federal handout. Not us boys. We got the land. We will always be strong as long as we got the land. Strong enough to beat his wife, abuse his kids, and wring the neck of the family cat. Strong enough and isolated enough to live as he goddamned pleased without even a neighbor to hear the screams. The black storm clouds built, rolled, and roared. Now he was sitting tied to a chair while his father took a strap to his brother. His mother washed the dishes, and his father told them both that next it would be their turn. Now he and his brother were huddled under the front porch, planning their big escape while above their heads their mother wept and their father told her to go inside and wipe that goddamn blood off of her face. Now it was late at night, and he and his brother were sneaking out the front door at the last minute they turned and saw their mother standing pale and silent in the moonlight. Go, her eyes told them. Run away while you still can. Her bruised cheeks were streaked with wordless tears. They crept back inside, and she clutched them to her breast as if they were the only hope she had left. And he knew then that he hated his mother as much as he had ever loved her, and he knew then that she felt the same about him and his brother. They were the crabs stuck together in the bottom of a bucket and pulling one another down so no one ever made it to freedom. The man swayed on his feet. He felt the dark roll in, felt himself totter on the edge of the abyss. Time was slipping through his fingers. The man turned. He drove his fist forcefully into the wall and let the pain bring him back. The room came into focus. The dark spots cleared from his eyes better. The man crossed to his dresser. He got out his gun. He prepared for what must happen next. Chapter 30. Shenandoah, National Park, Virginia, 2:43 a.m., temperature 88 degrees, Rainey and Mac were still working the victim's body when Quincy materialized before them. His gaze went from them to Kathy Levine, then back to them. She's one of us, Rainey said as if he'd asked a question. Definitely? Well, she risked ordering a search team based solely on Mac's hunch, and now she's picking rice out of a corpse's pocket. You tell us? Quincy raised a brow and glanced at Levine again. Rice, uncooked white, she said briskly. Long grain. Then again, I'm a botanist, not a chef, so you may want a second opinion. Quincy switched his attention to Mac, who was carefully going over the girl's left foot. Why rice? Damned if I know. Anything else? She's wearing a necklace, some kind of vial filled with a clear fluid. That might be a hint. Then we got about 9 different bits of leaves, 4 or 5 samples of dirt, half a dozen kinds of grass, some crushed flower petals, and a whole lot of blood. Mac gestured to a stack of evidence containers. Help yourself to a sample. And good luck figuring out if it came from her hike through the woods or from him. This new strategy of his definitely puts a wrinkle in things. What'd you do with Kimberly? Feds got her. 3 heads shot up. Quincy smiled grimly. I believe there's been a change of plans. Quincy, Mac said curtly, tell me what the hell you're talking about. Quincy didn't look at him directly. Instead, his gaze went to Rainey. The FBI case team arrived. No Kaplan. No Watson. In fact, I don't recognize anyone on the team. They pulled in, spotted Kimberly, and immediately pulled her aside for questioning. I'm supposed to be waiting outside the lodge. Those assholes, Rainey exploded. First, they want nothing to do with this. Now it's suddenly their party, and no one else is invited to play. What are they going to do? Start all over at this stage of the game. I imagine they are going to do exactly that. The FBI can launch a pretty good search, you know. They'll bring in computer operators, stenographers, dog handlers, search and rescue teams, topography experts, and recon pilots. Within 24 hours, they'll have a full ops center set up roadside while planes search the surrounding areas with infrared photography and volunteers stand by to assist. It's not too shabby. Infrared photography is bullshit this time of year, Mac said tightly. We tried it ourselves. Every damn boulder and wandering bear shows up as a hit. Not to mention deer also look roughly like humans in the still photos. We ended up with hundreds of targets, and not a single one of them was ever the missing girl. Besides, that assumes the next victim is somewhere in these woods, and I already know she isn't. The man doesn't repeat an area, and the whole point of his game is to ramp up the challenge. The other girl is somewhere far from here, and believe it or not, someplace even more dangerous.
Judging from what I've seen so far, you're probably correct.
Quincy turned around, looking back up the darkened path. I give the new federal agents 10 minutes before they arrive down here, and that delay is only because Kimberly promised to be unforthcoming with her answers. I know she's good at that. He grimaced, then turned back. All right, for the next 10 minutes at least. I'm part of this case and have authority over evidence, so Ms. Levine, as a botanist, are any of these samples definitely out of place? The rice, she said immediately. I'll take half, the vial with fluid, maybe. Though that could be a personal possession. Do we have an inventory of what any of the girls were last seen wearing? No, answered Rainey. Quincy mulled it over. I'll take half the fluid. Mac nodded and immediately produced a glass vial from the evidence processing kit. Quincy noticed his hands were shaking slightly. Maybe fatigue. Maybe rage. Quincy knew from his own experience that it didn't really matter, just as long as you got the job done. Why take only half the samples? Levine asked. Because if I took the whole sample, something would be missing. The other agents might notice and ask, and then I might feel compelled to hand it over. If, on the other hand, nothing's obviously missing, they'll never ask. And I'll never tell, Quincy said with a grim smile. Now what else? Levine gestured helplessly to the pile of bags. I honestly don't know. Lighting's not great. I don't have a magnifying glass on me, given the state of half of this stuff. I'd say she picked it up crashing through the underbrush, but without more time for analysis. He generally leaves 3 to 4 clues, Max said quietly. So we're missing something, or he's making it harder, Rainey commented. Max shrugged. I'd say the stack of false positives makes it hard enough. Quincy glanced at his watch. You have 5 minutes. Sort through, then go. Oh, and Rainey, love, better turn off your cell phone. Mac had finished with the girl's foot and was moving up the body. He tilted back the girl's head, cracked open her mouth, then inserted a gloved finger into the abyss. He's twice hidden something in a victim's throat, he said by way of explanation. He twisted his hand left, then right, then side, and shook his head. I got something. Rainey looked up sharply. Can I get some better light? I don't know if this is just bad dandruff or what. Quincy adjusted his flashlight. Rainey parted the girl's hair. There appeared to be a fine powder dusted over the strands. As Rainey shook the victim's head, more residue fell onto the plastic bag she had laid beneath it. Levine moved closer, catching some of the dust on her finger and sniffing experimentally. I don't know, not dandruff? Too gritty almost. I don't know.
Take a sample,
Quincy ordered tersely, his gaze returning to the path. There, he heard it again. Not far off anymore. The thump of descending footfalls, Rainey, he murmured tightly. She hastily scraped a small bit of the powder into a glass vial, corked it, and threw it in her fanny pack. Kathy added some of the rice. Mac had already claimed half of the fluid. They were scrambling to their feet as Quincy moved toward Levine. If they ask, you started working the scene under my orders. This is what you found, properly cataloged and waiting for them. As for me, last you knew, I was heading away from the scene. Trust me, you won't be lying. The footsteps pounded closer. Quincy shook the botanist's hand. Thank you, he told Kathy Levine. Good luck. Quincy headed down the hillside and Rainey and Mac quickly followed suit. Levine watched as the darkness opened up, and then there was no one there at all. For the last time, how did you know to come to the park? What led you and Special Agent McCormack straight to Big Meadows and another girl's body? You'd have to ask Special Agent McCormack about his reasoning. Personally, I was in the mood for a hike. So, you just magically discovered the body, your second corpse in 24 hours? I guess I have a gift. Will you be asking for another hardship leave? Do you need more time to grieve, Ms.? Quincy, in between finding all these dead bodies? Kimberly thinned her lips. They'd been at this for 2 hours now, she and Agent Tightass, who had introduced himself with a real name, though she'd long forgotten what it was. He'd thrust, she'd parry, he'd punch, she'd dodge. Neither one of them was having much fun, and in fact, given the late hour and lack of sleep, both of them were getting more than a little pissed. I want water, she said now in a minute. I hiked 5 hours in nearly 100-degree heat. Give me water. Or when I succumb to dehydration, I'll sue your ass, end your career, and keep you from ever having that fat government pension to fund your golden years. Are we clear? Your attitude doesn't speak well for an aspiring agent, Tightass said curtly. Yeah, they didn't care for it much at the academy either. Now I want my water. Tightass was still scowling, obviously debating whether he should give in when the door opened and Kimberly's father strode in. Funny, for the first time in years, she was genuinely happy to see him, and they'd only parted ways hours ago. The EMTs will see you now, Quincy said. Kimberly blinked her eyes a few times, and then she got it. Oh, thank God, my aching, everything. Wait a minute. Tightass started. My daughter has had a very long day. Not only has she been instrumental in finding a lost woman, but as you can tell by looking at her arms and legs, it was at great personal cost to herself. Kimberly smiled at Tightass. It was true. She did look like hell. I walked into a patch of stinging nettles, she volunteered cheerfully, and some poison ivy and about a dozen trees, not to mention what I did to my ankles. Oh yeah, I need some medical attention. I have more questions, Tightass said tersely. When she's done being treated, I'm sure my daughter would be delighted to cooperate. She's not cooperating now, Kimberly, her father said in a chastising tone. She shrugged. I'm tired, I'm hot, and I'm in pain. How am I supposed to think clearly when I've been denied water and proper medical attention? Of course. Quincy was already crossing the room and helping her out of the metal folding chair. Really, Agent, I know my daughter is a very strong young lady, but even you should know better than to question someone without first getting them proper treatment. I'm taking her straight to the EMTs. You can ask your questions again after that. I don't know. Quincy already had his right arm wrapped around Kimberly's waist and his left hand holding her arm around his shoulder as if she was in desperate need of support. Come to the medic station in 30 minutes. I'm sure she'll be ready for you then. Then Quincy and Kimberly were out the door, Quincy half bearing her weight and Kimberly managing a truly impressive limp. In case Tightass was watching, Quincy took her straight to the first aid station. And as long as she was there, Kimberly had some water, grabbed 4 orange slices, and then saw an EMT for approximately 30 seconds. He gave her salve for her legs and arms, then she and Quincy were striding rapidly away from the station and into a remote section of the parking lot. Rainey was waiting. So was Mac. They each had a vehicle. Get in the car, Quincy said. We talk again on the road. Chapter 31. Shenandoah National Park, Virginia, 3:16 a.m. Temperature, 88 degrees. Mac followed Quincy's taillights, leading them away from the buzzing chaos of Big Meadows and into the inky black of a winding road lit only by the moon and stars. Kimberly didn't speak right away. Neither did Mac. She was tired again, but in a different sort of way now. This was the physical fatigue that came after a long, arduous journey and little sleep. She liked this kind of tired better. It was familiar to her, almost comforting. She had always pushed her body hard, and it had always recovered quickly, her battered emotions in contrast. Mac reached over and took her hand. After another moment, she squeezed his fingers with her own. I could sure use some coffee, he said, about 4 gallons. I could use a vacation about 4 decades. How about a nice, cool shower? How about air conditioning, fresh clothes? A soft bed, a giant platter of buttermilk biscuits smothered in gravy. A pitcher of ice water topped with sliced lemon, she sighed. He followed suit. We're not going to bed any time soon, are we? She asked quietly. Doesn't look it. What happened? Not sure. Your father showed up, said an official FBI case team had arrived and that we were no longer invited to the party. Damn those feds. They pulled Dad and Rainey off the case? Kimberly was incredulous. Not yet. The fact that they both turned off their cell phones and made a quick getaway probably helped. But it looks like the feds are trying to reinvent the wheel again, and even your father knows better. We worked with Kathy Levine to identify which items might be clues on the victim's body, then we took half the evidence, and now, just for the record, I believe we're officially AWOL. Did you really want to be an FBI agent, Kimberly? 'Cause after this, fuck the FBI? Now tell me the plan. We work with your father and Rainey. We see if we can't find the remaining 2 girls, then we track down the son of a bitch who did this and nail him to the wall. That's the nicest thing I've heard all night. Well, he said modestly, I do try. Shortly, Quincy's car turned in at one of the scenic vistas, and Mac followed suit. Given the hour, no other cars were around, and they were far enough off Skyline Drive to be invisible from the road. They all got out of the 2 vehicles and congregated around the hood of Mac's rental car. The night still felt hot and heavy. Crickets buzzed and frogs croaked, but even those sounds were curiously subdued, as if everything were hushed and waiting. There should be heat, lightning, and thunder. There should be an impressive July thunderstorm bringing cleansing rain and cooler temperatures. Instead, the heat wave pressed down on them, blanketing the world in stifling humidity and silencing half the creatures of the night. Quincy had taken off his jacket, loosened his tie, and rolled up his sleeves. So we have 3 possible clues, he said, by way of starting things off. A vial of liquid rice and some kind of dust from the victim's hair. Any ideas? Rice? Kimberly asked sharply. Uncooked white long grain, Mac informed her. At least that was Levine's best guess. Kimberly shook her head. That doesn't even make sense. He likes to make it harder, Mac said quietly. Welcome to the rules of the game. How far away do you think the other 2 victims are? Rainey spoke up. If he's taken multiple victims, maybe the first victim speaks for all 3. He's only one man after all, working with a limited amount of time to set this up. Mac shrugged. I can't be sure of this new format, of course. In Georgia, he definitely moved around a lot. We started at a state park famous for its granite gorge, then moved to cotton fields, then the banks of the Savannah River, and finally to the salt marshes on the coast. 4 clearly diverse regions of the state here, however. You're right, he has some practical issues involved in placing bodies all over the state, particularly in 24 hours or less. The logistics of hauling multiple bodies are complicated, Quincy commented. Vehicle of choice is probably a cargo van. Gives him a place to stash kidnapped women, inject poison in their veins, and then haul them around. In this case, he'd also need plenty of room, given 4 victims. How did he manage to snatch 4 women at once? Kimberly murmured. You'd think at least one of them would put up a fight. I doubt they had a chance. His favorite method of ambush is using a dart gun. He closes in on the car, darts the women with fast-acting ketamine, and they're drifting off to La La Land before anyone can protest. If another car drives by, he can pose as the designated driver with 4 passed-out passengers. Then, once the coast is clear, he loads the women into his van, ramps up the ketamine to keep them unconscious for as long as he needs, and he sets off for stage 2 of his master plan. He's not a flashy killer, but he certainly gets the job done. They all nodded morosely. Yes, the man certainly got the job done. Rainey said, You gotta call again. Quincy said to Mac. At the scene, caller swears he's not actually the killer, though. He got mad when I accused him of the crimes, swore he was just trying to help, and said he was sorry more girls had died. Not that he volunteered his name, or the killer's name, mind you, but he still swears he's a stand-up guy. The caller's lying, Quincy said flatly. You think, consider the timing of both your recent calls. First one comes the night before the first victim is found incidentally, right around the same time the killer must have been plotting his ambush if he had not already taken the 4 girls. Then the second call comes tonight, when you're at the scene of the second victim. I believe that is what Special Agent Kaplan would consider a suspicious coincidence. You think the eco-killer's close? Mac asked sharply. Killers like to what?
Why should this UNSU be different?
He's left a trail of breadcrumbs for us. Perhaps he also likes to note our progress. Quincy sighed, then squeezed the bridge of his nose. Earlier, you said the GBI attempted several times to find the eco-killer. You tried tracing the drugs that were used. You did the standard victim profiling. You looked at veterinarians, campers, hikers, bird watchers, all sorts of outdoorsmen. Yes, and you created a profile. It describes the killer as being male, white, above average intelligence, but probably stuck in a menial job, travels often, has limited social skills, and is prone to fits of rage when frustrated. That's what the expert told us. Two things strike me, Quincy said. One, I think the killer is even smarter than you think. By definition, his game forces your immediate attention and resources on finding the second victim instead of pursuing him.
Well, in the beginning, sure. A trail grows cold, Mac. Every detective knows that. The more time has passed, the more difficult it is to find a suspect.
Mac nodded his head more grudgingly.
Yeah, okay. And second, we now know something very interesting that you didn't know before, which is, the man has access to the Marine base at Quantico that narrows our suspect pool down to a relatively small group of people within the state of Virginia.
And that's a lead we shouldn't squander. You think a Marine or an FBI agent did this? Mac asked with a frown. Quincy had a faraway look in his eye. I don't know yet, but the emphasis on Quantico, the phone calls to you, there's something significant there, I just can't see it yet. Can you write down the conversation you had tonight? Word for word, all of the caller's comments. Dr. Annunzio will want to see it. You think he'll still help us? Kimberly spoke up.
You assume he knows we've been taken off the case. Quincy shrugged. He's a backroom academic. Field agents never think to keep those kinds informed. They live in their world. The BSU lives in its own. Besides, we're going to need Dr. Annunzio so far. Those letters and phone calls are the only direct link we have to the eco-killer, and that's important. If we're going to break this pattern, we must identify the UNSUB, otherwise we're only ever treating the symptoms, not the disease. You're not going to abandon the other two girls? Mac asked sharply. I am, Quincy said calmly, but you're not. Divide and conquer? Rainey spoke up. Exactly, Mac and Kimberly. You work on finding the girls. Rainey and I will continue our pursuit of the man himself. That could be dangerous, Mac said quietly. Quincy merely smiled. That's why I'm taking Rainey with me. Let him just dare to tangle with her. Amen, Rainey said soberly. We could try the USGS again, Kimberly said. Bring them the samples we have. I'm not sure what to make of the rice, but a hydrologist is a good start for the fluid. Mac nodded thoughtfully. They might know something about the rice. Maybe it's like the Hawaii connection wouldn't mean anything to a layman, but to the proper expert. Where are those offices? Quincy asked. Richmond. What time do they open? 8 a.m.? Quincy glanced at his watch. Well, good news, everyone. We can all grab a few hours' sleep after all. They drove out of the park. They found a chain motel in one of the nearby towns and booked 3 rooms. Quincy and Rainey disappeared into their tiny quarters. Mac went into his. Kimberly went into hers. The furniture was sparse and dingy. The bed was covered by a faded blue comforter and already had a crater in the middle from one too many guests. The air was motel air, stale, reeking of old cigarettes mixed with undertones of Windex. It was a room, it had a bed, she could sleep. Kimberly cranked the air conditioning. She stripped off her sweat-soaked clothes, climbed into the shower and scrubbed her battered body. She shampooed her hair again and again while trying to forget the rocks, the snakes, that poor girl's torturous death. She scrubbed, and she knew then that it would never be enough. She was thinking of Mandy again, and of her mother, and of the girl found at Quantico, and of Vivian Benson. Except the victims got all tangled in her mind. And sometimes the body in the Quantico woods bore Mandy's face, and sometimes the girl in the rocks was actually Kimberly in disguise, and sometimes her mother was fleeing through the woods trying to escape the eco-killer when she had already been butchered by a madman 6 years before. An investigator should have objectivity. An investigator should be dispassionate. Kimberly finally got out of the shower. She pulled on a t-shirt. She used the dingy towel to wipe the steam from the mirror, and then she regarded her reflection. Pale, bruised face, sunken cheeks, bloodless lips, oversized blue eyes. Jesus. She looked too scared to be herself. She almost lost it again. Her hands gripped the edge of the wash basin tightly. She sank her teeth in her lower lip and fought bitterly for some trace of sanity. All of her life she'd been focused, shooting guns, reading homicide textbooks. She had genuinely found crime fascinating, sought it out as her father's daughter. All cases were puzzles to be solved. She wanted the challenge. Wear a badge, save the world, always be the one in control. Tough, cool as a cucumber, Kimberly. She now felt her own mortality as a hollow spot deep in her stomach, and she knew she wasn't so tough anymore. 26 years old, all the defenses had finally been stripped away. Now here she was, a young, overwhelmed woman who couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, and had a fear of snakes. Save the world? She couldn't even save herself. She should just quit, let her father, Rainey, and Mac go at it alone. She'd already bailed from the academy. What would it matter if she simply disappeared now? She could spend the rest of her life curled up in a closet, hands clasped around her knees. Who could blame her? She'd already lost half of her family and almost been killed twice. If anyone was entitled to a nervous breakdown, surely it was Kimberly. But then she started thinking of the two missing girls again. Mac had told her their names, Karen Clarence, Tina Crone, two young college students who'd simply wanted to hang out with friends on a hot Tuesday night. Karen Clarence, Tina Crone, someone had to find them. Someone had to do something, and maybe she was her father's daughter after all, because she couldn't just walk away. She could quit the academy, but she could not quit this case. A knock sounded on the door. Kimberly's gaze came up slowly. She knew who had to be standing there. She should ignore him. She was already walking across the room. She opened the door. Mac had obviously used the past 30 minutes to shower and shave. "Hey," he said softly, and strode into her room. "Mac, I'm too tired. I know I am too." He took her arm and led her over to the bed. She followed only grudgingly. Maybe she did like the smell of his soap, but she also wished desperately to just be alone. "Have I mentioned yet that I don't sleep well in strange motel rooms?" he asked. "No. Have I mentioned that I think you look really good wearing just a t-shirt? No. Have I mentioned how good I look wearing nothing at all? No. Well, that's a shame, because it's all true. But you're tired and I'm tired, so this is all we're going to do tonight." He sat on the bed and tried to pull her down with him. She, however, dug in her heels. "I can't do this," she whispered. He didn't force the issue. Instead, he reached up a large hand and cradled her cheek. His blue eyes weren't laughing anymore. Instead, he studied her intently, his eyes dark, his expression somber. When he looked at her like this, she could barely breathe. "You scared me tonight," he told her quietly. "When you were up on those rocks, surrounded by all those snakes, you scared me. I scared me too. Do you think I'm toying with you, Kimberly? I don't know. It bothers you that I can flirt, that I can smile. Sometimes, earnest Kimberly." His thumb stroked her cheek. "You are honestly the most beautiful woman I've ever met, and I don't know how to tell you that without you thinking it's just some kind of line." She closed her eyes. "Don't. Would you like to hit me?" he murmured. "Would you like to yell and scream at the world, or maybe hurl your knife? I don't mind it when you're angry, honey. Anything's better than seeing you sad. That did it?" She sank down on the bed beside him, feeling something big and brittle give way in the middle of her chest. Was this weakening? Was this succumbing? She didn't know anymore. She didn't care. Suddenly she wanted to press her head against the broad expanse of his chest. She wanted to wrap her arms tightly around his lean waist. She wanted his warmth all around her, his arms holding her close. She wanted his body above her body, demanding and taking and conquering. She wanted something fierce and fast where she didn't have to think and didn't have to feel. She could simply be. She would blame him for it all in the morning. Her head came up. She brushed her lips over his, feeling his breath tickle her cheek and being rewarded his tremor. She kissed his jaw. Smooth square, she followed its line to his throat where she could see his pulse pounding. His hands were on her waist, not moving, but she could feel his tension now, his body hard and tightly leashed with his effort at control. She caught the fragrance of his soap again, then the trace of the mint on his breath, the spicy tones of his aftershave on his freshly razored cheek. She faltered again. The elements were personal, powerful. Things he had done just for her that had no place in raw, meaningless sex. She was going to cry again. Oh, God, she hated this hard lump in her chest. She didn't want to be this creature anymore. She wanted to return to cold, logical Kimberly. Anything had to be better than to be this weepy all the time. Anything had to be better than to feel this much pain. Mac's hands had moved. Now they found her hair gently feathering it back. Now his fingers ran from her temples all the way down to the taut lines of her neck. "Shh," he murmured. "Shh," though she wasn't aware she'd ever made a sound. "I don't know who I am anymore. You just need sleep, honey. It'll be better in the morning. Everything's better in the morning." Mac pulled her down beside him. She fell without protest, feeling his arousal press hard against her hip. Now he would do something, she thought, but he didn't. He merely tucked her into the curve of his body, his chest hot against her back, his arms like steel bands around her waist. "I don't like strange motel rooms either," she said abruptly, and could almost see his grin against her hair. Then, in another minute, she could tell he had drifted off. Kimberly closed her eyes. She curled her fingers around Mac's arms. She slept the best she had in years. Chapter 32. Front Royal, Virginia, 6:19 a.m. Temperature 88 degrees, Mac. Woke first, the tinny bleat of his cell phone penetrating his deep slumber. He had a moment of disorientation trying to place the dimly lit room with its sagging bed and stale-smelling air. Then he registered Kimberly, still curled up soft and snug in the crook of his arm, and the rest of the evening came back to him. He moved quickly now, not wanting to wake her. He slid his right arm from beneath her head, felt the resulting tingle shoot up from his elbow as various nerve endings fired to life, and swallowed a rueful curse. He shook out his hand, realizing now he didn't know where his phone was. He had a vague memory of throwing it across the room during the night. Frankly, given his recent treatment of his phone, it was a miracle it was working at all. He dropped to the floor, scrambling on all fours until he finally came up with the palm-sized object. He flipped it open, just as it was ringing for the fourth time. "Special Agent McCormack here." He glanced at the bed. Kimberly still hadn't stirred. "Took you long enough," a distinctly male voice said. Mac relaxed immediately. No more distorted voices to mess with his head. This was simply his boss, Special Agent in charge Lee Grogan. "Been a long night," Mac replied. "Successful?" "Not especially." Mac filled in the details of the past 12 hours. Grogan listened without interruption. "It's definitely him, then? No doubt in my mind, of course, for an official opinion you'd have to consult the feds. They probably think it's a terrorist act." "You sound bitter, Mac. 3 hours of sleep will do that to a guy. Now, best we can tell, we got 2 more girls out there. Pardon my French, but fuck the feds. I have some leads and I'm going after them."
And I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
"In fact, I'm going to pretend we're talking about fishing." Grogan sighed. "Officially speaking, Mac, there's nothing I can offer you. My boss can press their boss for cooperation, but given that it's the Phoebes, we're frozen out."
Probably.
"At least they'll refer to us one day at the press conference when they announce their big catch. We'll be the local yokels who had a shot at the guy the first time around and couldn't get the job done. You know the drill?" "I can't give up," Mac said quietly. "Don't let me come between a man and some fishing," Grogan said. "Thank you, sir. We have another complication." "Uh-oh." Mac rubbed his hand over his face. He was already tired again, and so far he'd only been awake 10 minutes.
What's up?
Nora Ray Watts. "Huh?" "She called me in the middle of the night. She wants to talk to you. She claims she has information about the case, and she'll only give it to you in person. Mac, she knew 2 girls were dead. Has there been something in the papers?" "Not a peep, Mac. I didn't even know 2 girls were dead until 10 minutes ago when I called you. Frankly, I'm a little freaked out." "He's contacted her," Mac murmured. "It's possible. It's the only thing that makes sense. Writing his letters isn't enough anymore. Calling me is probably just frustrating him. Hell, I hope so. So now he's contacting a past victim. Son of a bitch. What do you want to do? I can't go back to Atlanta. I don't have time. I told Nora Ray you were out of town. And she said she would come to you. In all honesty, Mac, I think that's what she wants." Mac blinked his eyes, dumbfounded. After everything Nora Ray had been through, to drag her back into this mess. A civilian? A victim? "No," he said gruffly. His supervisor was quiet. "No way," Mac said again. "She doesn't deserve this. He messed with her life once already. Now it's time for her to be free of him, to heal and be with her family. Hell, to forget this ever happened. I don't think that's working for her. I can't protect her, Lee. I don't know where this guy is. I don't know where he's going to strike next." "It's a long story, but I've been working with a former FBI profiler, and he thinks the killer may be keeping tabs on us. I'll tell her that. Damn right, and if she still wants to come, she's a fool, Mac, if she knows something, if she has a lead." Mac hung his head. He raked his hand through his hair. God, there were times he hated his job. "I can meet her at the airport in Richmond," he said at last. "Sooner versus later, days young, and a lot can happen yet. I'll be in touch. And Mac, good luck fishing." Mac flipped his phone shut. He rested his forehead against the cool silver shape. What a mess. He should go back to bed, or at the very least, crawl back into a shower. When he got up the second time, maybe this day would make more sense. But the fuzz was already clearing. He was thinking of water and rice and obscure clues that had to lead to real and terrible places. They had been lucky to sleep at all last night. God knows when they'd sleep again. He rose and crossed to the bed. Kimberly's arms were wrapped around her waist, her body held tightly together as if she were protecting herself even when asleep. He sat down on the edge of the mattress. He touched the curve of her jaw with his thumb, then feathered back her short, dusty blonde hair. She didn't stir. She looked more vulnerable in sleep, her fine features delicate and even a trace fragile. He didn't let the image fool him. A guy could spend years just working on learning the curve of her smile, and still one day she'd walk out the door and never look back. Probably think she'd done him a favor in her world. Guys like him didn't fall for girls like her. Funny, 'cause in his world he was already long gone. He stroked his fingers down her arm, and her eyes finally fluttered open. "I'm sorry, sweetheart," he whispered. "Did someone else die?" "Not if we keep moving." Kimberly sat up and without another word headed for the bathroom. He lay down on the bed and placed his hand on the spot still warm from the heat of her body. He could hear the sound of running water now, the rattle of old rusty pipes he thought again of yesterday, and the sight of Kimberly surrounded by dozens of rattlesnakes. "I'm going to take better care of you," he vowed in the quiet of the room, but he already wondered where the day would lead and if that promise could be kept. The Killing Hour. A Bantam book, July 2003, published by Bantam Dell, a division of Random House, Inc., New York, New York. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead events or locales is entirely coincidental. All rights reserved. Copyright C. 2003 by Lisa Gardner, Inc. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system, without the written permission of the publisher, except where permitted by law. Bantam Books is a registered trademark of Random House, Inc., and the colophon is a trademark of Random House, Inc. Visit our website at www.bantamdell.com, Library of Congress Cataloging in Publication Data, Gardner, Lisa. The Killing Hour, Lisa Gardner. P. ISBN 0553897667. Government Investigators, Fiction. 2. Women Detectives, Fiction. 3. Serial Murders, Fiction. 4. Kidnapping Fiction. I. Title. PS 3557 A7132 K55 2003 813 54 DC 21 2003 049646. Published simultaneously in Canada, V1 Chapter 33. Richmond, Virginia, 8:08 a.m. Temperature 88 degrees. Sure as hell looks like water to me. Kimberly sighed with relief. while Mac visibly sagged against the wall of the tiny office. Neither of them had realized just how tensely they'd been awaiting that news until USGS hydrologist Brian Knowles had delivered it. Could it be holy water? Kimberly asked. Knowles shot her a look. I don't exactly have a test for that. I'm just a mere government employee, not the Pope. But can you help them out? Ray Lee Chi prodded him. He'd personally brought Mac and Kimberly to Knowles's office just 10 minutes earlier. Now he was perched on the edge of a gunmetal gray filing cabinet, swinging his feet rhythmically. Mac spoke up. We'd like to be able to test the sample. Ideally, we need to trace it to a source such as a specific pond or stream or watering hole. Can you do that? Knowles yawned, rolled out one sleepy shoulder, and seemed to consider it. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, a good-looking guy with a thick head of woolly brown hair and the world's rattiest jeans. Like Ray Lee Chi, he appeared remarkably fit. Unlike the geographer, however, mornings weren't his thing. Brian Knowles looked as tired as Kimberly felt. Well, he said shortly, we can test a water sample for all sorts of things: pH, dissolved oxygen, temperature, turbidity, salinity, nitrogen, ammonia, arsenic, bacteria. Then there's water hardness, tests for various inorganic constituents such as iron, manganese, and sulfates, as well as tests for various water pollutants. So testing, yeah, we can do that. Good, Max said encouragingly. Just one hitch, though. Knowles spread his hands in a helpless gesture. We're not out in the field, and you can't do squat with 6 drops of water. Mac raised a startled brow. He glanced at Kimberly, who shrugged. At least we brought you water, she commented. We only gave Ray a picture of a leaf. Damn right, and I did good, Ray boasted. So don't you ruin our track record now, Knowles?
We keep this up, and maybe we can get our own TV show. Law and Order, U.S. Geological Survey Unit. Think of the chicks, Brian. Think of the chicks. Knowles, however, didn't appear convinced. He leaned back in his desk chair and locked his hands behind his head. Look, I'm just being practical here. To get accurate results from any sort of water test, you need to be at the source, looking at the sample in situ. The minute you bottled up this water, a couple of things happened.
1, you changed the temperature. 2, you removed it from its oxygen source, rendering a test for diffused oxygen useless. 3, the pH is going up from off-gas. 4, you may have contaminated the sample from the container itself. And 5, well, hell, I can't think of 5 at the moment, but let's just agree it's not good. Whatever I do to this sucker, the results are about as meaningful as a 6th toe gives you something to look at but doesn't do a damn thing.
We don't have a source,
Mac reminded him curtly.
That's the whole damn point. This sample is what we've been given. The source is what we gotta find. Come on. Surely there's something you can do.
Mac stared at the man with mute appeal after another moment. Knowles caved with a sigh. It won't be accurate, he warned. At this point, we'll take an educated guess. I don't know if I'd even call it that, but Knowles was fingering the glass tube bearing their precious sample.
You're sure you don't have more? I'd prefer about 40 milliliters. The best I could do would be 6 more drops. Knowles blinked. Damn, whoever gave you this was definitely feeling stingy. He likes a challenge. No kidding. I don't suppose you're going to tell me anything more about this case. Nope? Ah, well, never hurts to ask. Knowles sighed again, sat up in his chair and stared intently at the sample. Okay, it's possible to test for salinity. We just need enough water to cover the end of the probe. I could do pH, which also uses a meter, of course. The probe on the pH meter can deposit a tiny amount of potassium chloride in a sample, raising the electrical conductivity and screwing the salinity test. So we do salinity first, I guess, then examine pH. As for mineral testing, hell, I don't know if any of our test equipment is even calibrated for a sample this small bacteria tests. You have to run the water through a sieve. Not sure that would do much here. Same with testing for plant matter. He looked up. Salinity and pH it is then, though I'm telling you now the sample size is too limited. The methodology flawed, and all the results will be too relative to draw any sort of accurate conclusions. Other than that, what the hell, I'm game. I've never worked a murder case before. Any information is helpful, Max said grimly. Knowles opened a drawer. He pulled out a small plastic box with a well-worn label that read Field Kit.
He popped open the container and started pulling out handheld meters complete with long metal probes. Salinity first, he murmured to himself, fiddled around, then stuck the probe in the water. He didn't say anything right away, just grunted a few times. What does a salinity test measure? Kimberly asked. If it's fresh water or salt water? It can. Knowles glanced up at her. Basically, I'm measuring the amount of microsiemens per centimeter in the water, which gives me an idea of the dissolved content. Water on its own has no electrical conductivity, but water that has a lot of salt or other dissolved minerals in it will have a higher level of conductivity, more microsiemens per centimeter, so in a roundabout way we're trying to tell where this water has been. He looked at the meter, then pulled the probe from the sample. All right. According to my handy-dandy salinity meter, this water has a reading of 15,000 microsiemens per centimeter, so bearing in mind all my earlier caveats, what does that tell us? They all looked at him blankly, and he generously filled in. The water has good conductivity, not high enough to be salt water, but there's a fair amount of dissolved content in this sample, maybe minerals or ions, something that conducts electricity better than water alone. The water is contaminated? Mac asked hesitantly. The water is high in dissolved content, Knowles reiterated stubbornly. At this moment, we can't conclude anything more than that now. The logical thing would be to run tests for various minerals, which might answer your question. But we can't do that, so let's try pH. He set aside the first meter and inserted a second. He watched the meter, then frowned at it, then pulled out the tip and muttered, "Goddamn probe, hang on a sec." He wiped the tip, blew on the tip, then gave the whole thing a small whack with his hand. With a grunt of satisfaction, he finally returned the probe to the water. The second time didn't make him any happier. Well, shit on a stick, this is no good. What's wrong? Kimberly asked. Sample must be too small for the probe, or my meter's out of whack to believe this thing. The pH is 3.8, and that just ain't happening. This time, he banged the probe twice against the desk. Then he tried again. What does 3.8 mean? Mac asked. Acidic, very acidic. Eat holes in your clothes level of acidic. Basic is a perfect 7.0. Most fish and algae need at least 6.5 to survive. Snails, clams, and mussels require 7.0, while insects, suckers, and carp can go as low as 6. So when we're testing ponds and streams with any sort of aquatic life, generally we're at least in the 6s. Now, in Virginia, rainfall has a pH of 4.2 to 4.5, so pure rainwater would test low. But we know this isn't pure rainwater thanks to the salinity test. 3.8. He was still shaking his head. That's ridiculous. He glanced at the meter again, gave a final growl of disgust, and yanked out the probe. What's it saying? Mac asked intently. Same garbage as before, 3.8. I'm sorry, but the sample has got to be too small. That's all there is to it.
You're 3 for 3,
Kimberly spoke up quietly.
3 tests, 3 similar results. Maybe the water is that acidic? It doesn't make any sense, especially when you consider that any pH reading we're getting now is actually higher than the original pH at the source. Frankly, we just don't see pH readings below 4.5. It doesn't happen. Well, except maybe in cases of acid mine drainage. Mac straightened immediately. Tell us about acid mine drainage. Not much to tell. Water spills out of the mine or goes through tailings of the mine, getting contaminated as it goes. The pH ends up extremely low, possibly in the 2s, and that would be extremely rare. Something unusual in this state. Knowles gave Mac a look. Buddy, there aren't many places in the world that have pH readings in the 2s, let alone in the state of Virginia. Where is this mine? Kimberly said urgently. You mean mines, S as in plural, as in coal mines, we're loaded with them. Where?
Southwestern Virginia, mostly. There's a good 7 counties, I think.
Knowles was looking at Ray for confirmation. Let's see, Dickinson, Lee, Russell, Scott. Hell, I'm never going to be able to do this off the top of my head. Let me look 'em up. He pushed back toward his filing cabinet, gave Ray's legs a prodding shove, then rifled through some manila files. How big is the area? Kimberly pressed him. Knowles shrugged, then looked again at Ray. Most of the southwestern corner of the state, Ray offered up. It's not small. If that's what you mean. But the water probably came from there, Mac asserted. I will not say that, Knowles warned him. Sample too small, results too subjective, too many variables beyond my control. But it is a strong possibility. If you accept that reading of 3.8 to be correct, then yes, a mine would be a good place to look for this kind of contaminated water supply. The only other possible theory? He stopped, chewed on his lower lip. It's gotta be contamination of some kind, he muttered at last. That's the only thing that could reduce the pH levels so dramatically. Now, it could be from a mine. It could also be pollution from organic wastes. Basically, a large dose of biodegradable organic material gets in the water. Bacteria feed off the waste, bacterial population explodes, and now the bacteria consume oxygen faster than the algae or aquatic plants can replace it. Bada bing, bada boom. Anything that needs oxygen to live, say, fish, insects, plants, dies, and anaerobic bacteria take over the water source. They're about the only thing that can live at pH that low, but you can't test it for bacteria, can you? Kimberly quizzed him. Nah, sample's too small. Is there anything else you can do? Well, I could try testing for minerals. We got a guy around here who's been squeezing water out of core samples going back thousands of years and running that stuff through the equipment. I know those water samples have got to be small, but he's gotten some results. I don't know how good. We'll take anything, Mac interrupted him. It's very important, Kimberly reiterated. We need to narrow down this water to the smallest geographic region possible. 7 counties is a start, but 7 miles would be better. 7 miles, huh? Knowles gave her a doubtful look. Even if I did get lucky and identify a bunch of minerals, well, he caught himself. Then again, there are some key physiographic differences among the mine counties. A lot of sandstone and shale in some areas, karst in others, so mineral results might help. Not 7 miles, mind you. But I might be able to get you down to a county or two. I guess we'll find out. How long? Mac pressed him. First, I'm going to have to talk to the guy, figure out how to set up the equipment. I'd say give me a couple of days. I'll give you 2 hours. Say what? Listen to me. 2 women are missing. It's been nearly 48 hours now, and 1 woman is somewhere around that water. We either find her soon or it won't much matter anymore. Knowles's mouth was ajar. He looked pale and troubled at the news, then glanced at the tiny sample with a fresh distrust. All right, he said abruptly. Give me 2 hours, 1 last item. Mac's attention went to Ray Lee Chi. We have 1 more sample we need tested. Problem is, we don't know what it is. He held out the glass vial bearing the residue from the second victim's hair. Ray took it first, then handed it over to Knowles. Neither man knew what it was, but decided a palynologist would be their best bet, an expert in pollen, and they were in luck.
One of the best in the state, Lloyd Armitage, was due in this afternoon for a team meeting. Anything else? Ray asked.
Rice, Kimberly said. Uncooked long grain. Does that mean anything to either of you? That brought a fresh round of bemused looks. Knowles confessed he was a pasta man. Ray Lee Chi said he'd always hated to cook, but hey, they'd ask around, and that was that. Knowles would attempt to test their water for mineral samples. Ray would inquire about rice, and Mac and Kimberly would hit the road. The leaf was easier, Kimberly said shortly as they walked down the hall. That was probably the point. Mac pushed through the exterior door and led them back into the wall of heat. He glanced at his watch, and Kimberly caught the gesture. Time? Yep. They got into his car and headed for the airport. Chapter 34, Richmond, Virginia, 10:34 a.m. Temperature, 94 degrees. Kimberly's first glimpse of Nora Ray Watts was not what she had expected. In her mind, she had pictured a young, deeply traumatized girl. Head bowed, shoulders hunched, she would wear nondescript clothes, trying desperately to blend in, while her furtive gaze would dash around the crowded airport, already seeking the source of some unnamed threat. They'd handle the girl with kid gloves, buy her a Coke, pick her brain for what she claimed to know about the eco-killer, then send her back to the relative safety of Atlanta. That's how these things were done, and frankly, they didn't have time to dick around. Nora Ray Watts, however, had another plan in mind. She strode down the middle of the airport terminal with an old flowered bag slung over her shoulder. Her head was up, her shoulders square. She wore a pair of slim-fitting jeans, a wispy blue shirt over a white tank top, and a pair of heavy-duty hiking boots. Her long brown hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and she hadn't a shred of makeup on her face. She headed straight for them, and the other travelers immediately gave way. Kimberly had two impressions at once, a young girl grown up too fast and a remote woman who now existed as an island in the sea of humanity. Then Kimberly wondered with almost a sense of panic if that's what people saw when they peered into her own face. Nora Ray walked up and Kimberly looked away. "Special Agent McCormack," she said gravely and shook Mac's outstretched hand. He introduced Kimberly, and Nora Ray took her hand as well. The girl's grip was firm but quick, someone who didn't like touching. "How was the flight?" Mac asked. "Fine. How are your parents?" "Fine. Uh-huh."
And what kind of story did you feed them about today? Nora Ray brought her chin up. I told them I was going to spend a few days with an old college classmate in Atlanta. My father was happy I was going to see a friend. My mother was busy watching Family Ties. Lying's not good for the soul, little girl. No, and neither is fear, shall we? She headed toward the food court while Mac arched a brow. "She's not your typical victim," Kimberly murmured as they fell in step behind the girl.
Mac merely shrugged. "She has a good family. Least she did before this." In the food court, Mac and Kimberly got large cups of bitter coffee. Nora Ray purchased a soda and a banana muffin, which she then proceeded to pick at with her fingers as they sat at a small plastic table. Mac didn't ask anything right away. Kimberly, too, took her time, sipping the foul-tasting brew, looking around the Richmond airport as if she hadn't a care in the world. Nothing better to do than sit around in air-conditioned glory. Nothing more urgent today than getting that perfect cup of coffee. If only her heart hadn't been beating so hard in her chest. If only they all hadn't been so unbearably aware of the fleeting nature of time. "I want to help," Nora Ray said abruptly. She'd finished destroying her muffin, and now she looked at them with a nervous, shaky expression. Closer to the young girl again, not so much. The remote woman. "My boss tells me you know something about the current situation," Max said neutrally. "He's at it again, taking girls. 2 are dead, aren't they? How do you know that, honey? Because I do. He call you? No. Send you letters? No." She stiffened her spine, her voice grew stubborn. "You answer my question first. Are 2 more girls dead? Is he doing it again?" Mac was silent, letting the moment drag out. Nora Ray's fingers returned to the bits of her muffin. She kneaded them back together, then tore them apart into a fresh round of small, doughy balls. But the girl was good. She outlasted both of them. "Yeah," Mac said tersely. "Yeah, he's killing again." The fire left her all at once. Nora Ray's shoulders slumped, her hands fell heavily on the table. "I knew it," she whispered. "I didn't want to know. I wanted to believe it was only a dream. But in my heart, I always knew. Poor girls. They never stood a chance." Mac leaned forward. He folded his arms on the table and studied her intently. "Nora Ray, you have to start talking. How do you know these things? You won't laugh after the last 36 hours. I don't have the strength left in me to smile." Nora Ray's gaze flickered to Kimberly. "I'm even more tired than he is," Kimberly told her. "So your secret's safe with us. I dreamt them." "You dreamt them?" "I dream of my sister all the time, you know. I never tell people. It would only upset them, but for years I've watched Mary Lynn. She's happy, I think, wherever she is. There are fields and horses and plenty of sunshine. She doesn't see me. I don't know if I exist in her place, but I get to see her from time to time, and I think she's doing all right. But then a few days ago, another girl appeared, and last night, a second girl joined her on the fence. I think they're still figuring out that they're dead." Mac's expression had gone blank. He rubbed one large hand over his face, then did it again and again. He doesn't know what to do, Kimberly realized. He doesn't know what to say. However, either one of them had imagined this conversation going, "This wasn't it." "Are these girls aware of you?" Kimberly asked at last. "Do they talk to you?" "Yes, one of them has a younger sister. She wanted to know if her sister would also dream about her at night. Can you describe the girls?" Nora Ray rattled off 2 descriptions. They weren't exactly right, but neither were they wrong. A blonde, a brunette. People who claimed to have psychic ability often relied on generic descriptions to get your own imagination to fill in the blanks. Kimberly was feeling tired again. "Do you see the man?" Mac asked Nora Ray sharply. "No. You just dream of the girls?" "Yes." Mac spread his hands. "Nora Ray, I don't see how that helps us." "I don't either," she admitted, her tone suddenly sodden and on the edge of tears.
But it's something, isn't it? I have a connection. Some kind of, I don't know what. But I'm seeing these girls. I know they died. I know they're hurt and confused and angry as hell at this man for what he did to them. Maybe I can use that. Maybe I can ask them more questions, get information on the killer, find out where he lives. I don't know, but it's something. I know it's something." Her voice broke off raggedly. Her hands were now compulsively mashing muffin bits into the tabletop.
She squished the soft dough harder and harder with her thumbs. It appeared to be her last link to sanity. Kimberly looked at Mac. He seemed sorry to have agreed to this meeting. She couldn't blame him. "I appreciate you coming out and telling me this," he said at last, his tone grave. "You're not sending me home, Nora Ray, no. I can help. I don't know how yet, but I can help if you're still looking. Then I'm staying, Nora Ray. You're a civilian."
Now I'm in the middle of a formal police investigation. It's demanding and time-consuming, and while I'm sure you mean well, your presence, in fact, will only slow me down, and if you'll pardon my French, fuck things up. So go home, I'll call you when we've learned something. He's going to strike again. That last summer he struck twice. He'll do the same now. Nora Ray, honey. Max spread his hands.
He seemed to be searching for some way to get through to the girl, to make her understand the futility of her efforts. The killer's already struck twice in a manner of speaking this time. Instead of taking 2 girls, he ambushed 4. Now 2 are dead, 2 are missing, and so help me God, I can't keep sitting here and having this conversation. We are in the middle of serious business. Go home, Nora Ray. I'll be in touch. Mac rose from the table. Kimberly took that as her cue to join him. But once again, Nora Ray did not conform to type. She also got up from the table, and this time her brown eyes held a bright, feverish light. "That's it, then," the young girl breathed. "We're going to find the missing girls. That's why I'm seeing the first 2 in my dreams. I was meant to come. I was meant to help." "Nora Ray," the girl cut him off with a firm shake of her head. "No, I'm 21. I'm an adult. I've made my choice."
I'm going with you, whether I have to follow you in a taxi or latch onto your trunk. You're in a hurry, so just nod yes and we can all get on with this. 3 heads are better than 2, you'll see. Get on that plane or I will call your parents. No, you look me in the eye and tell me that I'm wrong. Go on. Tell me you're 100% certain I can't help, because this man's been killing a long time, Special Agent McCormack.
This man he's been killing for years, and you still haven't stopped him. Given all that, maybe dreams aren't such a bad place to start. Mac visibly faltered. As guilt trips went, the girl was good, and there was a nugget of truth to what she said. More than a few reputable police departments had brought in psychics and seers over the years. Detectives got to a point in a case where everything logical had been done. Timelines had been analyzed and overanalyzed, evidence traced and retraced. And cops grew frustrated and trails grew cold, and next thing they knew, the Mad Hatter on the other end of the phone saying "I've had a vision" was the best lead they'd gotten all year. Kimberly found she was suddenly very into the idea of dreams, and she'd only been working the case 36 hours. She couldn't imagine how Mac must feel after 5 brutal years. And now here they were. 2 girls dead. 2 girls missing. Clock ticking.
You know the kind of terrain this man picks, Max said at last.
Nora Ray hefted the pack by her side, then kicked out one hiking boot. "I came prepared. It's dangerous," she merely smiled. "You don't have to tell me that. You were lucky 3 years ago. I know, I've practiced since then, read survival books, studied nature, got in shape. You'd be amazed how much I know now. I might even be helpful to you. This isn't your battle to fight. It's my only battle to fight."
My sister's never coming home, Special Agent McCormack. My family has fallen apart. I've spent 3 years shut inside a dead house waiting for the day I'd magically stop being afraid.
Well, you know what? It's never going to happen on its own, so I might as well be here. It's not a vendetta. We find him and you try to touch a hair on his head. I'm a 21-year-old girl traveling with a pack that's been cleared by airport security. What do you think I'm going to do? Max still looked very uncomfortable. He glanced at Kimberly. She shrugged. You do attract a certain kind of woman, she told him. I'm changing my cologne, he said seriously. And until then, he sighed, stared down the terminal. Fine, he said suddenly, shortly. What the hell? I'm illegal on this case. Kimberly's illegal on this case. What's one more member of unsanctioned personnel? Goddamn strangest investigation I've ever led. Know anything about rice? He asked Nora Ray sharply. No. What about pollen? It makes you go ah-chew. He shook his head. Grab your bag. We've got a lot more ground to cover and it's already getting late. Nora Ray fell in step beside Kimberly as both of them scrambled to keep up with Mac's long, angry strides. Feel better? Kimberly asked Nora Ray at last. No, the young girl answered. Mostly I feel afraid. Chapter 35, Quantico, Virginia, 10:41 a.m. Temperature, 92 degrees, Quincy and Rainey drove to Quantico in silence. They did that a lot these days. Ate in silence, traveled in silence, shared a room in silence. Funny how Rainey hadn't noticed it much in the beginning. Maybe it had seemed like personable silence back then. Two people so comfortable with each other they no longer needed words now. It seemed more ominous if silence was a noise than this silence was the sharp crack of an iceberg, suddenly tearing apart in the middle of an ancient glacier field. Rainey pressed her forehead against the warm glass of the passenger side window. She rubbed her temples unconsciously and wished she could get these thoughts out of her head. Outside, the sun beat down relentlessly. Even with the AC cranked in the tiny rental car, she could feel the heat gathering just beyond the vents. Her bare legs were hot from sunbeams. She could already feel sweat trickle uncomfortably down her back. Thinking of Oregon? Quincy asked abruptly. He was wearing his customary blue suit, jacket draped neatly in the back seat for now, but tie still knotted around his throat. She didn't know how he did it every morning. Not exactly. She straightened in her seat, stretching out her bare legs. She wore a fresh pair of khaki shorts and a white collared shirt that desperately needed ironing. No suits for her, not even if they were returning to Quantico. The place wasn't her hallowed ground, and they both knew it. You're thinking of Oregon a lot these days, aren't you? Quincy asked again. She looked at him more carefully, surprised by his tenacity. His face was impossible to read. Dark eyes peering straight ahead, his lips set in a tight line. He was going for the neutral psychologist on-duty approach, she decided. Yeah, she said. It's been a long time. Nearly 2 years. Maybe after this, we should go there to Oregon, have a vacation. All right. Her voice came out thicker than she intended. Damn it, she had tears in her eyes. He heard it, turned toward her, and for the first time she saw the full panic on his face. Rainey, I know. Have I done something wrong? It's not you. I know I can be distant. I know I get a little lost in my work. It's my work, too. But you're not happy, Rainey. It's not just today, either. You haven't been happy in a long, long time. No. It shocked her to finally say it out loud, and in the next instant, she felt a curious sensation in the middle of her chest relief. She had gotten the word out. She had said it. Had acknowledged the elephant that had been lurking in the room for a good 6 months now. Someone had to. Quincy's gaze returned to the road, his hands flexed and unflexed on the wheel. Is there something I can do? He asked at last, already sounding more composed. That was his way, she knew. You could hit the man in the gut, and he'd merely square his shoulders if you hurt his daughter, on the other hand, or threatened Rainey. That's when the gloves came off. That's when his dark eyes gleamed feral and his runner's body fell into the stance of a long, lean weapon, and he emerged not as Quincy, top criminology researcher, but as Pierce, an extremely dangerous man. That was only when you harmed someone he loved, however. He had never done much of anything to protect himself. I don't know, Rainey said bluntly. If you want to go to Oregon, I'll go to Oregon. If you need a break, we can take a break. If you need space, I'll give you space. If you need comfort, then just tell me and I'll pull over this car right now and take you into my arms. But you have to tell me something, Rainey, because I've been floating in the dark for months now, and I think I'm losing my mind. Quincy, I would do anything to make you happy, Rainey. And she said in a small voice, I'm so sorry, Quincy, but I think I want a baby. Kaplan was already waiting for them when they pulled into the parking lot outside the Jefferson dormitory. He looked hot, tired, and already pissed as hell with the day. A little birdie told me I'm not supposed to be talking to you, too, he said the moment they climbed out of their car. Said I should deal only with some new guy who's now heading the investigation. Quincy shrugged mildly. I haven't been notified of any change in staffing. Have you, Rainey? Nope, she said. Never heard a thing. That little birdie must be pulling your leg, Quincy told Kaplan. Kaplan raised a brow. In a surprisingly quick move for a big guy, he swiped the cell phone clipped to Quincy's waist, eyed its lack of power, and grunted. Smart. Well, as long as they're fucking their own people, welcome to my happy little club. I got a body, I still have jurisdiction, and I'm not giving it up.
Amen,
Quincy said. Rainey merely yawned. Kaplan remained scowling. So why do you want to re-interview my sentries? Think I couldn't possibly have gotten it right the first time? No, but now we have new information on the suspect. That seemed to appease the special agent. He shook out his shoulders, indicated for them to climb into his car, then headed back out onto the base. Guys were out training this morning, Kaplan filled them in. I had their CO pull them aside. Both should be waiting for us at the school. They're young, but good. If they know anything that can be of help, they'll tell you. Any more activity around here? Dead bodies? Thankfully, no ads in the Quantico Sentry. None that has crossed anyone's desk. I met with Betsy Radisson's parents late last night. That's been about it. Tough business, Quincy said quietly. Yeah, it is. Kaplan turned into the cluster of buildings that marked Marine TBS, the basic school. Sure enough, 2 young recruits sat to the side, dressed in jungle camo with hats pulled low to shield their faces and thick black utility belts strapped around their waists. Kaplan, Quincy, and Rainey climbed out of the car, and immediately the 2 snapped to attention. Kaplan made the introductions while the recruits held their rigid stance. This is civilian Pierce Quincy. He is going to ask you some questions regarding the night, 15 of July. This is his partner, Lorraine Connor. She may also ask you questions regarding the same evening. You will answer all of their questions to the best of your ability. You will accord them the full respect and cooperation you would give any Marine officer requesting your assistance. Is that clear, sir? Yes, sir. Kaplan nodded at Quincy. You may proceed. Quincy raised a brow. The pomp and circumstance was a little extreme. Then again, Kaplan had taken a lot of hits recently. The FBI had forced him out of their world. Now he was showing off the power he still wielded in his Quincy approached the 2 Marines. You were both on duty for the night shift, July 15th? Sir, yes, sir. Both of you stopped each vehicle and checked each driver for proper IDT? We stopped all incoming vehicles, sir. Did you check passengers for proper identification? All visitors to the base must show proper identification, sir. Quincy shot Rainey another dry look. She didn't dare meet his eye, or she would start giggling or burst into tears, or both. The morning had already taken on a surreal quality, and now it felt as if they were interviewing 2 trained SEALs. What kind of vehicles did you stop that night? Quincy asked for the first time. No immediate answer was shouted forth. Both recruits were still staring straight ahead as procedure dictated, but it was clear they were confused. Quincy tried again. Special Agent Kaplan said you both reported heavy traffic that night. Sir, yes, sir, both Marines cried out promptly. The majority of this traffic seemed to be National Academy students returning to the dorms. Sir, yes, sir. Is it fair to say that these people mostly drove rental cars or their own personal vehicles? I would guess you saw a lot of small, nondescript automobiles. Sir, yes, sir, not quite as vehement, but still an affirmative. What about vans? Quincy asked gently. Particularly a cargo van arriving in the early morning hours. Quiet again. Both sentries wore a frown. "We did see a few vans, sir," one finally reported. "Did you happen to note these vehicles in your logs or glance at the license plates?" "No, sir." Quincy's turned to frown. "Why not? I would think you'd see mostly cars coming and going off the base. A cargo van should be unusual." "No, sir. Construction, sir." Quincy looked blankly at Kaplan, who seemed to get it. "We have a number of projects active here on the base," the special agent explained. "New firing ranges, new labs, new admin buildings. It's been a busy summer, and most of those crews are driving vans or trucks. Hell, we've cleared guys on forklifts." Quincy closed his eyes. Rainey could already see the anger building behind his deceptively quiet fad. The little details no one thought to mention in the beginning. The one little detail, of course, that could make all the difference in a case. "You have a ton of construction personnel active on this base," Quincy said in a steely voice. His eyes opened. He looked straight at Kaplan. "And you never mentioned this before?" Kaplan shifted uneasily. "Didn't come up."
You have a murder on the base, and you don't think to mention that you have an abnormally high number of 18 to 35-year-old males engaged in transient menial labor, in other words, men who fit the murderer's profile passing through these gates? Now, even the 2 Marine sentries were regarding Kaplan with interest. Each and every person who receives authorization to enter this base must first pass security clearance, Kaplan replied evenly.
"Yeah. I got a list of the names, and yeah, my people have been reviewing them. But we don't allow people with records on this base period, not as personnel, not as contractors, not as guests, and not as students. So it's a clean list." "That's wonderful," Quincy said crisply. "Except for one thing, Special Agent Kaplan, our UNSUB doesn't have a record. He hasn't been caught yet." Kaplan's face blazed red. He was definitely aware of the 2 sentries watching him, and he was definitely aware of Quincy's growing fury. But still, he didn't back down. "We pulled the list. We analyzed the names. No one has a history of violence or a record of assault. In other words, there is nothing to indicate any one of those contractors should be pursued as a suspect. Unless, excuse me, you want me to start attacking any guy who drives a cargo van? It would be a start. It would be half the list." "Yes, but then how many of those people once lived in Georgia?" Kaplan drew up short, blinked, and Quincy finally nodded in grim satisfaction. "A simple credit report, Special Agent. That's all you have to do. It'll give you previous addresses, and we can identify anyone who also has ties to Georgia, and then we'd have a suspect list. Don't you think it?" "But, well, yeah, okay. There are 2 more girls out there," Quincy said quietly. "And this UNSUB has gotten away with this for far too long." "You don't know that he's really a member of the construction crews," Kaplan said stubbornly. "No, but we should at least be asking these questions. You can't let the UNSUB control the game. Take it from me." Quincy's gaze had taken on a faraway look. "You have to take control or you will lose. With these kinds of predators, it's all about gamesmanship. Winner takes all. I'll put my people on the list," Kaplan said. "Give us a few hours. Where will you be?" "At the BSU talking to Dr. Annunzio. Has he learned anything from the ad?" "I don't know. But let's hope he's been lucky, because the rest of us certainly haven't." Chapter 36, Virginia, 11:34 a.m. Temperature, 97 degrees. Tina had gone native. Mud streaked her arms, her legs, her pretty green sundress. She had stinking ooze coating her face and neck, primordial slime squishing between her toes. Now she picked up another sticky handful and smeared it across her chest. She remembered reading a book in high school, Lord of the Flies, according to one of the notations in the handy yellow Cliff's notes. Lord of the Flies was really about a wet dream. Tina hadn't gotten that part. Mostly, she remembered the stranded kids turning into little savages, first taking on wild boars, then taking on one another. The book possessed a fearful, edgy quality that was also definitely sexy. So maybe it was about wet dreams after all. She couldn't tell if the guys in her class had read it with any more enthusiasm than they'd read the other literary classics. But that wasn't really the point. The point was that Tina Crone, knocked-up college student and madman's current plaything, was finally getting a real-life lesson in literature. Who said high school didn't teach you anything? She started mucking up first thing this morning. the sun already climbing in the sky and threatening to fry her like a bug caught in the glare of a magnifying glass. The mud stank to high heaven, but it sure did feel good against her flesh. It went on, cool and thick, coating her festering skin with a thick layer of protection. Not even the damn mosquitoes could penetrate it, filled her nostrils with a putrid, musky smell, and it made her head practically swim with relief. The mud liked her. The mud would save her. The mud was her friend. Now she stared at the bubbling, popping mess, and she wondered why she didn't eat a handful as well. Her water was gone crackers, too. Her stomach had a too tight, pained feeling like she was on the verge of the world's worst menstrual cramps. The baby was probably leaving her. She had been a bad mother, and now the baby wanted the mud, too. Was she crying? It was so hard to tell with the heavy weight of drying filth on her cheeks. The mud was wet. It would feel so good sliding down her parched, ravenous throat. It would fill her stomach with a heavy, rotten mass. She could stop digesting her stomach lining and dine on dirt instead. It would be so easy. Pick up another oozing handful, slide it past her lips. Delirious, the voice in the back of her brain whispered. The heat and dehydration had finally taken their toll. She had chills even in the burning heat. The world swam uneasily every time she moved. Sometimes she found herself laughing, though she didn't know why. Sometimes she sat and sobbed, though at least that made some kind of sense. The sores on her arms and legs had started moving this morning. She had squeezed one scabbed-over mass between her fingers, then watched in horror as 4 white maggots popped out. Her flesh was rotting. The bugs had already moved in to dine. It wouldn't be much longer for her now. She dreamt of water, of ice-cold streams rippling over her skin. She dreamt of nice restaurants with white linen tablecloths, where 4 tuxedoed waiters brought her an endless supply of frosty water glasses, filled to the brim. She would dine on seared steak and twice-baked potatoes covered in melted cheese. She would eat marinated artichoke hearts straight from the container, until olive oil dribbled down her chin. She dreamt of a pale, yellow nursery and a fuzzy head nestled at her breast. She dreamt of her mother, attending her funeral and standing alone next to her grave. If she closed her eyes, she could return to the world of her dreams. Let the maggots have her flesh. Let her body sink into the mud. Maybe when the end came, she wouldn't even know anymore. She would just slide away, taking her baby with her. Tina's eyes popped open. She forced her head up, struggled to her feet. The world spun again, and she leaned against the boulder. No eating mud, no caving in. She was Tina Cron, and she was made of sterner stuff. Her breath came out in feeble gasps, her chest heaving with effort to inhale the overheated, muggy air. She staggered toward one vine-covered wall, watching a snake dart out of her way, hissing at her as it passed. Then she was braced against the wall, the vines cool against her muddy cheek. Her fingers patted the structure as if it were a good dog. Funny, the surface over here didn't feel like rough cement, in fact. Tina pushed herself back. Her eyelids were terribly swollen. It was so hard to see. She forced them wide with all of her might, while simultaneously pushing back the vine's wood. This part of the rectangular pit was held up by wood. Railroad ties or something like that, old peeling railroad ties that were already rotting with age. Frantically, she dug her fingers into one visible hole. She tugged hard and felt the meat of the lumber start to give way. She needed more strength. Something harder. A tool. A rock. Then she was down on her hands and knees once again, digging in the mud while her eyes took on a feverish light. She would find a rock, she would gouge out the boards, and then she would climb out of this pit, just like Spider-Man. She would get to the top, she would find coolness, find water, find tender green things to eat. She, Tina Cron, knocked-up college student and madman's current plaything, would finally be free. Lloyd Armitage, USGS palynologist, and Ray Lee Chee's new best friend met them shortly after noon. 5 minutes later, Mac, Kimberly, and Nora Ray were piling into a conference room Armitage had set up as his traveling lab. It was a strange entourage, Mac thought, but then this was a strange case. Kimberly looked bone-tired but alert, wearing that slightly edgy look he'd come to know so well. Nora Ray was much harder to read. Her face was blank, shut down. She'd made a big decision, he thought. Now she was trying not to think about it. Rayleigh, Chi says you're working some kind of homicide case, Armitage stated. We have evidence from a scene, Mac answered. We need to trace it back to the original source. I'm afraid I can't tell you much more than that, other than whatever you have to tell us. We needed to have heard it yesterday. Armitage, an older man with bushy hair and a thick brown beard, arched a curling eyebrow. So that's how it is. Well, for the record, pollen analysis isn't as specific as botany. Most of my job is taking soil samples from various field sites. Then I use a little bit of hydrochloric acid and a little bit of hydrofluoric acid to break apart the minerals in the sediment. Next, I run everything through sieves, mix that with zinc chloride, then place it in a medical centrifuge until voile. I have a nice little sample of pollen fresh from the great outdoors or from several thousand years ago, as the case might be. At that point, I can identify the general plant family that deposited the pollen, but not a specific species. For example, I can tell you the pollen is from locust, but not that it's from a bristly locust. Will that help? I'm not sure what a locust is, Mac said. So I guess whatever you discover, it'll be more than what we knew before. Armitage seemed to accept that. He held out his hand, and Mac gave him the sample. That's not pollen, the palynologist said immediately. You're sure too big pollen is roughly 5 to 200 microns or considerably smaller than the width of human hair. This is closer to the size of sediment. The palynologist didn't give up, however. He opened the glass vial, shook out a small section of the dusty residue onto a slide, then slid it under a microscope. Huh, he said. Then, again. It's organic, Armitage told them after another minute. All one substance rather than a mix of various residues, seems to be some kind of dust, but coarser. His bushy head popped up. Where did you find this? I'm afraid I can't tell you that. Are there other samples you found with it? Water and uncooked rice? Rice. Why in heaven's name did you find rice? That's the million-dollar question. Got any theories? Armitage frowned, wagged his eyebrows some more, then pursed his lips. Tell me about the water. Have you brought it to a hydrologist? Brian Knowles examined it this morning. It has an extremely low pH, 3.8, and high. Salinity, I guess. It registers 15,000 microsiemens per centimeter, meaning there might be lots of minerals or ions present. Knowles believes it comes from a mine or was polluted by organic waste. Armitage was nodding vigorously. Yes, he's thinking the coal counties, isn't he? I think so. Brian's good, close, just missed one thing. Lloyd slid out the slide and then did the totally unexpected by dabbing his index finger into the sample and touching it to his tongue. It's unusually fine, that's the problem. In its coarser form, you would have recognized it yourself. You know what it is? Mac asked sharply. Absolutely. It's sawdust, not pollen at all, but finely ground wood.
I don't get it, Kimberly said. Sawmill, my dear. In addition to coal mines, the southwestern part of the state also has a lot of timber industry. This sample is sawdust, and if these samples are supposed to go together, we hope so, Mac said. Then your water's pH is due to organic waste. See, if mill wastes are not disposed of properly, the organic matter leaches into a stream where it leads to bacterial buildup, eventually suffocating all other life forms.
Has Brian tested the sample for bacteria yet? The amount's too small, but the high salinity, Armitage was muttering, must be minerals of some kind. Pity he can't test it more. Wait a minute, Kimberly said intently. You're saying this is from a mill, not a mine? Well, I don't generally associate sawdust with coal mines, so yes, I'm going to say a lumber mill, but that could give you acidic water. Contamination is contamination, my dear. And with a pH reading of 3.8, your water came from an extremely contaminated source. But Knowles indicated this water is at a crisis, Max said. Aren't mills regulated for how they dispose of waste? In theory, yes. But then there's a lot of lumber mills in this state, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of the smaller backwoods operations fall through the cracks. Nora Ray had finally perked up. She was looking at the palynologist with interest. What if it were a closed mill, she asked quietly. Someplace shut down, abandoned. Her gaze flickered to Mac. That would be his kind of place, you know, remote and dangerous like something from a B-grade horror movie. Oh, I'm sure there are plenty of abandoned mills in the state, Armitage said, particularly in the coal counties. That's not a very populated area, and frankly, not a bad location for a horror movie. How so? Mac asked. It's an impoverished area, very rural. People first moved out there to get their own land and be free from government. Then the coal mines opened and attracted hordes of cheap labor, looking to make a living. Unfortunately, farming, timber, or mining hasn't made anyone rich yet. Now you just have a broad expanse of bruised and battered land housing a bruised and battered population. People still eke out a living. But it's a hard life and the communities look it. So we're back to 7 counties, Mac murmured. That would be my guess. Nothing more you can tell us. Not from a minute's sample of sawdust. Shit. 7 counties. That just wasn't specific enough. Maybe if they'd started yesterday or the day before. Maybe if they had hundreds of searchers or what the hell, the entire National Guard. But 3 people, 2 of them not even in law enforcement. Mr. Armitage, Kimberly spoke up suddenly. Do you have a computer we can use? One with internet access? Sure, I have my laptop. Kimberly was already up out of her chair. Her gaze went to Mac, and he was startled by the light he now saw blazing in her eyes. Remember how Ray Lee Chi said there was an ology for everything? She asked excitedly. Well, I'm about to put him to the test. Give me the names of the 7 coal-producing counties, and I think I can find our rice. Chapter 37. Quantico, Virginia, 1:12 p.m., temperature 98 degrees, Dr. Nunzio was not in his office. A secretary promised to hunt him down while Quincy and Rainey took a seat in the conference room. Quincy rifled through his files. Rainey stared at the wall. Periodically, sounds came from the hallway as various agents and admin assistants rushed by doing a day's work. It's not that simple, Quincy said abruptly. Rainey finally looked at him. As always, she didn't need a segue to follow his line of thought. I know, we're not exactly spring chickens. You're nearly 40. I'm pushing 55. Even if we wanted to have kids, it doesn't mean it would happen. I've been thinking of adopting. There are a lot of children out there who need a family. In this country, in other countries, maybe I could give a child a good home. It's a lot of work. Midnight feedings if you adopt an infant. Bonding issues if you adopt an older child. Children need the sun, the moon, and the stars at night. No more jetting around the world at the drop of a hat. No more dining at fine restaurants. You definitely have to cut back on work. She was silent for a moment, then she said, Don't get me wrong, Quincy. I like the work that we do, but lately it's not enough for me. We go from dead body to dead body, crime scene to crime scene, catch a psychopath today, hunt a new one tomorrow. It's been 6 years, Quince. She looked down at the table. If I do this, I'll quit the practice. I've waited too long to have a child not to do it right. But you're my partner, he protested without thinking. Consultants can be hired, parents can't. He turned away, then tiredly shook his head. He didn't know what to say. Perhaps it was only natural that someday she would want children. Rainey was younger than him, hadn't already weathered the domestic storm that had been his pathetic attempt at domestic bliss. Maternal instincts were natural, particularly for a woman her age who was bound to be hearing the steady beat of her own biological clock, and for a moment an image came to him. Rainey with a small bundle wrapped in her arms, cooing in that high-pitched voice everyone used with babies, him, watching little feet and hands kick in the air, catching that first giggle, seeing the first smile, but the other images inevitably followed. Coming home late from work and realizing your child was already in bed again. The urgent phone calls that pulled you away from piano recitals and school plays. The way a 5-year-old could break your heart by saying, It's okay, Daddy. I know you'll be there next time. The way children grew too fast, the way they could die too young, the way parenthood started with so much promise, but one day tasted like ashes in your mouth, and then he felt a hot, unexpected surge of anger toward Rainey. When he'd first met her, she'd said she never wanted marriage or kids. Her own childhood had been a dark, twisted tale, and she knew better than most to believe she could magically break the cycle. God knows he'd asked her to marry him twice over the past 6 years, and each time she'd turned him down. If it's not broke, don't fix it, she'd told him. And each time, though it had hurt a little, stung more than he'd expected, he'd taken her at her word. But now she was changing the rules. Not enough to marry him, heaven forbid, but enough to want kids. I've already served my time, he said harshly. I know, Quincy. Her own voice was quiet, harder on him than if she had yelled. I know you raised 2 girls and dealt with midnight feedings and adolescent angst and so much more. I know you're at the phase of your life where you're supposed to be looking forward to retirement, not your kid's first day of kindergarten. I thought I would be there too. I honestly thought this would never be an issue. But then lately, she gave a little shrug. What can I say sometimes? Even the best of us change our minds. I love you, he tried, one last time. I love you too, Rainey replied, and he thought she'd never looked so sad. When Dr. Annunzio finally strode into the room, the silence was definitely awkward and strained. He didn't seem to notice, however. He came to an abrupt halt, a stack of manila files bulging under his arm. Up, he told them curtly. Out. We're taking a walk. Quincy was already climbing out of his chair. Confused, Rainey was slower to follow suit. You got a call, Quincy said to Annunzio. The agent shook his head warningly and looked up at the ceiling. Quincy got the message. Years ago, a BSU agent had spied on his fellow members of the FBI. Elaborate surveillance systems and audio devices were found snaking through the vast crawl space above the dropped ceiling. Better yet, when the FBI began to suspect espionage activity, they had responded by inserting their own surveillance devices and wiretaps to catch the man. In short, for a span of time, who knows how long all the BSU agents were being watched by both the good guys and the bad, nobody forgot those days easily. Quincy and Rainey followed Annunzio to the stairwell, where he swiped his security badge over the scanner, then led them up to the great outdoors. What the hell is going on? The linguist asked the minute they were across the street from the building. Now their conversation was muffled by the steady sounds of gunfire. I'm not sure. Quincy held up his dead cell phone. I've been a little out of touch. Annunzio shook his head. He looked decidedly frayed around the edges and not happy with how things had turned out. I thought you guys were doing good. I thought by talking to you I was assisting a major investigation, not killing my own career. We are doing good. And I have every intention of catching this man. Things are heating up, Rainey told him. We found another victim late last night. Everything matches the eco-killer's MO, except this time he kidnapped 4 girls at once, which means 2 more are out there, and if we're going to break this thing, we need to move fast. Damn, Annunzio said tiredly. After meeting with you guys, I was hoping, well, what do you need from me? Any luck with the newspaper ad? Quincy asked. I sent the paper out to the lab, so I don't have results yet, given that the ad was delivered already typeset inside an envelope with a computer-generated label. There's no handwriting to analyze. Perhaps we'll get lucky with paper choice and ink. As for the text, I don't have anything new to say. Author is most likely male and of above-average intelligence. I repeat the theory that we might be dealing with someone who is somehow mentally incapacitated. Maybe suffering from paranoia or otherwise impaired. Ritual is obviously extremely important to him. The process of killing is as satisfying as the killing itself. You know the rest of that as well as I do. Annunzio looked at Quincy. He'll never stop unless someone makes him. Quincy nodded his head. The news discouraged him more than it should, and abruptly he was tired of everything. Worrying about Kimberly, worrying about Rainey, and wondering what it meant when talk of babies scared him more than talk of psychopaths. Special Agent McCormack received another call, Quincy said. He was going to write down the conversation, but with everything that's happened, I don't think he's had the time. When was he contacted? Late last night when he was at the crime scene. Annunzio immediately looked troubled. I don't like that. The Unsubi has a keen knack for timing. You think he's watching? As you said, he likes the process. For him, it's as important as the kill itself. We have a new theory. Quincy was watching Annunzio's face very closely. The UNSUB most likely uses a cargo van as his kill vehicle. We understand from Special Agent Kaplan that there is an unusually high number of vans coming and going off the base these days. They belong to various contractors doing construction work on the property. Annunzio squeezed his eyes shut. He was already nodding. That would fit. Kaplan is now examining the list of workers for anyone with a previous address in Georgia. That may give us a name, but I think it's too late. Annunzio opened his eyes, staring at them both sharply. The UNSUB wanted Quantico. The UNSUB got Quantico, and now he doesn't need it anymore, Quincy continued. The action is out in the field, and I think that's where we're going to have to go if we're to have any chance of finding him. So, Doctor, what do you know that you're not telling us yet? The forensic linguist appeared genuinely startled, then wary, then carefully composed. I don't know why you say that. You're taking a lot of interest in this case. It's what I do. You've gone out of your way to focus on the caller when in fact you deal with notes. Linguistics is linguistics. We're accepting all theories. Quincy tried one last time. Even the fuzzy, half-baked ones. Annunzio finally hesitated. I don't know. There's just something about this, a feeling I get on occasion. But feelings are not facts, and in my line of work I should know better. Would it make a difference, Rainey said, if we told you we had 3 more clues? What are they? Water, some kind of residue, and some uncooked rice. We believe we can trace the water and residue. We haven't a clue about the rice. Annunzio was gazing at them now with a curious smile on his face. Rice? Uncooked long grain? What about it? You said he favors dangerous terrain, correct? Unpopulated areas where there is little risk of his victims being found by accident? Oh, he is good. Very, very good. What the hell do you know, Annunzio? I know I used to be a caver in my younger days, and now I know you're Owen-Suboas as well. Quick, we need to make a call. Chapter 38. Virginia, 3:12 p.m. Temperature, 101 degrees. The sun was high in the sky. It baked Tina's little pit until the mud flaked off her body to reveal tantalizing slices of burnt, festering skin, and the mosquitoes had themselves some lunch. Tina didn't care anymore. She barely felt the pain. No more sweat. She didn't even have to pee, and it had easily been over 12 hours. Nope, not even the tiniest drop of water could be squeezed from her body. Dehydration definitely severe now. She worked at her task, covered in goosebumps and shivering again and again from some deep, unnatural chill. Rocks didn't work, too large and bulky for prying away rotting wood. She'd remembered her purse and feverishly dumped out the contents in a jumbled pile on the center of the boulder, a metal nail file. Much better. Now she gouged out slices of old railroad ties, desperately crafting footholds and handholds, while the mosquitoes buzzed her face. The yellow flies bit her shoulders, and the world spun round and round and round. Nail file dropped. She slithered to the ground, panting hard. Her hand trembled. It took so much effort just to locate the file in the mud. Oh, looky, another snake. She would like to close her eyes now. She would like to sink back into the comforting stink of the muck. She would feel it slide across her hair, her cheek, her throat. She would part her lips and let it into her mouth. Fight or die, fight or die, fight or die. It was all up to her, and it was getting so hard to know the difference. Tina retrieved the nail file. She went back to work on the railroad ties while the sun burned white-hot overhead. Where am I going? Right turn. Okay, now what? Wait, you said right? No, you said left. Damn, give me a sec. Max slammed the brakes, threw his rental car in reverse, and jolted backward 30 feet on the old dirt road. Sitting beside him, Kimberly was trying desperately to find their location on a Virginia state map. Most of these old logging roads didn't seem to show up, however, and now he had Rayleigh Chi trying to guide him by cell phone over terrain that was as spotty as the phone connection. What, say that again? Yeah, but I'm only hearing every 4th word. Bats. What's this about bats? Cavers rescue team bats on cars, Ray said. A Batmobile, Max said, just as Kimberly yelled, "Look out!" He glanced up in time to see the giant tree fallen smack across the middle of the road. He hit the brakes. In the back seat, Nora Ray went, "Oomph! Everyone okay?" Kimberly looked at Nora Ray. Nora Ray looked at Kimberly simultaneously. They both nodded. Mac gave up on the road for a second and returned his attention to the cell phone. Ray, how close are we? 2, 3, Z. Miles, Ray confirmed. All right, forget the damn car, they could walk. How's the team coming? Mac asked. Ray was under strict orders to assemble the best people he could find for a down-and-dirty field team. Brian Knowles, the hydrologist, and Lloyd Armitage, the palynologist, were already on board. Now Ray was trying to round up a forensic geologist and a karst botanist. In theory, by the time Mac, Kimberly, and Nora Ray magically found and rescued victim number 3, Ray's team would have arrived, ready to analyze the next round of clues and pinpoint victim number 4. It was late in the game, but they were preparing to make up for lost time. Bats, cavers. Ray said again, I can't hear you. Karst volunteers, bats. You have volunteer bats, search and rescue? Ray exploded. Cavern. A volunteer group for search and rescue. Oh, in the cave. Mac hadn't even thought that far ahead. Kimberly had searched the various county names combined with rice, and lo and behold, up had come an article on the Orndorff's cavern. Apparently, it was home to an endangered isopod, a tiny white crustacean that's approximately 1/4 of an inch long. To make a long story short, some politician had wanted to build an airport in the area. Environmentalists had tried to block it using the Endangered Species Act, and the politician had replied that no way in damn hell would progress be halted by a grain of rice. And now the Orndorff's cavern isopod had a cool nickname among karst specialists, so they had a location, if they could find it, and if they could get the girl back out. Water. Dangerous, Ray was saying on the other end of the phone. Entrance difficult, ropes, coveralls, lights. We need special equipment to access the cave, Mac translated. Okay, so when will the search and rescue team arrive? Making calls, different locations, bats on cars. Their cars will have bats, stickers. Gotcha. Mac popped open his car door and got out to survey the fallen tree. Kimberly was already out and walking its length. She glanced up at his approach and grimly shook her head. He saw her point. The tree trunk was a good 3 feet in diameter. It would take a 4-wheel drive vehicle, a chainsaw, and a winch to move this sucker now. No way was it happening with a guy, 2 girls, and a Camry. We made the left turn, Max said into the phone. What do we do next this time? He couldn't make out Ray's reply at all. Something about smell the fungus. Mac looked around sourly. They were in the middle of soaring woods, deep into the heart of nowhere. Since turning off Interstate 81 40 minutes ago, they'd drifted into the westernmost part of the state, a thin peninsula wedged between Kentucky and North Carolina. Nothing around here but trees, fields, and double wides. Last building they'd seen was a decrepit gas station 15 miles back. It looked like it hadn't pumped a drop since 1968. Before that had been 6 mobile homes and 1 tiny Baptist church. Lloyd Armitage hadn't been kidding. Whatever better days had come to this part of the state had departed a long time ago. Now it was strictly backwoods country, and Mac's cell phone reception would not be getting better any time soon. I'll try you again at the scene, Mac said. Ray made some kind of reply, but Mac still couldn't hear him, and finally snapped his phone shut. What do we do? Nora Ray asked him. Now we walk. Actually, first they assembled gear. True to her word, Nora Ray had come prepared. From her travel bag, she pulled out a modest day pack, complete with dried food, first aid kit, compass, Swiss Army knife, and water filtration system. She also had waterproof matches and a small flashlight. She loaded up her gear. Kimberly and Mac attended to their own. They had 3 gallons of water left. Mac thought of the condition the girl would probably be in, unglued his shirt from his torso for the 4th time in the last 5 minutes, and stuck all 3 gallons in his backpack. The weight was considerable, the nylon pack feeling like a son of a bitch as it dragged against his shoulders and pressed his shirt against his overheated skin. Kimberly came over, removed one of the gallon jugs, and stuck it in her own backpack. "Don't be an idiot," she told him, then hefted on her pack and clipped it around her hips. "At least the trees are providing shade," Mac said. "Now, if only they'd soak up the wet." "How far?" "Couple of miles, I think." Kimberly glanced at her watch again. "We'd better get moving." She sneaked a peek at Nora Ray, and Mac could read her thoughts. How hard could the civilian push it? They'd soon find out. It was a surreal hike, Mac thought later. Moving down a thickly shaded logging road in the middle of a blistering afternoon. The sun seemed to chase them, peeking in and out of the trees as it dodged their footsteps and seared them with unrelenting beams of light. Bugs came out in force. Mosquitoes the size of hummingbirds, some kind of obnoxious fly with a vicious little bite. They were batting at their faces before they'd gone 15 feet. At 30 feet, they stopped and got out the cans of bug repellent. A quarter of a mile later, they stopped again and sprayed each other down as if the stuff were gallons of cheap perfume. It didn't make a difference. The flies swarmed, the sun burned, and the humidity covered their bodies in never-ending rivulets of sweat. No one spoke. They just put one foot in front of the other and focused on walking. 40 minutes later, Mac smelled it first. "What the hell is that? DEET?" Kimberly said grimly. "Or sweat? Take your pick." No, it's worse than that." Nora Ray stopped. "It's like something rotten," she said. "Almost like sewage." Mac suddenly got it. What Ray Lee Chi had been trying to tell him on the phone. Smell the fungus. He picked up the pace. "Come on," he said. "We're almost there." He started jogging now, Kimberly and Nora Ray hastily following suit. They crested the small rise of the hill, came down the other side, and then abruptly drew up short. "Holy shit," Max said, B-grade horror movie, Nora Ray murmured. And Kimberly just shook her head. Quincy was getting frustrated. He'd tried Kimberly's cell phone 3 or 4 times without success. Now he turned back to Annunzio and Rainey. "Do you know where this cave is?" he asked Annunzio. "Absolutely. It's in Lee County, a good 3 or 4 hours from here." "But you can't just crash into this cavern as if it's one of the tourist hotspots from the Shenandoah Valley to access Orndorff's cavern. You need serious gear." "Fine. Get the gear, then take us." Annunzio was silent for a moment. Perhaps it's time to let the official case team know what's going on. "Really, what do you think they'll do first, Doctor? Rescue the victim? Or call you in for a 3-hour interview to corroborate every last detail of your story?" The linguist saw his point. "I'll get my gear. What are we looking for? Hell, if I know some kind of cavern entrance, maybe amid a pile of rocks or a sinkhole at the base of a tree. I've never done any spelunking. Then again, how hard can it be to find the entrance to a cave? Pretty hard, it turned out. Mac had already been running around the sawmill for a good 15 minutes. So had Kimberly and Nora Ray. They were probably all being stupid. The smell was the first kicker. The foul odor rose so thick in the heavy, humid air, it stung their eyes and burned their throats. Mac was now holding an old T-shirt over his mouth, but even that didn't make much difference. Next to the smell was the intense wall of heat rising from the same sky-high pile of sawdust. None of them had even recognized the wood residue at first. It had looked like a pile of white sand, or maybe dirt covered in snow. 10 minutes ago, Kimberly had gotten close enough to discern the truth. Fungus. The entire stinking rotten pile was covered in some kind of fungus. When Brian Knowles had guessed their water sample came from a site in crisis, he hadn't been kidding. Now Mac leapt belatedly over one abandoned blade saw. He wove in and out of long shed-style buildings with busted-out windows and sagging roof beams. The old conveyors still gleamed darkly in the shadows, complete with nasty-looking pikes used for skewering the wood as it was brought before the blade. Litter covered the ground, crumpled-up soda cans, discarded styrofoam cups. Mac found a pile of old gasoline containers, probably used to fill up the handheld chain saws. He found another pile of old fluorescent lights. A faint popping sound was emitted from the debris field as some of the glass exploded from the heat of the sun. He'd never seen anything like it. Strings of rusted, barbed wire clawed at his legs. Abandoned saw blades lay hidden in the overgrown weeds, waiting to do far, far worse. This place was straight out of an environmentalist's nightmare. He was 100% sure their third girl had to be around here somewhere. Kimberly came staggering around one of the broken-down sheds. She had tears streaming down her face from the stench. "Any luck?" Mac shook his head. She nodded and went careening on by, still looking for some hint of an underground cavern. He came upon Nora Ray soon afterward. She'd stopped running around and was now standing in one place, her eyes closed, her hands spread by her sides. "See anything?" he asked brusquely. "No." She opened her eyes and seemed embarrassed to find him there. "I don't know. It's not like I'm a psychic or anything. I just have these dreams, so I thought maybe if I closed my eyes, anything that works. But it's not working. Nothing's working. And that's so unbelievably frustrating. I mean, if she's in a cavern, well then aren't we literally walking on top of her right now? It's possible. Search and rescue isn't easy, Nora Ray. The Coast Guard passed back and forth over your spot 5 times before seeing your red shirt." "I was lucky." "You were smart. You hung in there. You kept trying. Do you think this girl is smart? I don't know, but I'm willing to settle for lucky if that gets her home." Nora Ray nodded. She resumed walking, and Mac zigzagged through another abandoned building. Already past 4 o'clock, his heart was beating too fast. His face felt dangerously hot to the touch. They were pushing too hard for the conditions, raising their core body temperatures to dangerous levels, and going too long between drinks. This was no way to manage a rescue operation, and yet he couldn't bring himself to stop. Nora Ray was right. If the girl was in the cavern, they could literally be standing on top of her right now. So close, yet so far away. Then, through the buzzing drone of the insects, he finally heard a welcome cry. It was Kimberly, somewhere off to the left. "Hey, hey," she yelled. "I found something." "Over here, quick." Chapter 39. Lee County, Virginia, 4:53 p. M temperature, 101 degrees. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Kimberly had found an 8-inch wide duct sticking up through the ground like a section of stovepipe. She peered down the tube trying to see where it led, but encountered only darkness. Next, she waved her hand over the top. Definitely a draft of cooler air coming up from somewhere. She tried dropping a small pebble. She never heard it land. Mac was running over. "Nora Ray as well." Kimberly leaned closer to the pipe, cupping her mouth to amplify her voice. "Is anyone down there?" She lowered her ear to the mouth of the pipe. Did she hear movement? Sounds of something shifting way down in the dark, dank depths? It was hard to be sure. "Hello!" Mac finally drew up at her side. His hair was spiky with sweat, his shirt and shorts plastered to his skin. He dropped to his knees beside her and added his voice to the pipe. "Is anyone down there? Karen Clarence? Tina Crone? Are you in there?" "She might be asleep," Kimberly murmured. "Or unconscious." "Are you sure that goes to the cavern?" Nora Ray asked. Kimberly shrugged wearily. "As sure as I am about anything. But that can't be the entrance," Nora Ray said. "No one could fit down that hole." "No, it can't be an entrance. Maybe it's an air hole, or a skylight. Someone at least took the time to engineer the pipe." "That's gotta mean something. The cavern's big," Mac muttered. He tried the pebble trick and got the exact same results. From the website, it sounded as if it were several rooms connected by long tunnels, and some of the rooms are the size of small cathedrals. Maybe this pipe leads to one of those chambers, letting in some natural light. "We need an entrance," Kimberly said. "No kidding. I'll stay here and keep yelling. You and Nora Ray see if you can't find another opening. Maybe you'll hear my voice echoing through and that will help. Besides," Kimberly faltered, "if one of the girls is down there, I don't want her to think we went away. I want her to know that we're coming, that it'll be over soon." Mac nodded, giving her a look that was hard to read. He and Nora Ray resumed their frantic scouring of the woods. Kimberly got down on the dusty ground, placing her mouth next to the rusty pipe. "This is Kimberly Quincy," she called. She wasn't sure what to say, so she started with the basics. "I'm with Special Agent Mac McCormack and Nora Ray Watts. We've come to help you. Can you hear me at all?" "I can't hear you. Maybe, if you're too weak to yell, you could try banging on something." She waited. "Nothing. Are you thirsty?" "We have water and food. We also have a blanket. I understand the caverns are cold even this time of year, and boy, I bet you're sick to death of the dark." She thought she heard something this time. She paused, holding her breath. A thud against the rocks. Or maybe a cold, frightened girl trying to drag her body closer to the hole in the sky. "A whole team is coming. Search and rescue specialists, karst specialists. They'll have all the proper gear to be able to get you out of there. And trust me, If you think it's cold down there, wait till you find out how hot it is up here. Must be a good 100 degrees in the shade. You'll be missing that cool hunk of rock in no time, but I bet you'll love seeing the sun again. And the trees and the sky and all the smiling faces of us rescue workers who can't wait to meet you. She was still talking, rambling, really. Funny, her voice had grown thick. You don't need to be afraid. I know it's hard to be alone in the dark, but people are here now. We've been looking for you a long time, and we're going to go into the cavern. We're going to bring you back up to the light, and then we're going to find the man who did this so it never happens again. Sounds now. Loud, startling noises like the crunch of gravel. Kimberly jerked her head up in excitement, then realized the noise wasn't coming from the stovepipe. Instead, she saw two dusty trucks pull in straight ahead. One had a sticker of a bat glued to the driver's side window. A door banged open. A man sprang out, already running to the back, jerking down his tailgate and tossing out gear. "You the one that reported the lost caver?" the guy yelled over his shoulder. The second truck had already come to a halt and was now shedding two more men rushing for gear. "Yes, sorry for the delay. Would have been here sooner if not for that damn tree. What can you tell us of the missing caver?" "We believe she's been abandoned in the cavern for at least 48 hours. She doesn't have proper gear and was probably left with only a gallon of water." The man drew up short. "Huh? You want to try that again?" "She's not a caver," Kimberly said quietly.
She's just a girl, a victim of a violent crime. You're kiddin'? No! Hell, I'm not sure I want to know anything more after that. The man turned to his two companions. "Bob, Ross, you catch that girl, no gear, lost somewhere in the cavern. You don't want to know anything more." The two other men didn't even look at Kimberly. They were busy pulling on long johns in 100-degree heat. Then they grabbed pairs of thick blue coveralls and jerked them on over the long underwear. Both men were sweating profusely. They didn't seem to notice. "I'm Josh Schutt," the first guy said, coming over and belatedly shaking Kimberly's hand. "I wouldn't say I'm the leader of this group, but I'm probably as close as it gets. We have two others on the way, but given what you say, the three of us should probably head on in. Does this stovepipe go to the cave?" "Yes, ma'am. It's a skylight in the main chamber, right beneath your feet. I've been talking down it." "I don't know if she can hear anything." "She probably appreciates that," Schutt said. "Can I go with you? You have any gear?" "Just what I'm wearing. That's not gear. In a cave, it's 55 degrees every day of the year, feels like a fucking refrigerator, and that's before you get into the water. To enter Orndorff's cavern, we gotta descend 40 feet by rope into knee-high water, then we get to wiggle through 30 feet of watery tunnel that's about 12 inches high. Good news is then we enter the main chamber, which has a 40-foot vault, assuming, of course, we don't run into a rabid raccoon or a ring-necked snake." "Snakes?" Kimberly asked weakly. "Yes, ma'am. At least there are no bats. Orndorff's cavern is dying, sad to say. And even if the bats had still found it an acceptable hibernaculum this time of year, they're out eating bugs, October through April. It's another story. Never a dull moment being a caver." "I thought you guys were called spelunkers." "No, ma'am. We're cavers. Cavers rescue spelunkers. So don't you worry. Just let us do our thing, and we'll find your missing person." "She got a name? Karen or Tina? She has two names." "We don't know which victim she is." "Ah, man. I really don't want to know more about your case. You do your thing. We'll do ours." Schutt walked back to his pile of gear, snapping on his coveralls, while Mac and Nora Ray finally came running over. Everyone made curt introductions. Then Mac, Kimberly, and Nora Ray were left standing awkwardly to the side while the three men finished suiting up, strapped on packs, then donned thick hiking boots and tough leather gloves. They had piles of brightly colored rope among them. In deft movements, they coiled up the various heavy-duty lengths, then looped them over their shoulders. They seemed to be down to final adjustments then, testing out multiple light sources, adjusting their hard hats. Finally, Schutt grunted approval at each man's gear, returned to the back of his truck, and pulled out a long backboard for transporting the victim out of the cave, in case she couldn't walk on her own or in case she was dead. Schutt looked over at Mac.
We could use a spotter to help man the ropes up top. Ever worked with a belay? I've done some rock climbing. Then you're our man. Let's go. Shud turned one last time toward Kimberly. Keep talking down the pipe, he told her quietly. You never know. The men turned and walked into the woods. Kimberly sank back down to the ground. Nora Ray joined her in the dust. What do we say? The girl murmured. What did you want to hear most? That it was going to end, that I was going to be okay? Kimberly thought about it a moment. Then she cupped her hands and leaned over the pipe. Karen, Tina, this is Kimberly Quincy again. The search and rescue workers are on their way. Do you hear me? The tough part is over. Soon we'll have you home to your family again. Soon you'll be safe. Tina had gouged as much as she could gouge. She had started at knee level, digging holes up as far as she could reach. Then, as an experiment, she'd crammed her muddy toes into the first 2 rough holes, gripped other ragged edges with her hands, and climbed up a whole 2 feet. Her legs shook violently. She felt at once light as a feather and as heavy as an anchor. She would rocket to the top like a human spider. She would plummet to the ground and never get up again. Come on, she whispered through her parched, cracked lips, and then she started to climb 3 feet up. Her arms now shook as violently as her legs, and her stomach contracted with a painful cramp. She rested her head against the blanket of dense green vines, prayed not to throw up, and resumed climbing again, up toward the sun, light as a feather. Be like Spider-Man. 6 feet up, she came to an exhausted halt. No more handholds, and she still didn't trust the vines. Awkwardly, she tried to support herself with her feet, straining up on her tiptoes as she reached above her head with her right hand and blindly dug in her nail file. The ancient wood crumbled beneath the fumbling metal and gave her fresh courage. She gouged wildly, already envisioning herself at the top. Maybe she'd find a lake on the surface. A vast blue oasis. She would plunge in head first. She would float on tranquil waves. She would dive low, letting the water wash the mud from her hair, and then she would swim to the cool depths in the middle of her fantasy lake and drink until her belly swelled like a balloon. Then, when she reached the other side, she would be greeted by a tuxedoed waiter bearing a silver platter piled with fluffy white towels. She giggled out loud. Delirium didn't bother her so much anymore. It seemed the only chance of happiness she would get. Wood rained down on her head. She was reminded of her task by the sudden fierce pain in her overexerted arms. She explored the hole she'd made with her fingertips. She could curl her fingers into the rough opening, time to move again. How did the old TV theme song go? Had to keep moving on up to the top, where she would finally get a piece of the pie. She painfully pulled her body up another step, her butt sticking out precariously, her arms shaking violently from her efforts. She moved 4 more excruciating inches. And then once more she was stuck. Time for another hole. Her left arm ached too badly to bear her weight. She switched to hanging on with her right hand while digging at the wood with her left. The motion felt awkward. She had no idea if she was working one spot or carelessly ripping up the whole board. Too hard to look. She clung to the wall with her trembly legs and worn-out arms. Soon she had the next hole done, and it was time for another step. She made the mistake of looking up then and almost wept, the sky so high above her. What? A good 10 to 15 feet? Her legs already ached, her arms burned. She didn't know how much longer she could do this, and she had only made it 8 feet. She had Spidey hands and Spidey feet, but she did not have Spidey strength. She just wanted her lake. She wanted to swim through those cool waves. She wanted to step out the other side and fall into her mother's arms, where she would weep piteously and apologize for anything she'd ever done. God give her strength to climb this wall. God give her courage, because her mother needed her and her baby needed her, and please God she did not want to die like a rat in a trap. She did not want to die all alone. 1 more hole, she told herself. Climb up, dig 1 more hole, and then you can return to the muck to rest. So she made it 1 more hole, and then she made it another, and then she promised herself, through her labored breathing, that she just needed to do 1 more, which turned into 2 more, then 3 more, until finally she had gone 10 or 12 feet up the wall. And it was scary now. Definitely no looking down, had to just keep pushing up. even if her shoulders felt curiously elastic, as if the joints had pulled apart and now dangled loosely. And she swayed sometimes, having to catch herself with her fingers, which made her shoulders shriek and her arms burn, and she cried out in pain, though her throat was so dry it came out more like a chirpy croak, a sandpaper sound of protest. Moving on up to the top, gonna finally get a piece of the pie. She was weeping with no tears. She was clinging desperately to rotted timber and fragile vines and trying hard not to think of what she was doing. She hurt beyond pain. She pushed herself beyond endurance. She pictured her mother. She pictured her baby, and she pushed, and she pushed, and she pushed 15 feet up, the top ledge so close she could finally see an overhang of bushy grass, surface vegetation. Her parched mouth watered at the thought. She stared too long, forgot what she was doing, and her exhausted, dehydrated body finally gave out. Her hand reached up. Her fingers failed to connect, and then she went backwards. For a moment, she felt herself suspended in midair. She could see her arms and legs churning like one of those silly cartoon creatures. Then reality reasserted itself. Gravity took over. Tina plummeted down into the muck. No scream this time. The mud swallowed her whole, and after all these days, she did not protest. Kimberly was still talking 45 minutes later. She talked of water and food and warm sun. She talked of the weather and the baseball season and the birds in the sky. She talked of old friends and new friends, and won't it be nice to meet in person? She talked of holding on. She talked of never giving up. She talked of miracles and how they could happen if you willed them hard enough. Then Mac came out of the woods. She took one look at his face and stopped talking. 17 minutes later, they brought the body up. Chapter 40. Lee County, Virginia, 7:53 p.m., temperature 98 degrees. The sun started to descend, surfing bright orange waves of heat. Shadows grew longer while it remained stifling hot. And in the abandoned sawmill, vehicles started to pile up. First came more members of the Cavers' search and rescue team. They finished hauling out the lifeless body of a young girl with short-cropped brown hair. Her yellow flowered slip dress had been reduced to tatters by the acidic water. The fingernails on both of her hands were broken and ragged, as if at some point she'd clawed frantically at the hard dolomite walls. The rest of her was blue and bloated. Josh Shutt and his men had found her body floating in the long tunnel that connected the cavern's sinkhole entrance to the main chamber. They'd pushed through to the cathedral room after pulling out her body. There, on a ledge, they'd found an empty gallon jug of water and a purse. According to her driver's license, the victim's name was Karen Clarence, and just 1 week ago she had turned 21. It didn't take much to fill in the rest. The UNSUB had delivered the victim, most likely drugged and unconscious, to the main chamber. The stovepipe skylight 40 feet above would have offered precious little light when the girl awoke, enough to realize she had a shallow pond of relatively safe rainwater to her left and a stream of highly polluted, toxic water to her right. Maybe she stayed on the ledge for a while. Maybe she tried the small pond and promptly got bitten by its already stressed inhabitants, the white eyeless crayfish or the tiny rice-sized isopods. Maybe she even encountered a ring-necked snake. Either way, the girl had probably ended up wet. And once you got wet in an environment that's constantly 55 degrees, hypothermia's only a matter of time. Shud told them all a story of a caver who'd lasted 2 weeks, lost in 5 miles of winding underground caverns. Of course, he'd been wearing proper gear and had a pack full of protein bars. He'd also been lost in a healthy cavern where the water was not only safe to drink, but according to local lore brought the drinker good luck. Karen Clarence hadn't been so lucky. She'd managed not to brain her skull on a thick stalactite. She'd managed not to bruise a knee or sprain a wrist crawling in the dark amid the stalagmites, but at some point she'd headed straight into the polluted stream. Water that acidic must have burned her skin, just as it promptly ate holes in her dress. Was she beyond caring at that point? Had the cold set in so deep the burning liquid felt good against her flesh, or had she simply been that determined? She would die sitting on the ledge. The shallow pond led nowhere. That left only the stream to guide her back to civilization. Either way, she immersed herself in the stream, her clothes eroding, her face streaming with tears. She had followed the stream to the narrow tunnel, she had pushed her head and shoulders into that long, skinny space, and then she had died in the darkness there. Ray Lee Chi showed up shortly after 7. With him came Brian Knowles, Lloyd Armitage, and Kathy Levine. They unloaded 2 Jeep Cherokees filled with field equipment, camping packs, and bins of books. Their mood in the beginning was giddy, bordering on festive. Then they saw the body. They put down their field kits. They held a moment of silence for a girl they'd never met. Then they got to work. 30 minutes later, Rainey and Quincy arrived, bearing a nuncio in tow. Nora Ray left the camp shortly thereafter, and Kimberly followed suit. The nature experts had the clues. The law enforcement professionals had the body. She wasn't sure what was left for her to do. She found Nora Ray sitting on a tree stump deeper in the woods. A fern sprouted green shoots nearby, and Nora Ray was running her hands through the fronds. "Long day," Kimberly said. She leaned against a nearby tree trunk. "It's not over yet," Nora Ray said. Kimberly smiled thinly. She'd forgotten this girl was good. "Holding up." Nora Ray shrugged. "I guess I've never seen a dead person before. I thought I would be more upset, but mostly I'm just tired. It has the same effect on me." Nora Ray finally looked up at her. "Why are you here?" "In the woods. Anything's better than the sun?" "No. On this case working with Special Agent McCormick, he said you were illegal or something like that. Are you?"
Oh, you mean, am I a relative of one of the victims?
Nora Ray nodded soberly. "No, not this time." Kimberly slid down the tree trunk. The dirt felt cooler against her legs. It made it easier to talk. Until 2 days ago, actually, I was a new agent at the FBI Academy. I was 7 weeks from graduation, and while my supervisors will tell you I have trouble with authority figures, I think I would have made it in the end. I think I would have graduated. What happened? I went for a run in the woods and I found a dead body, Betsy Radisson. She was the one driving that night. She was the first? Kimberly nodded. "And now we're finding her friends, one by one," Kimberly whispered softly. "It doesn't seem fair." "No, it's not meant to be fair. It's meant to be about one man, and our job is to catch him." They both drifted off to silence again. There wasn't much sound in the woods, a faint breeze crinkling the damp, heavy trees, the distant rustle of a squirrel or bird foraging in a pile of dead leaves. "My parents must be worried by now," Nora Ray said abruptly. "My mom, ever since what happened to my sister, she doesn't like me to be away for more than an hour. I'm supposed to check in by phone every 30 minutes. Then she can yell at me to come home. Parents aren't meant to outlive their children, and yet it happens all the time, like you said. Life isn't fair." Nora Ray jerked impatiently on the fern frond. "I'm 21 years old, you know, frankly. I should be back at college. I should be planning a career, going on dates, drinking too hard some nights, and studying diligently on others. I should be doing smart things and stupid things and all sorts of things to figure out my own life. Instead, my sister died, and my life went with her. No one in my house does anything anymore. We just exist. 3 years isn't that long. Maybe your family needs longer to make it through the stages of grief. Make it through?" Nora Ray's voice was incredulous. "We're not making it through. We haven't even started the process. Everything's stagnant. It's like my life has been cut in half. There's everything that was before that one night, college classes, and a boyfriend, and an upcoming party, and now there's everything after, except after doesn't have any content. After is still an empty slate." "You have your dreams," Kimberly said quietly. Nora Ray immediately appeared troubled. "You think I'm making them up?" "No, I'm absolutely sure you dream of your sister, but some hold that dreams are the unconscious's way of working things out. If you're still dreaming of your sister, then maybe your unconscious has something to work out? Maybe your parents aren't the only ones who aren't over her yet. I don't like this conversation very much," Nora Ray said. Kimberly merely shrugged. Nora Ray narrowed her eyes. "What are you, some kind of shrink? I've studied psychology, but I'm not a shrink. So you've studied psychobabble and you've attended half of the FBI Academy. What does that make you? Someone who also lost her sister, and her mother too, for that matter." Kimberly smiled crookedly in the failing light. Trump, in the contest of who has gotten dumped on more by life, I believe I just won. Nora Ray had the good grace to appear ashamed. Her hand was back on the fern. Now she methodically picked off its fronds. What happened? Same old story. Bad man believes my father, an FBI profiler, ruined his life. Bad man decides to seek revenge by destroying my father's family. Bad man targets my older sister first. She is troubled and has never been a great judge of character. He kills her and makes it look like an accident. Then he uses everything she has told him to befriend my mother, except my mother is smarter than he thinks. In the end, there is nothing accidental about her death. The blood spray goes on for 7 rooms. Finally, bad man goes after me, except my father gets him first. And now I've spent the last 6 years, much like you, trying to figure out how to go on merrily living a life that's already been touched by too much death. Is that why you joined the FBI? So you could help others? No. I joined the FBI so I could be heavily armed, and also help others. Nora Ray nodded as if that made perfect sense. And now you're going to catch the man who killed my sister. That's good. The FBI is lucky to have you. The FBI doesn't have me anymore.
But you said you were halfway through training. I took a personal leave to pursue this case, Nora Ray. The FBI Academy is not fond of that sort of thing. I'm not sure I'll ever be allowed back. I don't understand. You're going after a killer. You're trying to save people's lives. What more can they want from an agent? Objectivity, professionalism, a clear understanding of the big picture, and an ability to make tough decisions.
When I left the academy, I did it to help one life. Staying, on the other hand, and completing my training would have given me the opportunity to save hundreds. My supervisors are tiresome at times, but they aren't stupid. Then why did you do it? Because Betsy Radisson looked just like my sister, Mandy. Oh, Nora Ray said quietly. Oh, Kimberly agreed. She leaned her head back against the rough bark of the tree and sighed deeply. It felt better than she would have thought to say the words out loud. It felt good to finally confront the truth. She had lied to Mac when she'd told him this wasn't about her family. She had lied to her father when she had told him she could handle things, but mostly she had lied to herself, young, passionate Kimberly, fighting valiantly for the underdog in a jurisdiction-mad case gone wrong. It sounded so good. But in fact, her decision to help Mac had had nothing to do with Betsy Radisson, or the eco-killer, or even her supervisor Mark Watson. All along, it had been about herself. 6 years of grieving and growing and telling herself she was doing just fine, and all it had taken was one victim who looked slightly like Mandy for her to throw it all away, her career, her dreams, her future. She hadn't even put up much of a fight. Betsy Radisson had died, and Kimberly had run back to the heavy burden of her past as if it were the ultimate comfort food. Why not? As long as she kept obsessing about her family's death, she'd never have to face the future. As long as she kept dwelling on her mother and Mandy, she would never have to define Kimberly. She had wondered what her life would have been like if her mother and sister had never died. In truth, her life could still be about whatever she wanted it to be. If she was that strong, if she was that smart, maybe she could even fall in love. You never knew. What happens now? Nora Ray asked softly. Short-term now? Or long-term now? Short-term now. Ray and the team from the USGS figure out the clues left with this victim. Then we try to find the 4th girl, and then we try to find the eco-killer and light up his ass. Nora Ray nodded with satisfaction. And long-term now? Long-term now, you and I finally realize that none of it has made a difference. Your sister is still dead, my family is still gone, and we still have to get on with the rest of our lives, so we start seriously wading through the grief and seriously wading through the guilt and see if we can't make something out of this mess. Or we do nothing at all, and let a couple of killers take what little we have left. I don't like long-term now very much, Nora Ray said. I know, Kimberly said. I'm a little worried about it myself. Chapter 41, Lee County, Virginia, 8:53 p.m., temperature 96 degrees. The bats came out in the inky hues of fading daylight. They glided gracefully among the trees, dive-bombing clusters of fireflies and scattering the flickering lights. The humidity was still unbearable. But with the sun low in the sky and the bats feasting silently overhead, dusk took on a peaceful, almost soothing feel. When Kimberly was younger, she and her sister had loved to catch fireflies. They would run around their back lawn with mason jars, trying desperately to capture the shooting darts of lights. Mandy had been horrible at it, but Kimberly had gotten pretty good. They'd sit around the patio table trying to feed the fireflies stalks of fresh-cut grass or tender stems of dandelions. Then they'd let the flies go again. Their mother didn't allow bugs in the house. Now Kimberly sat in the circle they had formed around a Coleman lantern, her knee brushing Max, while Rainey and Quincy talked of contacting the local coroner. Annunzio and Nora Ray sat across from Kimberly. Ray and his team remained off to one side, still working the body. "We've done the best we can," Quincy was saying. "Now we need to notify the official case team." "It'll only piss them off," Max said. "Why?" "Because we've moved the body-destroyed chain of custody for the evidence and made the crime scene perfectly useless for basic investigative procedures." Quincy regarded the younger man drolly. "Yes, I'm sure they will have a few thoughts on the subject. Saving a life always takes priority over preserving a scene," Mac insisted stubbornly. "I'm not questioning what we did," Quincy said. "I'm simply trying to bring us back to reality. We found the body. We brought in professionals to analyze the clues, and now we need to start thinking about what should happen next. I certainly hope none of you is suggesting that we return the body to the cavern, or worse, leave it unattended." Everyone shifted uncomfortably. Quincy was right. None of them had thought that far ahead. "You contact the official case team and we'll spend the rest of the night in jail," Kimberly pointed out. "Which pretty much defeats the purpose of coming here in the first place." "Agreed. I was thinking you and Max should continue, Rainey, and I will wait here for the proper authorities. Sooner or later, someone must face the music." His gaze rested on Rainey's face. "If it's all the same," Annunzio said, "I'd like to continue on with the others. I want to be around if Special Agent McCormick gets another call." Mac glanced at the cell phone clipped to his waist and grimaced. "Fat chance with the signal strength around here. As we get closer to civilization, however." "I'm going too." Nora Ray was regarding Annunzio steadily, as if daring the FBI agent to deny her. "This is outside your responsibility," Quincy said. "In all honesty, Ms. Watts, the biggest help you could give this team right now is to go home. Your parents must be worried. My parents are worried even when I'm home. No, I can help, and I'm going to stay." The tone of her voice was set, and none of them had the energy left to argue. Instead, Kimberly turned to Annunzio, regarding him curiously. "How did you know about this cave? I understand from Josh Shutt that Orndorff's cavern isn't exactly a common cave for exploration." "Not after what the mill did to it," Annunzio said. "But 20-30 years ago it used to be beautiful," he shrugged. "I grew up in this area, spent my free time running wild among these mountains and caverns. It's been a long time now, but I like to think it'll come back to me, and maybe the little bits and pieces I remember can be of help. I hardly know the whole state, but I know this one corner of Virginia fairly well." "Do you have any idea where he might have placed the fourth victim?" Quincy spoke up quietly, his eyes on Mac. The special agent rolled out his shoulders, contemplating the question. "Let's see. He's done a marine base, a national forest, and an underground cavern. So what do we have left? Chesapeake Bay rates high on the geological interest scale. I read about scuba diving in some reservoirs formed by flooding old mining towns that's got to float his boat. Then there are a variety of rivers last time he liked the savannah. There are 2 more major mountain ranges," Annunzio considered, but Mac shook his head. "He's done forests, he'll go for something different. What about the coastline?" Nora Ray asked. She was still staring at Annunzio. "Beaches around here are more populated than the Georgia coastline," Mac said. "It's possible, but I think he'll look for someplace more remote. We can check with Ray." He waved his hand, and after a moment, the USGS man came over. Ray's face was pale and covered with a fine sheen of sweat. Now that he'd seen an actual body, working a murder case had clearly lost some of its appeal. "Any luck?" Mac asked him. "Some. It's hard to know what to look for on the girl body, victim body." He seemed to decide. It was in the water for a bit, and who knows what that washed away. Kathy found some kind of crumpled leaf in a dress pocket. She's trying to extract it now without doing more damage. Tissue tears easily when this wet. Also, Josh Shutt went in and checked the ledge for us. Lloyd's now working on some soil samples he took from the girl's body's shoes. I'm trying to go through her purse since you said he sometimes puts things there.
Have you tried the back of the throat? Nothing. I wonder about her stomach, Mac murmured. With the first victim, the map, he was very inventive. I'm not sure how he would consider these next ones in line. Maybe we should consider cutting her open. Nora Ray got up abruptly and moved away from the lantern light. Mac watched her go but didn't apologize. Ray Lee Chi had turned green. You didn't mention anything like that before? We need the coroner, Quincy said. You can't ask a geologist to serve as me, Rainey seconded. Oh, good, Ray said, 'cause I think I'm gonna barf. He didn't, though. He just turned in a dazed little circle, then returned to them even paler, but with his expression set. Look, we've done about as much as we can here. Best bet is to find a hotel hole up for a few hours with our equipment and see what we can figure out. I know you're in a hurry, but if we got a guarantee that we're not sending you off on a wild goose chase, then we need a shot at doing this right. You're the boss, Max said. Pack up if that's what you'd like. Rainey and Quincy are going to remain here with the body. The rest of us will follow you. Ray nodded gratefully, then returned to his team. There didn't seem much more to say or much more to do. Quincy was looking up at the sky. One more girl to go, he murmured. And it's already dark. Tina woke up to the sound of someone's whimper. It took her a moment to realize it was her own. The world was black, refusing to come into focus. She almost panicked. Her eyes had swollen shut again, or worse, she'd gone blind. Then she realized the black wasn't pitch black, but only the deep purple shadows of night. Hours had passed with her lying in the mud. Now she lifted one arm and attempted to move. Her whole body groaned. She could feel muscles tremble with effort. Her left hip ached. Her ribs throbbed. For a moment she didn't think anything was going to happen. Then she finally rolled over in the mud. She got her arms beneath her for leverage, pushed up weakly, and staggered to her feet. The world promptly spun. She staggered over to the pit wall, dragging her feet through the heavy muck and grasping desperately at the vines for support. She leaned too far left, then lurched too far right, then finally got her hands planted against the wall. Her stomach rolled and cramped. She bent in agony and tried not to think about what must be happening now. She cried. She cried all alone in her pit, and it was all that she could do. Things came back to her in bits and pieces. Her glorious attempt at being a human spider, her not-so-glorious fall. She lifted her arms again, tried out her legs, and inspected for damage. Technically speaking, at least, she was still in one piece. She tried to take a step. Her right leg buckled, and she immediately sank back into the mud. Gritting her teeth, she tried again, only to get the same results. Her legs were too weak. Her body had simply had enough. So she lay with her head in the cool, soothing muck. She watched the slime ooze and pop inches from her face, and she decided maybe dying wouldn't be so bad after all if she could just get water. Her mouth, her throat, her shriveled stomach, her parched, festering skin. She stared at the mud a minute longer, then she staggered up onto her hands and knees. She shouldn't. It would kill her. But did that matter anymore? Spreading her fingers, she flattened them into the muck. The small indent instantly filled with putrid, stinking water. Tina put down her head and drank like a dog. Chapter 42, Wytheville, Virginia, 10:04 p.m. Temperature, 94 degrees. Kimberly checked them into the tinny, roadside motel. Ray and his team got their rooms. Kimberly booked another for Nora Ray, plus one for Dr. Annunzio. Then she reserved one room for her and Mac to share. She couldn't meet his eyes when she returned to the car. She distributed keys, deliberately omitting him, which earned her a curious glance. Then she was busy unloading bags from the trunk. They needed a game plan. Ray would ring Mac or Kimberly's room when the team had a theory. They, in turn, would rouse the others. In the meantime, Mac had his cell phone on and seemed to be receiving a faint signal. Kimberly also turned hers on in case her father needed her. Nothing left to do now but grab a shower and snatch a few hours' sleep. Soon enough, they would all be up again. Kimberly watched Nora Ray disappear behind the plain white door of the single-story structure. Then she watched as Dr.
Annunzio crossed the parking lot to his wing of the motel. She waited until he was gone from view before finally turning toward Mac. "Here," she said. "I got us a room." If he was surprised, he didn't say anything. He simply took the key from her trembling hand. Then he picked up their bags and carried them through the doorway. Inside, she almost lost her courage again. The room was too beige, too generic, too worn. It could have been any room in any motel in any part of the country, and for some reason that nearly broke her heart. Just once she wanted something more out of life than desperate attempts at happiness. They should go to a bed and breakfast, one of those places with rose-patterned wallpaper and red quilted comforters and a giant four-poster bed where you could sink deep into the mattress and sleep well past noon and forget the real world ever existed. They didn't have that kind of luxury. She supposed she wouldn't have known what to do with it if she had Mac set their bags down at the foot of the bed. "Why don't you shower first?" he suggested quietly. She nodded and disappeared gratefully into the solitude of the tiny bath. She showered first, hot and steamy, to relax her tired muscles, then cool and crisp to eradicate all memories of the heat. She didn't cry this time. She didn't stand there with haunted images of her mother or sister. The worst of her grief had passed, and in some ways she felt the most composed she'd been in weeks. They had tried again, they had failed again, and soon, maybe in a day, maybe in an hour, they would try yet again. That's the way life worked. She could either quit now or forge ahead, and for whatever reason, she wasn't the quitting type, so that was it then. She had chosen her path. She would keep trying, even if some days it broke her heart. She took her time drying off. She searched her small toiletry bag for the bottle of perfume she didn't own. She wondered if she should do something with her hair or put makeup on her wan face. She wished she possessed even a bottle of lotion to smooth over her sun-battered skin, but she wasn't that kind of girl. She didn't travel with those kinds of things. She walked back into the bedroom with a threadbare white towel wrapped self-consciously around her breasts. Max still didn't say anything. He merely grabbed his shaving kit and disappeared into the bathroom. She put on a plain gray FBI t-shirt and waited as he showered. It was pitch black outside, now still hot, she imagined. Was that easier on a missing person than being someplace cold and dark? Or by now, was the girl delirious with her need for something cool and soothing against her overheated skin? It must seem like a ridiculous joke for the air to remain so hot long after the sun had retreated from the sky. Nora Ray had survived out there. She'd protected herself from the sun. She'd found a way to keep cool as endless day slipped into day. How small she must have felt as she dug deeper into the marsh and waited for someone to find her in the vast line of a coastal horizon. She'd never given up hope, however. She'd never succumbed to panic. And in the end, she'd survived, only to lose sight of the victory in her grief for her sister. She had won the battle, then lost the war. It was such an easy thing to do. The shower shut off. Kimberly heard the rake of metal as the shower curtain was pulled back. Her breathing grew uneven. She took a seat in the broken-down chair next to the TV. Her hands trembled on her thighs. The sound of running water in the sink, a toothbrush sudsing across teeth, now some fresh splashes. He was probably shaving. Kimberly got up, paced the room. She had had final exams easier than this. She had held her first loaded firearm with less trepidation. Oh, how could this be so hard? Then the door opened. Mac was standing there, freshly showered, freshly shaven, with just a towel wrapped around his lean, tanned waist. "Hey, beautiful," he said softly. "Come here often?" She crossed to him, placed her hands on his bare shoulders, and it wasn't so difficult after all. Nora Ray didn't sleep. Alone at last in the motel room, she plopped down in an old chair and contemplated her traveling bag. She knew what she needed to do. Funny, now that the moment was at hand, she was stalling, she was nervous. She hadn't thought it would feel like this. She'd expected to be stronger, more triumphant. Instead, she was terrified. She got up out of the chair, idly inspecting the room, the lumpy double bed, the cheap TV cabinet covered in fresh nicks and ancient water rings. The TV itself so old and small, no one would even consider it worth stealing. She counted the cigarette burns in the carpet. 3 years was such a long time. She could be wrong, but she didn't think so. You didn't forget your last moments with your sister, nor one man's voice saying, "You need some help, ladies." So now here she was, and now here he was. What was she going to do? She crossed to her bag, unzipped the canvas top, reached in and pulled out the plastic Ziploc bag that passed as her toiletry kit. She hadn't lied to Mac. There wasn't much a young girl could get past airport security, but there was something. In fact, she had learned it straight from him. She pulled out the bottle of eye drops. Then, from the inside of her hiking boot, she found the long needle slipped between the sides of the rubber sole. It took her only a moment longer to retrieve the plastic syringe from her bottle of shampoo. She assembled the needle first, and then, very carefully, she squeezed out the liquid from the bottle of Visine. Once the tiny bottle had contained genuine eye drops, but she had replaced the contents just last week. Now it held ketamine, fast-acting, powerful, and in the proper dosage, quite deadly. The man was dreaming. He thrashed from side to side, waved his hands, and kicked his feet. He hated this dream, fought to bring himself back to waking, but the dream memory was stronger, sucking him back into the abyss. He was at a funeral. The sun burned starkly overhead, an unbearably hot day in an unbearably hot graveyard, while the priest droned on and on at a service no one else had bothered to attend. His mother gripped his hand too tightly. Her only black dress, long-sleeved and woolen, was too heavy for this weather. She rocked from side to side, panting pitifully, while he and his younger brother fought to keep her standing. It was finally done. The priest shut up. The coffin sank down. The sweaty gravedigger moved in, looking relieved to get his task under way. They went home, and the man was grateful. He used the last of the coal to light their oven when they returned to the cabin. The air was too stuffy for the heat, but without electricity it was the only way to get supper on the table. Tomorrow he'd have to find wood to feed the stove, and tomorrow after that he'd have to think of something else. That was okay. This was now, and he just wanted to get food on the table and see some color in his mother's cheeks. His brother was waiting with a saucepan to heat broth. They fed their mother wordlessly, didn't take a drop for themselves, but spooned beef bouillon past her bloodless lips while tearing up chunks of stale bread. Finally she sighed, and he thought the worst had passed. "He's gone, Mama," he heard himself say. "Things will be better now, you'll see." And then her bloodless face came up. Her lifeless eyes turned vibrant, snapping blue, and her cheeks filled with a color that was frightening to behold. "Better? Better. You ungrateful little bastard. He put a roof over your head, he put food on the table, and what did he ever ask for in return? A little respect from his wife and kids?"
Was that too much, Frank? Was that really too goddamn much?
"No, Mama," he tried to say, already frantically backing up from the table. His nervous gaze darted to his equally nervous brother. They had never seen her like this. She rose from the table, too pale, too thin, too bony, and stalked her older son across the room. "We have no food. I know, Mama. We have no money. I know, Mama. We will lose this house. No, Mama." But she would not be placated. Closer she came, and closer, and now he had backed up all the way across the room. His shoulders pressed against the wall. "You are a bad boy. You are a filthy boy. You are a rotten, ungrateful, selfish little boy. What did I ever do to deserve a boy as bad as you?" His brother was weeping. The broth grew cold on the table, and the man-child realized now that there truly was no escape. His father had gone. A new monster had already arisen to take his place. The boy lowered his hands. He exposed his face. The first blow didn't even feel that bad. Nothing like his father's. But his mother learned very quickly, and he did nothing. He kept his hands at his sides. He let his mother beat him. Then he slid down, down, down to the hot, dusty floor while his mother went to get his father's belt. "Run away," he told his brother. "Run now while you still can." But his brother was too terrified to move. And his mother was back soon enough, snapping the strip of leather through the air and already getting a feel for its cutting hiss. The man woke up harshly. His breathing was ragged. His eyes were wild. Where was he? What had happened? For a moment he thought the black void had taken over completely. Then he got his bearings. He was standing in the middle of a room, and in his hands he held a box of matches, the first match already clutched between his fingers. The man gently laid the matches back on the table. Then he quickly stepped away, grabbing at his head and trying to tell himself he wasn't yet insane. He needed aspirin. He needed water. He needed something far more potent than that. Not yet. Not yet, no time. His fingers clawed his rough-shaven cheeks, sinking into his temples as if through sheer force of will he could keep his skull from shattering apart. He had to hold it together. Not much longer. Not much more time. Helplessly, he found himself staring at the matches again. And then he knew what he must do. He retrieved the box from the table. He held the precious sticks in the palm of his hand, and he thought of things he had not thought of in a long, long time. He thought of fire. He thought that all things of beauty must die, and then he allowed himself to remember that day in the cabin and what had happened next. Chapter 43, Lee County, Virginia, 24 a.m. Temperature, 94 degrees. This is the most irresponsible handling of a case I've ever seen in my life. It's inappropriate, and frankly, it's goddamn criminal. We lose this man, Quincy, and I swear to God I will spend the next 2 years making your life a living hell. I want you off this property as fast as you can drive, and don't bother heading back to Quantico. I know about your little chats with Special Agents Kaplan and Annunzio. So much as step 1 foot onto Academy grounds and I'll have you arrested at the gate. Your work on this case is over as far as I'm concerned. Your whole fucking career is over. Now get out of my sight. Special Agent Harkus finally wrapped up his tirade and stormed away. His navy blue blazer hung limply in the heavy heat. His face, covered in sweat before he'd started yelling, was dripping. In other words, he looked about the same as the other FBI agents now swarming the abandoned sawmill. "I don't think he likes you much," Rainey said to Quincy. He turned toward her. "Be honest with me. Do I look that ridiculous in a navy blue suit? Most of the time, huh? The things you learned 30 years too late?" They started walking toward their car. Their light tones fooled neither of them. Harkus's dressing down had been thorough and honest. They were fired from the case, banned from the academy, and once word of this disaster spread, probably finished as consultants in the tight, incestuous world of high-profile law enforcement investigations. Reputations were built in a lifetime but ruined in only a matter of minutes. Quincy had a hollow, sick feeling in his stomach, one he hadn't had in ages. When we catch the eco-killer, they'll quickly forget about this, Rainey offered. Perhaps. Irresponsible is only irresponsible if you fail, succeed, however, and irresponsible quickly becomes merely unorthodox, true. Quincy, those guys had the same body and same evidence we did last night, and they weren't even in the area when you gave them a call. Frankly, if we hadn't gone off the deep end, that girl would still be floating in a cavern, and the 4th victim would be no closer to discovery. Harkus is just mad because you beat him to the punch. There is nothing more embarrassing than being upstaged, especially by a bunch of outsiders. Quincy stopped walking. "I'm sick of this," he said abruptly. "Politics is never fun. No, I don't mean this damn case. Fuck this case. You're absolutely right. Failure today, hero tomorrow. It's always changing and none of it means a thing." Rainey had stopped moving completely. He could see her pale face in the thin moonlight. He rarely swore, and the fact that he was driven to it now had her both fascinated and frightened. "I don't want things to be like this between us, Rainey." Her expression faltered. She looked down at the ground. "I know. You are the best thing that ever happened to me, and if I don't tell you that enough, then I am a total idiot. You're not a total idiot. I don't know about kids. I'll be honest, the very thought scares me to death. I was not a great father, Rainey. I'm still not a great father, but I'm willing to talk about it. If this is what you really truly want, then I can at least explore the notion. I want. All right then, you have to be honest with me. Is it only kids you want? Because I tried, I thought, Rainey. Each time I've asked you to marry me, why have you never said yes? Her eyes filled with tears. Because I thought you'd never stop asking. You're not the idiot, Quincy. It's me. He felt the world spin again. He had thought had been so sure. Does that mean you think you're scared of kids? Hell, Quince. I'm scared of everything. I'm scared of commitment, and I'm scared of responsibility. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, and I'm afraid one day I'll physically harm my child. We all get a little older, but we never completely outgrow our past. and mine is looming behind me now, this big giant shadow I want so desperately to leave behind. Oh, Rainey, I tell myself to be happy with what I've got. You, me, this is a good gig, better than anything I thought I'd have. And we do important work and meet important people, and hey, that's not bad for a woman who used to be a human punching bag, but I get so restless now. Maybe happiness is like a drug. You get a little then, you want a lot. I don't know, Quincy. I want so badly not to want so much, but I think I can't help it anymore. I want more you. I want more me. I want kids and white picket fences and maybe tea cozies, except I'm not sure I know what a tea cozy is. Maybe you're frightened, but I'm pretty sure I've lost my mind. Rainey, you're the strongest, bravest woman I know. Oh, you're just saying that so I don't whoop your ass. She kicked at the ground in disgust, and Quincy finally smiled. It amazed him how much better he already felt. The world had righted, his hands had steadied. It was as if a crushing weight he didn't even know he'd been carrying had suddenly been lifted off his chest. This was not the time he knew. This was not the place. But then he'd spent too much of his life waiting for perfect moments that had never come, and he knew better than most how fleeting opportunity could be. Life gave, but life also took away. He was older, wiser, and he didn't want any more regrets. He went down on his knee, a crush of dirt and pine needles staining his suit. He took hold of Rainey's hands. She was crying openly now, tears streaming down her face. But she didn't pull away. "Grow old with me, Rainey," he whispered. "We'll adopt some children. We'll cut back on cases, create a home, then do the fashionable thing and write our memoirs. I'll be terrified. You can help show me the way. I don't know if I'll be a good mother. We'll learn together. I don't know if I'll be a good wife. Rainey, I just need you to be you. And then I'm the happiest man in the world. Oh, for God's sake, get up off the dirt." But she was clasping his hands with both of hers now and crying harder, and since he wouldn't get up, she sank down to the ground with him. "We have to talk more. I know. I mean about something other than work. I understand that, too. And you have to tell me when you're frightened, Quincy. I can't stand it when you pull away. I'll try. Okay, she sniffed. "I mean, better than okay. I mean, yes, I'll marry you. What the hell? If we can catch a few killers, we ought to be able to figure out this domestic thing." "You would think so," Quincy agreed. He pulled her closer, wrapped his arms around her shoulders. He could feel her trembling now and understood for the first time that she was as nervous as he. It gave him strength. You didn't have to know all the answers. You just had to be brave enough to try. "I love you, Rainey," he whispered in her ear. "I love you too." She gripped him tighter, and he kissed all the tears from her face. The call came almost an hour later. They had made it back to I-81 and were heading north, seeking a more populated Virginia. They had both turned on their cell phones, no reason to dodge the FBI anymore, and Quincy wanted to be ready when Kimberly and Mac had new information. The caller wasn't Kimberly, however. It was Kaplan. "I have some news from the name game," the special agent said. "It's only fair to tell you we've been officially removed from the case," Quincy replied. "Well then, you didn't hear this from me, but I've had my people scouring every contractor with ties to Georgia in the past 10 years. Good news, we got a few hits. Bad news, none of them panned out. Better news then, I expanded the search. Expanded. I started looking at everyone on the whole damn base. Now we got lots of hits, but I thought there was one you should know about right away. Dr. Annunzio, the linguist, he used to live in Georgia, worked there, a high-profile string of kidnappings that had him flying in and out of Atlanta for a good 3 years. Say 98 to 2000, which would be the same time the eco-killer started up his game. Damn it, Quincy smacked the wheel. He already had Kaplan on the phone, so he turned to Rainey. "Quick, dial Kimberly. Tell her it's Annunzio, and get Nora Ray away from him, quick." Kimberly wasn't sleeping. Sleeping would be the smart thing to do. Recharge while she had a chance. Catch some desperately needed shut-eye. But she didn't sleep. She was tracing lines on Mac's bronzed shoulder with her index finger. Then she ran her fingers through the light smattering of hair on his chest. She couldn't get over the feel of him, his skin like warm satin to the touch. He snored. She'd learned that right away. He was also unbearably hot and heavy. Twice he'd flung his large frame over, tossing one arm across her chest or over her hip in a highly proprietary manner. She thought she should break him of that habit, while finding it secretly endearing. And then she suspected she was experiencing the same downward slide she'd witnessed in other women. They started out strong and independent with firm beliefs on how to manage men, then caved like spun sugar when tall, dark, and handsome crooked his little finger. Well, she wasn't going to cave, she decided. Not totally, anyway. She was going to demand her own side of the bed space where she could sprawl comfortably and sleep. Just as soon as she stopped tracing the ripple of his triceps or the hard line of his jaw. Now her fingers wandered down to his hip and were rewarded by a growing length against the juncture of her thighs. Her phone rang, her hand stilled. She swore a word nice young women probably weren't supposed to use in bed. Then she was frantically trying to kick off the tangle of sheets. "I fucking hate cell phones," Max said clearly. "Cheater, you were awake." Delightfully so. "Wanna punish me? I could use a good spanking." "This had better be good," Kimberly declared, "or I'll break every microchip in this damn phone." But they already knew it would be urgent. Given the early morning hour, it was probably Ray Chi with news on the fourth victim. They'd had their reprieve. Now, time was up. Kimberly flipped open the phone, already expecting the worst, and then was genuinely startled to hear Rainey's voice on the other end of the line. "It's Annunzio," she said without preamble. "Where the hell are you?" Kimberly rattled off the name of the motel and the exit number, still in shock. "Get him secured," Rainey was saying. "We're on our way, and Kimberly, take care of Nora Ray." The phone went click. Mac and Kimberly scrambled for clothes. Dark out. Very hot. They pressed against the wall of the motel, working their way down to Annuncio's room with weapons drawn and faces tense. They came to Nora Ray's room first. Kimberly knocked. No answer.
Deep sleeper,
Mac murmured. "Don't we both wish?" They cut across the parking lot, moving now with anxious speed. Annunzio's room was in the other wing of the L-shaped building. Door closed, lights off. Kimberly pressed her ear against the door and listened. First nothing, then the sudden crashing sound of furniture or a body being thrown around the room. "Go, go, go!" Kimberly cried. Mac heaved up a leg and kicked in the cheap wooden door. It snapped back, caught on the chain. He gave it one more thunderous whack, and the door ricocheted into the wall. "Police, freeze, Nora Ray, where are you?" Kimberly and Mac rolled into the room, one taking high, another taking low. In the next instant, Kimberly's groping fingers snapped on the light. In front of them, two people were clearly involved in a struggle. Chairs had been tossed, the bed destroyed, the TV toppled, but it was not Dr. Annunzio bearing down on a frightened girl. It was Nora Ray who had the special agent, clad in just a pair of boxers, backed into a corner. Now she loomed over him, brandishing a giant, gleaming needle. "Nora Ray," Kimberly said in shock. "He killed my sister. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I swear to God." Annunzio pressed harder against the wall. I think it was my brother." Chapter 44, Wytheville, Virginia, 3:24 a.m., temperature 94 degrees. "You have to understand, I don't think he's well. Your brother may have kidnapped and killed over 10 women. Being not well is the least of his problems. I don't think he meant to hurt them." "Holy shit," Mac drew up short. He was looming above Annunzio, who was now slumped on the edge of his bed. Quincy and Rainey had arrived and guarded the door, while in the right-hand corner, Kimberly kept watch over Nora Ray. Kimberly had taken the girl's needle away. Hostility in the small room, however, remained sky-high. "You're the caller." Annunzio bowed his head. "What the hell? You've been playing me from the start." "I was not trying to play you. I've been trying to help you," said the caller might be the killer. "What was that all about? I wanted you to take the calls more seriously. Honest to God, I've been trying very hard to assist. I just don't know much myself." "You could have given me your brother's name." "It wouldn't have done you any good. Frank Annunzio doesn't exist." "However, he's living now. It's under an assumed name." "Please, you have to understand, I haven't actually spoken to my brother in over 30 years. That brought them all to attention." Mac frowned, not liking this newest bit of news. He crossed his arms over his chest and started to pace the tiny room. "Maybe you should start from the beginning." Quincy said quietly, and Nunzio tiredly nodded his head. 5 years ago, I started work on a case in Atlanta, a kidnapping involving a young doctor's child. I was called in to analyze notes being delivered to the house. While I was there, 2 girls from Georgia State University also vanished. I clipped the articles from the newspaper at the time. I chalked it up to an investigative hunch. I was working a disappearance. Here was another disappearance. You never knew, so I started to follow the case of the missing college girls as well. That summer, and then the next summer, when 2 other girls also went missing during a heat wave. By now, I knew the case of the young girls had nothing to do with my own. I was dealing with what turned out to be a string of ransom cases. A very cool young man who worked at one of the more prominent country clubs was using his position to identify and stalk wealthy young families. It took us 3 years, but we finally identified him in large part from his ransom notes. The heatwave kidnappings, however, were an entirely different beast. The UNSUB always struck young, college-aged girls traveling in pairs. He'd leave one body next to a road, and the second in some remote location. And he always sent a note to the press. Clock ticking, heat kills. I've remembered that note for a long, long time. It's not the sort of thing you forget. Nunzio's voice broke off. He stared down at the carpet, lost now in his own thoughts. "What did your brother do?" Rainey spoke up quietly. "Tell us about Frank. Our father was a hard man. Some fathers are. He worked in the coal mines, not far from where we were today. It's an unforgiving life, back-breaking labor by day, brutal poverty by night. He was a very angry person. Angry people often become physical," Rainey commented, and Nunzio finally looked up at her. "Yes, they do. Did your brother kill your father? No, the mines got him first. Coal dust built up in my father's lungs. He started to cough, and then one day we didn't have to fear him anymore." "Nunzio, what did your brother do?" "He killed our mother," Nunzio whispered. "He killed the woman we had spent all of our childhood trying to protect." His voice broke again. He didn't seem capable of looking at anyone anymore. Instead, his shoulders sagged, his head fell forward, and on his lap he began to wring his hands. "You have to understand. After the funeral, our mother went a little crazy. She started yelling at Frank that he was ungrateful, and next thing we both knew, she went at him with my father's belt. At first, Frank didn't do anything. He just lay there until she wore herself out, until she was so exhausted from hitting him that she couldn't even lift her own arm, and then he got off the floor. He picked her up, so gently. I remember that clearly. He was only 14, but he was already big for his age, and my mother was built like a bird. He cradled her in his arms, carried her to her room, and laid her down on the bed. He told me to get out of the house, but I couldn't leave. I stood in the middle of the cabin while he got down the oil lamps and started pouring the oil around the rooms. I think I knew then what he was going to do. My mother just watched lying on the bed, her chest still heaving. She didn't utter a word. Didn't even lift her head. He was going to kill her, maybe kill all of us, and I think she was grateful. He covered the cabin in oil, then he went to our stove and dumped the burning coals onto the floor. The whole house went up with a single whoosh. It was an old wood cabin, dry from age, never burdened by insulation. Maybe the house was grateful too. It had never been a very happy place. I don't know. I just remember my brother grabbing my hand. He pulled me through the door. Then we stood outside and watched our house burn. At the last minute, my mother started screaming. I swore I saw her standing right in the middle of those flames, her arms over her head, shrieking to high heaven. But there was nothing anyone could do for her by then, nothing anyone could do for any one of us. My brother walked me to the road. He told me someone would be by soon then. He said, "Just remember, Davy, heat kills." He disappeared into the woods, and I haven't seen or talked to my brother since. 1 week later, I was placed with a foster family in Richmond, and that was that. When I turned 18, I returned to the area briefly. I wanted to visit my parents' headstone. I found a hole had been gouged into the marker, and inside I found a rolled-up piece of paper that read, "Clock ticking, planet dying, animals weeping, rivers screaming. Can't you hear it? Heat kills?" I think that summarizes my brother's last thoughts on the subject. "Everything must die?" Kimberly spoke up grimly. "Everything of beauty," Nunzio shrugged. Don't ask me to explain it completely. Nature was both our refuge where we went to escape our father and our prison, the isolated area where no one could see what was really happening. My brother loved the woods. He hated the woods. He loved our father. He hated our father. And in the end, he loved my mother and he loathed her. For him, I think the lines are all blurred. He hates what he loves and loves what he hates and has himself tangled in a web he'll never escape. So he seeks heat, Quincy murmured, which purifies, and uses nature, which both saved him and betrayed him. Rainey filled in. She turned troubled eyes toward Nora Ray. And how did you end up in here? I thought you never knew who attacked you, and your sister, voice, Nora Ray said. I remember. I recognized his voice. From when the man came walking up to our window and asked if we needed help. Did you see his face?
No, so the man you heard that night could have been Dr. Annunzio, or it could have been his brother, or, in all honesty, it could have been anyone who sounds like either of them. Don't you think you should have mentioned this to one of us before you came charging in with a syringe? Nora Ray stared at Rainey with hard eyes. She wasn't your sister. Rainey sighed. So, what are you going to do now, Nora Ray? I don't know. Do you believe Dr. Annunzio's story? Do you? Asked the girl. I'm thinking about it. If we turn you loose, are you going to attack Dr. Annunzio again? I don't know. Her overbright gaze swung to Annunzio. So maybe it was your brother instead of you. You should still be ashamed of yourself. You're an FBI agent. You're supposed to be protecting people. Instead, you knew something about a killer and you said nothing. I had nothing to add. Not a name, not a location. You knew his past. I didn't know his present. All I could do was watch and wait. And I swear, the minute I saw my brother's note suddenly resurface in a Virginia paper, I mailed a copy to the GBI. I wanted Special Agent McCormick involved. I did everything in my power to get the police's attention. Surely that must count for something. 3 girls are dead, Nora Ray spat out. You tell me how valuable your efforts have been?
If I could have been sure.
Annunzio murmured.
Coward.
Nora Ray countered savagely, and Annunzio finally shut up. Quincy took a deep breath. He regarded Rainey, Mac, and Kimberly. So where does this leave us? Still short 1 killer and still short 1 victim, Mac said. Now we've got motive, but that's only going to help us at trial. Bottom line is that it's the middle of the night, scary hot, and another girl's still out there, so cough it up, Annunzio. He's your brother. Start thinking like him. The forensic linguist, however, merely shook his head. I understood some of the clues in the beginning, only because I've also spent a lot of time outdoors. But the evidence you're seeing now, water samples, sediment, pollen, that's way over my head. You need the experts. Doesn't your brother have any favorite places? We grew up dirt poor in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. The only favorite places we knew were the ones we could walk to. You knew the cave, because I used to be into caving, and of all the places Frank's chosen, that's been the most local. So we should look at the Appalachian Mountains, stay in the area, Rainey spoke up. Both Mac and Annunzio, however, were shaking their heads. My brother's methodology may be influenced by the past, Annunzio told them, perhaps even triggered by the trauma of heat spells, but the places themselves aren't tied to our family. I didn't even know he lived in Georgia. Annunzio's right, Mac said. Whatever hang-ups got this guy started, he's moved beyond them now. He's sticking to his game plan, and that means diversity. Wherever we are now, the last girl will be the farthest point away. We need Ray's team, Kimberly said. I'll go check on them, Max said, but in the end he didn't have to. Ray met him halfway across the parking lot, already on his way to Mac's room. We have a winner, the USGS worker said excitedly. Lloyd's soil samples turned out to contain 3 kinds of pollen from 3 types of trees, bald cypress, tubalo gum, and red maple, while the crushed plant matter is actually a sorely abused log fern. The shoes were also covered in peat moss, which could only mean, we're going to Disneyland. Better the dismal swamp, 4 a.m., the group made their decision to divide and conquer. Quincy, as elder statesman, once more inherited the responsibility of contacting the official FBI case team.
He and Rainey also assumed watch over Nora Ray, whom nobody trusted alone. The USGS team members were packing up their gear and loading up their vehicles. According to Kathy Levine's debriefing, the dismal swamp was 600 square miles of bugs, poisonous snakes, black bears, and bobcats. Trees grew to stupendous sizes, while a dense underbrush of briar bushes and wild vines made sections of the swamp virtually impassable. They needed water, they needed insect repellent, they needed machetes. In other words, they needed all the help they could get. Mac and Kimberly had a nunzio in the back of their car. They would follow Ray's team to the site. That gave them 7 people to search an area that had daunted even George Washington, while the sun once again peeked over the horizon and the mosquitoes started to swarm. "Ready?" Mac asked Kimberly as he climbed into the car. "Ready as I'm gonna get." His gaze rested on Annunzio in the rearview mirror. The agent was wearily rubbing his head. He looked like he had just aged 20 years. "Why didn't they arrest your brother after the fire?" Mac asked crisply. "I don't think they ever found him. Did you tell anyone what happened?" "Of course. Because you never hold back the truth." "I'm a federal agent," Annunzio said curtly. "I know what needs to be done." "Good, because finding this next girl is only half the battle. After that, we go after your brother, and we don't stop until we've found him. He'll never surrender. He's not the type to spend the rest of his life in a cage." "Then you'd better be prepared," Mac said grimly, "because we're not the types to let him go." Chapter 45, Dismal Swamp, Virginia, 6:33 a.m. Temperature 96 degrees. Her mother was yelling at her. "I sent you to college for an education, so you could make something of yourself." "Well, you've certainly made something now, haven't you?" Tina yelled back. "Woman, bring me a goddamn glass of water and get those tuxedoed waiters out of here." Then she sat down and watched the blue butterfly, water lakes, ice-cold streams, potato chips. Oh, she was hot, 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 skin on fire. She longed to peel it off in strips. Peel down to the bone and roll in the muck. Wouldn't that feel good? The flesh on her forearms squirmed. She watched bloody sores ripple and ooze maggots, horrible little white worms, writhing under her flesh, feasting on meat. She should pull them out and pop them in her mouth. Would they taste like chicken? Pretty blue butterfly, how it glided along the air, dancing up, up and away. She longed to dance like that, to dance and glide and soar. To drift off to the comforting shade of a giant beech tree or lake or cool mountain stream. Itched, her skin itched and itched. She scratched and scratched. Didn't make a difference. Hot, 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 so thirsty. Sun coming up, going to burn, burn, burn. She would cry, but no moisture left. She slathered on the mud, flattened out puddles, and sought desperately to wet her tongue. Her mother was hollering at her again. "Now look at what you've done." She didn't have the strength to yell back. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Then she closed her eyes. She dreamt of deep Minnesotan winters. She dreamt of her mother holding out her arms to her, and she prayed the end would happen quick. It took over 2 hours to drive due east to the swamp. The visitor's entrance was in North Carolina on the east side. Operating under the assumption that the killer would stick to the Virginian playing field, however, Kathy Levine led their little caravan to a hiking entrance in Virginia. On the west side, all 3 vehicles pulled into the dirt parking lot, and Kathy, the official search and rescue member of their party, assumed command. First, she handed out whistles. Remember, 3 blasts signifies the international call for distress. Get in trouble, stay put, blow away, and we'll find you. Next, she handed out maps. I downloaded these from the internet before we left the motel. As you can see, the Dismal Swamp is basically a rectangle. Unfortunately for us, it's a very large rectangle. Looking at only the Virginia half, we're still talking over 100,000 acres. That's going to be a bit much for 7 people. Mac took one of the maps. The printout showed a large, shadowed area crisscrossed by a maze of lines. He followed the various markings with his finger. "What are these?" The dashed lines represent hiking and biking trails bisecting the swamp. The broader lines here are unpaved roads. The thin, dark lines reveal the old canals, most hand-dug by slaves hundreds of years ago. When the water levels were higher, they would use the canals to harvest the cypress and juniper trees. And now? Most of the canals are marshy messes. Not enough water for a canoe, but not dry enough to walk. What about the roads? Wide, flat, grassy. You don't even need four-wheel drive. Levine already understood where he was going with this, she added. Technically speaking, visitors aren't permitted to bring vehicles onto the roads. But as for what happens under the cover of night? Mac nodded. Okay, so our guy needs to get an unconscious 120-pound body into the heart of the swamp. He'd want to take her someplace remote where she wouldn't immediately be found by others.
He'd need a road for access, however, because carrying a woman through 100,000 acres would be a bit much. Where does that leave us?
They all studied the map. The marked hiking paths were fairly centralized, with a clear grid pattern occupying most of the west side of the swamp. Closest to them was a simple loop labeled a boardwalk trail. They immediately dismissed that as too touristy. Farther in lay the dark oval shadow of Lake Drummond, also highly populated with hiking trails, roads, and feeder ditches. Beyond the lake, however, moving farther east, north, and south, the map became a solid field of gray, only periodically bisected by old, unpaved roads. This is where the swamp became a lonely place. We need to drive in, Kimberly murmured. Make it to the lake. Branch off from there, Mac agreed. He looked at Levine intently. He wouldn't leave her by a road. Given the grid pattern, it would be too easy for her to walk out. True, he wouldn't use a canal either. Again, she could just follow it straight out of the swamp. Kathy nodded silently. He took her into the wild, Mac concluded softly. Probably in this northeastern quadrant where the trees and thick underbrush are disorienting, where the predator population is higher and that much more dangerous, where she can scream all she wants and no one will hear a thing. He fell silent for a moment. It was already so hot out this morning. Sweat trickled down their faces, staining their shirts. The air felt too heavy to breathe, making their hearts beat faster and their lungs labor harder, and it was barely sunrise. Conditions were harsh, bordering on brutal. What must the girl be going through, trapped here for over 3 days? Going there ourselves will be dangerous, Kathy said quietly. We're talking briar thickets so dense in places you can't even hack your way through. One minute you might be walking on hard-packed earth, the next you'll have sunk down to your knees in sucking mud. You need to be on the lookout for bears and bobcats. Then there's the matter of cottonmouth snakes, copperhead snakes, and the canebrake rattler. Normally they keep to themselves, but once off the trails we're intruding in their terrain and they won't take it kindly. Canebrake rattler, Kimberly spoke up nervously. Shorter than its cousin, with a thick, squat head that will scare the piggy out of you. Cottonmouth and copperhead will be around the wet, swampy patches. The canebrake rattler will prefer rocks and piles of dead leaves. Finally, we have the bugs. Mosquitoes, yellow flies, gnats, chiggers, and ticks. Most of the time, none of us considers the insect population. But the overwhelming swarms of mosquitoes and yellow flies are what help the dismal swamp to be considered one of the least hospitable places on Earth. No kidding, Ray muttered darkly. He was already swatting at the air around his face. The first few mosquitoes had picked up their scent, and judging from the growing buzz in the air, the rest were on their way. Ray and Brian dug in their packs for bug repellent, while the mood grew subdued. If the girl was in the wild lands of the swamp, then, of course, that's where they would go. No one liked it, but no one was arguing it either. Look, Kathy said tersely, the biggest dangers today are dehydration and heat stroke. Everyone needs to be drinking at least 1 liter of water an hour. Filtered water is best, but in a pinch, you can drink the swamp water. It looks like something that's been used to wash dirty socks, but the water is actually unusually pure, preserved by the tannic acids in the bark of the juniper, gum, and cypress trees. As a matter of fact, they used to fill barrels with this water for long sea voyages. The habitat and water have changed some since then, but given today's temperatures, drink, Max said. Yes, drink a lot. Liquids are your friends. Now assume for a moment that we get lucky and find Tina alive. First priority with anyone suffering severe heat stroke and dehydration is to reduce core body temperature, douse her with water, massage her limbs to increase circulation, give her water, but also plenty of salty snacks, or better yet, a saline solution. Don't be surprised if she fights you. Victims of extreme heat stroke are often delusional and argumentative. She may be ranting and raving. She may seem perfectly lucid, then lash out at you the next instant. Don't try to reason with her, get her down, and get her hydrated as fast and efficiently as you can. She can blame you for the bruised jaw later if need be. Other questions? No one had any. The mosquitoes were arriving in force now, buzzing their eyes, their ears, their mouths. Ray and Brian took some half-hearted swipes at the winged insects with their hands. The mosquitoes didn't seem to notice they all doused with bug repellent. The mosquitoes didn't seem to mind that either. Last-minute check of gear, now everyone had water, first aid kits, and whistles. Everyone had a map and plenty of bug spray. That was it then. They loaded their packs back into their vehicles. Ray opened the gate to the main road leading to Lake Drummond, and one by one they drove into the swamp.
Scary place,
Annunzio murmured as the first dark, muddy canal appeared on their right and snaked ominously through the trees. Mac and Kimberly didn't say anything at all. Things grow bigger in a swamp. Kimberly ducked her head for the fourth time, trying to wind her way through the thick woods of twisted cypress trees and gargantuan junipers. Tree trunks grew wider than the span of her arms. Some leaves were bigger than her head. In other places, tree limbs and vines were so grossly intertwined, she had to take off her backpack to squeeze through the narrow space left between. Sun was a distant memory now, flickering in a tree canopy far above. Instead, she, Mac, and Annunzio walked through a silent, boggy hush. The spongy ground absorbed the sound of their footsteps, while the rich scent of overripe vegetation filled their nostrils and made them want to gag. On a different day, in different circumstances, she supposed she would have found the swamp beautiful bright orange flowers from the trumpet vines dappled the swamp floor. Gorgeous blue butterflies appeared in the beams of sunlight playing tag among the trees. Dozens of green and gold dragonflies darted along their path, offering delicate flashes of color amid the deepening gloom. Mostly, however, Kimberly was aware of the danger. Piles of dried leaves bunched at the base of trees and made the perfect home for sleeping snakes. Predatory vines, the same thickness as her arm, bound trees in tight, suffocating coils. Then there were clearings, sections of the swamp that had been logged out decades ago, and now just worn, rounded tree stumps dotted the shadowed landscape like endless rows of miniature gravestones. The ground would be softer there, marshy and popping as toads and salamanders leapt out of their hiding places to escape the encroaching footsteps. Things moved in the dark recesses of the swamp, things Kimberly never saw but felt like whispers in the wind. Deer, bear, bobcat. She couldn't be sure. She just knew she jumped at the random distant noises and was aware of the hair rising at the nape of her neck. It had to be over 100 degrees out, and still she battled a chill. Mac led their little party. Then came Kimberly, then Annunzio. Mac was trying to work a rough grid, sweeping between two unpaved roads. It had seemed like a good idea at the time. Thickets and dense trees often made passage impossible, however, so they started having to veer a little more to the right, then a little more to the left. They had to take this detour, and then that detour. Mac had a compass. Maybe he knew where they were. From what Kimberly could tell, however, the swamp now owned them. They walked where it let them, passed where it let them pass, and increasingly that path was taking them to a dark, decaying place where the tree branches grew denser and they had to round their shoulders to fit through the tight, cramped spaces. They didn't speak much. They slogged their way through the hot, wet vines, searching for signs of broken twigs, scuffed ground, or bruised vegetation that might indicate recent human passage. They took turns issuing single blasts on their whistles or calling out Tina Crone's name. Then they heaved themselves over giant lightning-felled trees, or wriggled between particularly large boulders, or hacked their way futilely through dense, prickly thickets, while they downed more and more of their precious supply of water, while their breathing became hard and panting, and their footsteps grew unsteady, and their arms started to tremble visibly from the heat. Kimberly's mouth had gone dry, a sure sign she wasn't drinking enough water. She found herself stumbling more, having to catch herself on tree limbs and tangled brush. The sweat stung her eyes. The yellow flies constantly swarmed her face, trying to feast on the corners of her mouth or the tender flesh behind her ears. She didn't even know how long they had been hiking anymore. It seemed as if she'd been in the steaming jungle forever, pushing her way through thick, wet leaves only to encounter another choking eternity of vines, briars, and bushes. Then, all of a sudden, Mac held up his hand. "Did you hear that?" he asked sharply. Kimberly stopped, drew in a ragged gasp of air, and strained to hear, there, for just an instant, a voice in the wind. Mac turned, his sweat-covered face at once triumphant and intent. "Where is that coming from over there?" Kimberly cried, pointing to her right. "No, I think it's more like over there," Mac said, pointing straight ahead. He frowned. "Damn trees, they're distorting the sound. Well, somewhere off in that direction. Let's go!" Then, a new and sudden realization sucked the last of the moisture from Kimberly's mouth. "Mac," she said sharply, "where is Annunzio?" Chapter 46, Richmond, Virginia, 11:41 a.m. Temperature 101 degrees. I'm telling you the fourth girl, Tina Crane, has been abandoned somewhere in the dismal swamp. And I'm telling you, you have absolutely no authority in this case. "I know I have no authority," Quincy started yelling, caught the outburst, and bitterly swallowed it back down. He had arrived at the FBI's Richmond field office just 30 minutes ago seeking a meeting with Special Agent Harcuse. Harcuse wouldn't grant him permission to come to his office, but instead had grudgingly agreed to meet with him in a downstairs alcove. The blatant lack of courtesy was not lost on Quincy. "I'm not seeking authority," Quincy tried again. "I'm seeking help for a missing person." "You tampered with evidence," Harcuse growled. "I arrived late at the scene, the USGS personnel had already started analyzing data, and there was nothing I could do." "You could have forced them away until the real professionals arrived. They are experts in the field. They are not trained forensic technicians. They've identified 3 different sites." Quincy was yelling again and about to start swearing, too. Really, the last 24 hours had been a banner day of emotional outbursts for him. He forced himself to take another deep breath. Time for logic, diplomacy, and calm rationality failing that he'd have to kill the son of a bitch. "We need your help," he insisted. "You fucked this case." This case was already fucked. 4 girls missing, 3 now dead, Agent. We have one last shot at doing this right. 1 girl in the middle of a 100,000-acre swamp. Call in the rescue teams. Find that girl, get the headlines. It really is that simple. Special Agent Harcuse scowled. "I don't like you," he said. But his voice had lost its vehemence. Quincy had spoken the truth, and it was hard to argue with headlines. "You have behaved in an unorthodox manner which has put prosecuting this case in jeopardy," Harcuse grumbled. "Don't think I'm going to forget that." "Call in the rescue teams. Find that girl. Get the headlines," Quincy repeated. "The dismal swamp, huh? Is it as bad as its name sounds?" "Most likely, yes. Shit." Harcuse dug out his cell phone. "Your people had better be right." "My people," Quincy said tersely, "haven't been wrong yet." Quincy had no sooner left the building to rejoin Rainey and Nora Ray at the car when his cell phone rang. It was Kaplan, calling from Quantico. "Do you have Annunzio in custody?" The special agent demanded to know. "It's not him," Quincy said. "Try his brother?" Brother, according to Annunzio, his older brother murdered their mom 30 years ago, burned her to death. Annunzio hasn't seen him since, but his brother once left a note at their parents' grave bearing the same message as the notes now sent by the eco-killer. Quincy, according to Annunzio's personnel records, he doesn't have a brother. Quincy drew up short, frowning now as he stood beside Rainey. Maybe he doesn't consider him family anymore. It's been 30 years their last time together was hardly a Kodak moment. There was a pause. "I don't like this," Kaplan said. "Something's wrong." "Look, I was calling because I just got off the phone with Annunzio's secretary. Turns out, 2 years ago, he took a 3-month leave of absence to have major surgery. The doctors removed a tumor in his brain. According to his secretary, Annunzio started complaining of headaches again. 6 months ago, she's been really worried about him. A tumor? Now you're the expert, but brain tumors can impact behavior, correct? particularly ones growing in the right place.
The limbic system? Quincy murmured, closing his eyes and thinking fast. In cases of brain trauma or tumors, you often see a marked change in behavior in the subject, increased irascibility, we call it. Normally, mild-mannered people become violent, aggressive, use foul language, maybe even go on a murder spree. There have been some instances of mass murder, Quincy replied, but something this cold and calculated.
Then again, a tumor might trigger psychotic episodes, paving the way. Special Agent, are you at a computer? Can you look up the name David Annunzio for me? Search birth and death records, Lee County, Virginia. Rainey was watching him curiously now. Nora Ray as well. Isn't David Dr. Annunzio's first name? Rainey whispered. That's what we all assumed. Her eyes widened, and he knew she was getting it too. Why should you never assume something when working an investigation? Because it made an ass out of you and me. Kaplan was already back on the line. According to the obits, David Joseph Annunzio died July 14, 1972, at the age of 13. He was killed in a house fire along with his mother. They are survived by Christ Franklin George Annunzio, Dr. Frank Annunzio Quincy. Annunzio doesn't have a brother. He had a brother, but he killed him. He killed his brother, his mother Hell. Maybe he killed his father, too. Then he spent all these years covering it up and trying to forget until something else went even more wrong in his head. You have to get him in custody now, Kaplan shouted. And Quincy whispered, I can't. He's in the dismal swamp with my daughter. The man knew what he must do. He was letting himself think again, remembering the old days and old ways. It hurt his head, brought on raging bolts of pain. He staggered as he walked and clutched his temples. But remembering brought him clarity, too. He thought of his mother, the look on her face as she lay so passively on the bed, and watched him splatter lamp oil on the floor of their wooden shack. He thought of his younger brother, and how he'd cowered in the corner instead of bolting for safety. No fighting from either of them. No protest. His father had beaten the resistance out of them over all those long, bloody years. Now death came, and they simply waited. He had been weak 30 years ago. He had tossed the match, then outrun the flames. He had thought he would stay. He'd been so sure death was what he wanted, too. Then, at the last moment, he couldn't do it. He'd broken from the fire's mesmerizing spell. He had dashed out the door. He had heard his mother's raw, angry screams. He had heard his brother's last pitiful cries. Then he had run for the woods and begged the wilderness to save him. Mother Nature was not that kind. He had been hungry and hot. He had spent weeks dazed and desperate with thirst. So finally, he had emerged, walking into town, waiting to see what would happen next. People had been kind. They fawned over him, hugged him, and fussed over this lone survivor of a tragic fate. How big and strong he must have been to survive in the woods all this time, they told him. What an amazing miracle he'd made it out of the house in time. God must surely favor him to show him such compassion. They made him a hero. He was much too tired to protest, but fire still found him in his dreams. He ignored it for years, wanting to be the proverbial phoenix rising from the ashes in a new and improved life. He worked hard and studied hard. He swore to himself he would do good. He would be good. As a child, he had committed a horrible act. Now, as an adult, he would do better. Maybe for a while it had worked. He'd been a good agent. He'd saved lives, worked important cases, advanced critical research. But then the pain started, and the flames grew more mesmerizing in his dreams, and he let the fire talk to him. He let it convince him to do things he had killed. Then he had begged the police to stop him. He had kidnapped girls. Then he'd left clues for someone else to save them. He hated himself. He serviced himself. He had sought redemption through work. He committed bigger sins in his personal life. In the end, he had been everything his family had raised him to be. Everything of beauty betrayed you. Everything of beauty lied. All you could trust was the flame. He ran around now in the dark recesses of the swamp. He listened to the deer dash out of his way, the stealthy foxes race for cover. Somewhere in the leaves came an ominous rattle. He didn't care anymore. His head throbbed. His body begged for rest. while his hands played with matches, raking them across the sulfur strips and letting them fall with hissing crackles into the bog. Some matches were immediately squelched by muddy water, others found dry patches of leaves, still others found the nice, slow-burning peat. He ran by the pit. He thought he heard a sound far below. He dropped in another match, just for her. Everything of beauty must die. Everything, everyone, and him. Mac and Kimberly were running now. They could hear frantic crashes in the underbrush, the pounding of footsteps that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Someone was here? Annunzio? His brother? The swamp had suddenly come alive, and Kimberly had her Glock out, holding it desperately with sweat-slicked hands. To the right, Mac said, low under his breath, but almost immediately the sound came again, this time from their left. Woods are distorting it, Kimberly panted. We can't lose our bearings. Too late. Kimberly's cell phone vibrated on her hip. She snatched it with her left hand, still holding her gun in her right, and trying to look everywhere at once. The trees swirled darkly around her, the woods closing in. Where's Annunzio? Her father said in her ear. I don't know. There is no brother, Kimberly. He died 30 years ago in the fire. It's Annunzio. It sounds as if he may have a brain tumor and has now experienced a psychotic break. You must consider him armed and dangerous.
Dad?
Kimberly said softly. I smell fire. Tina's head came up sharply. Her eyes were swollen shut again. She couldn't see, but her hearing was just fine. Noise. Lots of noise. Footsteps and panting and crackling underbrush. It was as if the swamp overhead had suddenly exploded with activity. Rescuers. Hello? She tried weakly. Her voice came out as nothing more than a croak. She swallowed, tried again, and got little better results. Desperate now, she attempted to pull herself up. Her arms trembled violently, too exhausted to bear her weight, but then she heard a fresh pounding of footsteps and adrenaline surged through her veins. She heaved herself half upright, groping around vainly in the mud. Something squished between her fingers. Something plopped by her hand. She gave up on caution and brought a big handful of muck to her mouth, sucking greedily at the mud, moisture for her parched throat lips. So close, so close, so close. Hello, she tried again. Down here. Her voice was slightly louder now. Then she heard a faint pause and sensed a presence suddenly close. Hello, hello, hello. Clock ticking, a clear voice whispered from above. Heat kills, and the next thing Tina knew, she felt a sharp pain on her hand, as if a pair of fangs had finally found her flesh. Ow, she slapped at her hand, feeling the heat of the flames. Ow, ow, ow! She beat at the heat frantically, squashing the match into the mud. Son of a bitch! Now he was trying to burn her out. That did it. Tina staggered to her feet. She raised her tired arms over her head, balling her hands into fists. Then she screamed at the top of her sandpaper-dry throat. You come down here and face me, you bastard. Come on, fight like a man. Her legs promptly collapsed beneath her. She lay there in the mud, dazed and panting. She heard more sounds, this time the man running away. Perversely, she missed him. It was the closest to a human connection she'd had in days. Hey, she thought weakly. She smelled smoke. Kimberly was blowing frantically on her whistle. 3 sharp blasts. Mac was whistling, too. They could see smoke now directly ahead. They raced to the pile of leaves, kicking them open and stomping furiously on the burning embers. More smoke spiraled from the left, while a sputtering sound came from the right. Kimberly blew futilely on her whistle. Mac, too. Then they were off to the right and off to the left, dashing through the woods and desperately seeking out the dozens of burning piles. We need water. None left. Damp clothing. Only what I'm wearing. Mac peeled off his soaked shirt and used it to smother a burning stump. It's Annunzio. No brother has a brain tumor, apparently has gone insane. Kimberly kicked frantically at yet another pile of smoldering leaves. Snakes? She didn't have time to worry about them anymore. A fresh sound of rustling tree limbs came from their right. Kimberly jerked toward the noise, already raising her gun and trying to find a target. A deer raced by, followed swiftly by 2 more. For the first time, she became aware of the full activity around them. Squirrels scrambling up trees, birds taking to the air. Soon they would probably see otters, raccoons, and foxes, a desperate exodus of all creatures great and small. He hates what he loves and loves what he hates, Kimberly said grimly. They have the right idea. 2 of us alone can't stop this. We have to think of bailing out. But Kimberly was already running to a fresh batch of curling smoke. Not yet, Kimberly. Please, Mac, not yet. She tore apart a rotting tree limb, stomping on the scattering flames. Mac tended to the next hot spot, then they both heard it at once, yelling, distant and rough. Hey, down here, somebody help.
Tina, Kimberly breathed. They ran toward her voice. Kimberly nearly found Tina Crawn the hard way. One moment she was running forward. The next her right foot pedaled through open air. She staggered at the edge of the rectangular pit, frantically windmilling her arms until Mac grabbed her by the backpack and yanked her to firmer footing. I gotta start looking before I leap, she muttered, drenched in sweat and covered with soot. Mac managed a crooked smile. And ruin your charm? They dropped down on their stomachs and gazed intently into the hole. The pit seemed quite large, maybe a 10 by 15-foot area, at least 20 feet deep. It obviously wasn't new. Thick, tangled vines covered most of the walls, while beneath Kimberly's fingertips, she could feel old half-rotted railroad ties. She didn't know who had built the pit, but given that slaves had been used to dredge most of the swamp, she had her theories as to why.
Don't want to watch the help too much at night?
Well, talk about restricted sleeping quarters. Hello? She called down. Tina? Are you for real? A feeble voice called back from the shadows. You're not wearing a tuxedo, are you?
No,
Kimberly said slowly. She glanced at Mac. They were both thinking about what Kathy Levine had said. Heat stroke victims were often delusional. The smell of smoke was growing thicker. Kimberly narrowed her eyes, still trying to pick out a human being below. Then she saw her all the way down in the muck, curled tight against a boulder. The girl was covered head to toe in mud, blending in perfectly with her surroundings. Kimberly could just barely make out the flash of white teeth when Tina spoke. Water? The girl croaked hopefully. We're going to get you out of there. I think I lost my baby, Tina whispered. Please, don't tell my mom. Kimberly closed her eyes. The words hurt her, one more casualty in a war they never should have had to fight. We're going to throw you a rope. Mac's voice was steady and calm. I can't. No, Spider-Man. Tired. So tired. You go down. Mac murmured to Kimberly. I'll haul up. We don't have a litter. Loop the end of the rope to form a swing. It's the best we can do. Kimberly looked at his arms wordlessly. It would take a tremendous amount of strength to pull up 100 pounds of dead weight, and Mac had been hiking for nearly 3 days straight on virtually no sleep. But Mac merely shrugged. In his eyes, she saw the truth. The smoke was thickening, the deadly fire taking hold. They didn't have many options left. I'm coming down, Kimberly called into the pit. Mac pulled out the vinyl coil, worked a rough belay using a clamp around his waist, then gave her the go-ahead. She rappelled down, slow and easy, trying not to recoil at the stench or to think about what kind of things must be slithering in the muck. At the bottom, she was startled by her first close-up view of the girl. Tina's bones stood out starkly. Her skin was shrink-wrapped around her frame in a macabre imitation of a living mummy. Her hair was wild and muddy, her eyes swollen shut, even beneath the coating of mud. Kimberly could see giant sores oozing blood and pus. Was it her imagination, or did one of those sores just wiggle? The girl hadn't been lying in her condition. She was never going to be able to climb up the pit walls on her own. It's very nice to meet you, Tina, Kimberly said briskly. My name is Kimberly Quincy, and I've come to get you out of here. Water? Tina whispered hopefully up top. So thirsty. Where's the lake? I'm going to loop this rope. You need to sit in it like a swing. And then Special Agent McCormack up there is going to pull you up. If you can use your legs against the wall to assist him, that would be very helpful. Water? All the water you want, Tina? You just have to make it to the top. The girl nodded slowly, her head bobbing back and forth almost drunkenly. She seemed dazed and unfocused on the edge of checking back out. Kimberly moved quickly, wrapping the rope around Tina's hips and getting it in place. Ready? She called up. Ready, Mac replied, and Kimberly heard a new urgency in his voice. The fire was obviously sweeping closer. Tina, she said intently, if you want that water, you gotta move, and I mean now. She hefted the girl up, felt the slack immediately tighten in the rope. Tina seemed to half get it. Her feet kicked weakly at the wall, a groan from up top, a heaving gasp as Mac began to pull. Water at the top, Tina, water at the top. Then Tina did something Kimberly didn't expect. From deep in her haze, she roused her tired limbs, stuck her feet in what appeared to be small gaps between the railroad ties, and actually tried to help. Up, 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 she went, climbing toward freedom, up, out of her dark hellhole, and just for a moment, Kimberly felt something lighten in her chest. She stood there, watching this exhausted girl finally make it to safety, and she felt a moment of satisfaction, of sublime peace. She had done good. She had gotten this one right. Tina disappeared over the edge. Within seconds, the rope was back down. Move, Mac barked. Kimberly grabbed the rope, spotted the two holds, and bolted for the top. She crested the pit just in time to watch a wall of flames hit the trees and bear down upon them. Chapter 47, Dismal Swamp, Virginia, 2:39 p.m. temperature, 103 degrees. We need choppers. We need the manpower. We need help. Quincy pulled up at the cluster of cars and spotted the thin columns of smoke darkening the bright blue sky. 1, 2, 3, there had to be nearly a dozen of them. He turned back to the forestry official who was still barking orders into a radio. What the hell has happened? Fire? The man said tersely. Where is my daughter? Is she a hiker? Who is she with? Damn it! Quincy spotted Ray Lee Cheese staggering out of a vehicle and made a beeline for him, Rainey hot on his heels.
What happened?
Don't know. Drove into Lake Drummond to start the search. Next thing I know, I'm hearing whistle blasts and smelling smoke.
Whistle blasts?
3 sharp blows, the international call of distress, sounded from the northeast quadrant. I was headed in that direction, but man, the smoke got so thick so fast. Brian and I figured we'd better bug out while we still had the chance. We're not equipped with that kind of gear. And the others? Saw Kathy and Lloyd headed toward their vehicle. Don't know about Kimberly, Mac, or that doctor dude. How do I get to Lake Drummond? Ray just looked at him, then at the clouds of smoke. Now, sir, you don't. Mac and Kimberly had Tina slung between them, one of her arms over each of their shoulders. The girl was a fighter, trying vainly to help them by moving her feet, but her body had been pushed beyond its limits days ago. The more she tried to run with them, the more she stumbled and careened sluggishly, throwing them all off balance. The awkward motions were getting them nowhere, and the fire was gaining fast. I got her, Mac said tersely. It's too much weight. Shut up and help! He stopped and hunkered down. Tina wrapped her arms around his neck. Kimberly boosted the muddy girl up onto his back. Water, the girl croaked. When we're out of the woods, Mac promised. Neither of them had the heart to tell Tina that they had no water left. For that matter, if they didn't magically find their vehicle in about the next 5 minutes, all of the water in the world would make no difference. They were off and running again. Kimberly had no sense of time or place. She was stumbling around trees, battling her way through choking underbrush. Smoke stung her eyes and made her cough. In the good news department, the bugs were gone. In the bad news department, she didn't know if she was heading north or south, east or west. The swamp had closed in on her, and she'd long ago lost any sense of direction. Mac seemed to know where he was going, however. He had a hard, lean look on his face, pushing himself forward, and determined to take both of them with him. A lumbering shape appeared to their left. Kimberly watched in awe as a full-grown black bear went running by not 10 feet away. The big animal didn't spare them a glance, but kept on trucking. Next came deer, foxes, squirrels, and even some snakes. Everything was clearing out, and normal food chain rules did not apply in the face of this far greater foe. They ran, sweat streaming down their arms and legs. They ran faster, Tina beginning to mumble incoherently, her head lolling forward on Mac's shoulder. They ran harder, the smoke penetrating their lungs, making them all gasp. They squeezed through a narrow space between two towering trees, rounded a large patch of thickets, and came face to face with Annunzio. He was on the ground, propped up against a tree trunk. He seemed unsurprised to see them burst through the roiling smoke. "You shouldn't run from the flames," he murmured, and then Kimberly saw what was at his feet, a coiled nest of brown mottled skin. 2 pinpricks of red showed on Annunzio's calf where the rattler had bitten him. "I shot him," he said in reply to their unasked question, "but not before he got me just as well. Can't run anymore, time to wait. Must take your punishment like a man? What do you think my father thought about each time he heard us scream?" His gaze went to the muddy shape on Mac's back. "Oh, good, you found her. That's nice. Out of 4 girls, I was hoping you'd get at least 1, right?" Kimberly took a furious step forward, and Annunzio's hand immediately twitched by his side. He was holding his gun. "You shouldn't run from the flames," he said sternly. "I tried it 30 years ago, and look what happened to me. Now, sit. Stay a while. It only hurts for a short time." "You're dying," Kimberly told him flatly. "Aren't we all?" "Not today. Look, sit here all you want, die in your precious fire, but we're out of here." She took another step, and Annunzio immediately raised the gun. "Stay," he said firmly, and now she could see the light flaming in his eyes, a feverish, rabid glow. "You must die. It's the only way to find peace." Kimberly pressed her lips into a thin, frustrated line. She shot a glance at Mac. He had a gun somewhere, but with his hands full trying to keep Tina on his back, he was in no position to do anything quickly or stealthily. Kimberly shot her gaze back to Annunzio. This one was up to her. "Who are you?" she asked. "Frank or David?" "Frank." "I've always been Frank." Annunzio's lips curled weakly. "But do you want to hear something stupid? I tried to pretend in the beginning that it wasn't me. I tried to pretend the killer was Davy. Come back to do all those terrible things because I was Big Brother Frank, and I'd gotten out, and I wasn't going to be anything like my family. But of course it wasn't Davy. Davy got beat 1 too many times. Davy stopped having any hope. Davy, given a choice between running and dying, chose dying. So, of course, it could only be me hunting down innocent girls. Once I had the tumor removed, I could see more clearly. I had done bad things. The fire had made me do it, and now I must stop. But then the pain came back, and all I could dream of was bodies in the woods. The smoke was growing thicker. It made Kimberly blink owlishly and become even more aware of the intense heat growing at her back. If we fashioned a tourniquet above the bite, you could still live. Kimberly tried desperately. You could walk out of this swamp, get yourself some antivenom, and then get yourself some serious psychological help. But I don't want to live. I do. Why? Because living is hope, trying is hope, and because I come from a long line of people who have excelled at being earnest. Annunzio's gaze had drifted to Mac. It was the opportunity she'd been waiting for. Choking back a harsh cough, Kimberly swiftly brought up her Glock and leveled it at Annunzio's face. "Throw down your weapon, Frank. Let us pass, or you won't have to worry about your precious fire." Annunzio merely smiled. "Shoot me? Put down your weapon? Shoot me? Shoot your own goddamn self? I wasn't put on this earth to end your misery. I'm here to save a girl. Now we have her and we're getting out." The smoke was so thick now Kimberly could barely see. "No," Annunzio said distinctly. "Move and I'll shoot. The flames are coming now. Take your punishment like a man." "You're a coward, always taking your rage out on others when all along you know who you truly hate the most is yourself. I saved lives. You killed your own family. They wanted me to do it. Bullshit. They wanted help. Ever think who your brother could have been? I'm sure he would have done better than turn into a serial murderer who preyed on young girls. Davy was weak. Davy needed my protection. Davy needed his family, and you took them away from him." "It's always been about you, Annunzio. Not what your brother needed, not what your mom needed, and sure as hell not what the environment needed. You kill because you want to kill, because killing makes you happy. And maybe that's why Davy stayed in the house that day. He already knew the truth, that of the whole family. You are the worst of the bunch." Kimberly leaned forward. Annunzio's face had turned a mottled shade of scarlet while his Glock trembled in his hand. The fire had grown dangerously close. She could smell the acrid odor of singeing hair. Not much time left for him, for her, for any of them. Kimberly took a deep breath. She waited. 1, 2, 3. A popping sound came from the woods, an old tree trunk exploding. Annunzio jerked his head toward the noise, and Kimberly descended upon him with a vengeance. Her foot connected with his hand, the Glock went flying out of his grasp. A second hard kick had him holding his gut. A third whipped his head around. She was moving in for the kill when she heard his rough laugh. "Take it like a man," he cackled. "By God, boys, don't you waste your pathetic cries on me. Hold your chin up when I beat you. Square those shoulders, look me in the eye, and take your punishment like a man." Annunzio laughed again, a hollow sound that sent shivers up her spine. His head came up. He peered straight at Kimberly. "Kill me," he said very clearly. "Please, make it quick." Kimberly walked over. She picked up his gun. Then she threw it deep into the heart of the oncoming flames. "No more excuses. Annunzio, you want to die, you go do it yourself." She turned back toward Mac and Tina. The fire was so close now she could feel its heat on her face, but mostly she was aware of Mac, his calm blue eyes, his big, strong body, his absolute faith that she could handle Annunzio, and now his readiness to take her and Tina Cron straight out of here. Life was filled with choices, Kimberly thought. Living, dying, fighting, running, hoping, dreading, loving, hating, existing in the past or living in the present. Kimberly looked at Mac, then looked at Tina, and she had no problem with her choices anymore. "Let's go," she said crisply. They started running. Annunzio howled behind them. Or maybe he simply laughed, but the fire was moving fast now. The flames would no longer be denied. The wall of fire descended, and one way or another, Annunzio had his peace at last. They found the car 10 minutes later. Tina was piled into the back seat. Mac and Kimberly plunked down in the front. Then Mac had the keys out and the engine running, and they were tearing down the flat, grassy road, dodging fleeing animals. Kimberly heard a roar that sounded like an inferno, while overhead the skies filled with rescue choppers and forestry planes. The cavalry coming, bringing in professionals to fight the blaze and save what could be saved. They tore out of the swamp, coming to a screeching halt in a parking lot now filled with vehicles. Mac jumped out first. "Medical attention, quick, over here." Then EMTs were working on Tina with water and cooling packs, while Quincy and Rainey were running across the parking lot toward Kimberly, and Mac was beating them both to the punch by taking her into his arms. She rested her head against his chest. He put his arms around her, and things finally felt safe. Nora Ray appeared out of the crowd, moving toward Tina's side. "Betsy," Tina murmured weakly. "Viv, Karen." "They're happy that you're alive," Nora Ray said quietly, squatting down next to Tina's prostrate form. "Are they okay?" "They're happy that you're alive." Tina understood then. She closed her eyes. "I want my mother," she said, and then she started to cry. "You'll be okay," Nora Ray said. "You have to take it from me. A bad thing happened, but you survived it. You won. How do you know? Because 3 years ago the same man kidnapped me." Tina finally stopped crying. She looked at Nora Ray through bloodshot eyes. "Do you know where they're going to take me?" "I don't know, but I can stay with you if you'd like, buddy system," Tina whispered. Nora Ray finally smiled. She squeezed Tina's hand and said, "Always Palogue." Quantico, Virginia, 10:13 a.m. Temperature, 88 degrees. She was running, tearing through the woods at breakneck speed. Dangling leaves snatched at her hair, low branches tore at her face. She leapt fallen tree trunks, then threw herself full throttle at the 15-foot wall. Her hands found the rope, her feet scrabbled for footing. Up, up, up she went, heart pounding, lungs heaving and throat gasping. She crested the top, had an absolutely stellar view of the lush, green Virginia woods, then flipped herself down the other side, tires coming up. Bing, 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 she punched one foot through the center of each rubber mass. Then she was hunched over like a turtle, scrambling down a narrow metal pipe, now out the other end, racing down the home stretch. Sun on her face, wind in her hair. Kimberly careened over the finish line, just as Mac clicked off the stopwatch and said, "Ah, honey, you call that a time?" Hell, I know guys that go twice as fast. Kimberly launched herself at his chest. He saw the attack coming and tried to brace his feet. She'd learned a new move in combat training just last week, however, and had him flat on his back in no time. She was still breathing hard, sweat glistening across her face and dampening her navy blue FBI Academy t-shirt. For a change, however, she wore a smile. "Where's the knife?" Mac murmured with a wicked gleam in his eyes. "Don't you wish? Pretty please. I can insult you more if you'd like." "No way can you do that course twice as fast." "Well, I might have been exaggerating." His hands were now on her bare legs, tracing lines from her ankles up to the hem of her nylon shorts. "But I'm at least 2 seconds faster." "Upper body strength," Kimberly spat out.
"Men have more, and it comes in handy at the wall. Yep, ain't life unfair?"
He rolled with a surprise move of his own, and now she was the one on the dirt and he was the one looming above, trapped. She did the sensible thing. She lunged up, grabbed his shoulders, and nailed him with a long, lingering kiss. "Miss me?" he gasped 3 seconds later. "No, not much." Other voices were coming from the woods now, more students, taking advantage of this beautiful Saturday to train. Mac got up grudgingly. Kimberly vaulted up with more energy, hastily wiping dirt and leaves from her hair. The students were almost in view now, about to top the wall. Mac and Kimberly bolted for the shelter of the neighboring woods. "How's it going?" Mac asked, as they drifted into the lush green shade hanging in there. He stopped, took her arm, and made her face. "Him? No, Kimberly. I mean for real. How is it going?" She shrugged, wishing the sight of him didn't make her want to throw her arms around his waist or bury her head against his shoulder, wishing the sight of him didn't make her feel so damn giddy. Life was still life, and these days hers carried a lot of obligations. "Some of the students aren't wild about my presence," she admitted at last. She had resumed her studies nearly a month ago. Some of the powers that be weren't wild about it, but Rainey had been right. Everybody blamed a failure. Nobody argued with a hero. Kimberly and Mac's dramatic rescue of Tina Cron had been front-page news for nearly a week. When she'd called Mark Watson about returning to the academy, he'd even gotten her her own room. Not easy, being recycled. No, I'm the outsider who showed up halfway through the school year.
Worse, I'm an outsider with a reputation half want to challenge and the other half don't want to believe. "Are they mean to you?" he asked soberly, thumb beneath her chin.
"Someone actually short-sheeted my bed."
"Oh my God, the horrors I should write home to Daddy."
What did you do in retaliation?" Mac asked immediately. "I haven't decided yet." "Oh dear," she resumed, walking. After a moment, he fell in step beside her. "I'm going to make it, Mac," she said seriously. 5 weeks to go, and I'm going to make it. And if some people don't like me, that's okay, because others do, and I'm good at this job. With more experience, I'm going to be even better at the job. Why? Someday I might even follow a direct order. Think of what the Bureau will do then." "You'll be like a whole new secret weapon," Max said with awe. "Exactly." She nodded her head with pride, then, not being stupid, she regarded him intently. "So why are you here, Mac?"
And don't tell me you missed my smile. I know you're a little too busy for social calls these days.
"It's always something, isn't it?" At the moment, he sighed, looked as if he wished he could say something clever, then must have decided to get on with it. They found Annunzio's body.
Good.
It had taken weeks to completely annihilate the swamp fire in the good news department. Crews had contained the blaze fairly quickly, limiting damage. In the bad news department, the smoldering peat continued to flare up for nearly a month, requiring constant vigilance on the part of the U.S. Forestry Service. During that time, volunteers worked the site, tending the woods and seeking some sign of Annunzio's body. As week had grown into week, they had all started getting a little nervous, especially Kimberly. "He made it farther than any of us would have guessed," Mac was saying now. True to his natural ambivalence, he must have decided at the last minute that he wanted to live. He actually hiked a good mile with his bitten leg. Who even knows what got him in the end? The venom pumped into his heart, or the smoke or the flames. They do a post-mortem? Completed it yesterday, Kimberly. He didn't have a tumor. She halted, blinked her eyes a few times, then had to run a hand through her hair. Well, that figures, doesn't it? She murmured.
Guy's such a fuck up. He's got to blame his actions on everything but himself. His mother, his brother, and a medical condition he doesn't even have. Doesn't that take the cake?
For the record, he did have a tumor once, Max said. Doctors confirmed his operation 2 years ago to remove the mass. According to them, a tumor could affect someone's propensity for violence. I understand there was even a mass murderer in Texas who claimed his actions were caused by a tumor. Charles Whitman, Kimberly murmured, stabbed his mother to death, then murdered his wife, then climbed a clock tower at the University of Texas and opened fire on the population below. In the end, he killed 18 people and wounded 30 others before being shot and killed himself. He left a note, didn't he? Said he wanted an autopsy performed because he was sure there was something physically wrong with him. Exactly. The autopsy revealed a small tumor in his hypothalamus, which some experts say could have contributed to his rampage, while others claim it could not. Who knows? Maybe Annunzio liked that story. Maybe it made an impression upon him, especially when he found out he had a tumor himself. But there was no tumor this time, so once again, he was just giving himself an excuse. You had him nailed in the beginning, Kimberly said. Why does the eco-killer target and murder young women? Because he wants to. Sometimes it really is as simple as that. The guy did feel some level of guilt, Max said with a shrug, hence leaving us clues to find the second girl, hence contacting the police as an anonymous tipster and getting us all into the game, hence his personal involvement as an FBI agent keeping us on track. When he analyzed the letters, he described the author as someone who felt compelled to kill, but who also wanted to be stopped. Maybe that was his way of trying to explain himself to us. Kimberly, however, vehemently shook her head. Did he really want to help Mac, or did he just want more people to hurt? This is the guy who started out hating his father but actually killed his mother and brother. He targeted young women but also set up hazardous conditions for the search and rescue volunteers. I don't think he placed those anonymous phone calls because he wanted you to catch him. He was seeking to involve more people in his game. He obviously didn't mind collateral damage, and if he could have, he would have killed us in the swamp that day. You're probably right. I'm glad he's dead. Honey, I'm not so sad about it myself. Any sign of the girls' cars? She asked. Funny, you should mention it. We think we've found one. Where at? In the Tallulah Gorge, camouflaged with netting, green paint, and a whole lot of leaves. We're revisiting the other sites now to see if we'll find the victims' vehicles nearby. We also discovered Annuncio's home base. He has a cabin in the woods not far from here, very rustic, like an old hunting shack. In it, we found a cot, gallons of water, boxes of crackers, a tranquilizer gun, and tons of drugs. He really could have kept doing this for a very long time. Then I'm doubly glad he's dead. And Tina? At home in Minnesota with her mom, Mac reported immediately. I understand from Nora Ray that Tina had just discovered she was pregnant before the kidnapping. Unfortunately, she lost the baby and is taking it rather hard, but I hear her mother's been a pillar of strength and Tina's going to spend the rest of the summer recuperating at home, then see what she wants to do. She lost her 3 best friends. I'm not sure exactly how you recover from something like that. She and Nora Ray seem to have grown close, however. Maybe they can help each other out. Nora Ray's talking of visiting her in a few weeks. Minnesota has cooler summers. Nora Ray likes that. Okay, your turn. How are your father and Rainey? They're in Oregon. They're planning on doing absolutely nothing but stroll on beaches and play a little golf until my graduation in 5 weeks. I give my father 2 days and he'll be working the first local homicide case he can find. The Oregon cops will never know what hit them. Have dead body will travel, Mac teased her. Something like that? And you? His finger traced a slow, gentle line down her cheek. Then both his hands settled on her waist. What are you going to do in 5 weeks? I'm a new agent, Kimberly said quietly. Her hands had come up resting on the hard curve of his arms. We don't have much say in things. You get assigned where you get assigned. Can you list preferences? We can, I said. Atlanta might be nice. No reason, of course. No reason? Mac's hands stroked up her sides, his thumbs feathering across her breasts. Okay, I have a little bit of a reason. When will you know yesterday? You mean, she smiled, feeling a little bit ridiculous now, and ducked her head. Yeah, I got lucky. Atlanta's a big field office, and they needed a fair amount of agents. I guess I'm going to have to learn to talk with a drawl and drink a lot of Coke. I want you to meet my family, Max said immediately. He was holding her tighter now. She hadn't been 100% sure of what he would think. They had both been so busy lately, and you never knew. But he was grinning. His blue eyes danced. He bobbed his head and nailed her with a second kiss. "Oh, this will be fun. I'm bringing my knife," she warned weakly. "My sister will be thrilled. I'm not trying to rush you. I know we'll both be very busy. Shut up and kiss me again. Mac, you are beautiful, Kimberly, and I love you." She barely knew what to say anymore. She took his hand. She whispered the words. She pressed her lips against his. Then they walked together through the woods, with the wind sighing in the trees and the sun shining softly overhead.